Welcome to City Hall. We'll get started with the invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance. Mark McAdow is the senior pastor at First Church. He will lead us in the invocation. Afterwards, I'll ask Councilman Shadid to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would everyone please stand?
Thank you. Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for the freshness of this new day. Thank you for your mercies that are new this morning and for all the opportunities and challenges before us in this day. We seek your wisdom for every decision, for we recognize we need you. For your thoughts are wiser and your ways are higher than ours. Give us discernment to know your will for all our neighbors here in Oklahoma City and a willingness to obey you in all things. We decry the violence found in our homes and on our streets, and we seek you to bring peace to our city, for you are the Prince of Peace. May your peace reign in our hearts, and may we always be aware of your life-giving presence. May we lead as people of integrity, according to the principles in your word. And as we approach Holy Week, may we also be ever mindful of your supreme sacrifice on the cross, once for all, for those who know you and those yet to know you. For it's in the powerful name of the Lord Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Each year, we spend the month of April talking about litter and how we can do an even better job every year of cleaning up our city. And we are fortunate to have Oklahoma City Beautiful not only working 365 days a year for us, but here today to help remind us that April is Litter Blitz Day. And oh my goodness, Mother Earth is here with Terry Trashosaurus. So if you all would come forward. We have a proclamation. I'll ask the clerk to read it as we get settled.
Whereas litter is a critical factor in our city's economic health, and a clean city reduces taxpayers' costs to remove the litter and attract new businesses. Whereas Oklahoma City Beautiful and the City of Oklahoma City are teaming up for Litter Blitz 2012. Whereas Litter Blitz 2012 is an effort to clean up neighborhoods, parks, streets, and businesses to help beautify Oklahoma City. Whereas neighborhood, civic, church, and business groups can register their team to pick up litter on a date they choose. Each team will receive a packet with free trash bags, gloves, and tips for a safe and successful cleanup. Whereas last year, more than 10,000 volunteers participated in the community cleanup, and over 60 tons of trash was removed from our public spaces. Now therefore, Mick Cornett, the mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of April 2012 as Litter Blitz 2012 days in Oklahoma City, and he urges all citizens to help combat litter in their parks, schoolyards, neighborhoods, and throughout all areas of our city.
Let's show our appreciation to Oklahoma City Beautiful and our attention to beautification in the month of April. This organization does a wonderful job of helping neighborhoods help their own neighborhood. It's a wonderful program for Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, church groups, neighborhood groups, business groups who want to just clean up the neighborhood around their offices. They provide a lot of the materials for you. They will help you organize it, give you some advice on how to get people involved. And as you heard in the clerk's proclamation, 10,000 people were involved last year, and 60 tons of trash was picked up from Oklahoma City. Now, we have a built-in excuse because it is windy in Oklahoma City occasionally, and the trash can easily blow out of the back of a pickup truck or blow away, and someone can inadvertently contribute to the litter problem. But we have no excuse in not drawing attention to it and doing a better job of picking it up. And that's where this organization comes in so handy. So I'm going to hand the microphone to Lisa Sinar of Oklahoma City Beautiful and allow her to give you her personal sales pitch.
All right. Well, we would love to have you all come out. We have our kickoff on April the 2nd at the Southeast Landfill, the highest point in the city, they say. And we encourage you to come off and kick off our event and call our office or get on our website at okcbeautiful.com and sign up. We're hoping to bust those 10,000 volunteers and have 12,000 volunteers this year and help us to pick up trash. We're also kicking off with Litter Blitz a fun campaign that's called Littering is Wrong Too. So streaking through Bricktown, littering is wrong too. 100 days of 100 degrees, littering is wrong too. So you'll see these images up around Oklahoma City, and we just want to encourage people not to litter and keep Oklahoma City beautiful.
Great. And Mother Earth, thank you so much for coming down today. We appreciate you. Terry Trashosaurus, always good to have you around City Hall as well. And this applause is for all four of you. Thank you all very much.
Support. We appreciate it.
We'll call the meeting to order and begin on item 4 of the council agenda. Item 4A is to receive the Journal of Council Proceedings for March 20th, and item 4B is to approve the Journal of Council Proceedings for March 13th. Yes. Any comments or questions on the journal? All right, cast your votes. Passed unanimously. On to item 5, which is request for uncontested continuances.
Mayor, just a couple this morning outside of item 8C, which is listed on the document, which will be deferred until April 24th. On page 10 on the consent docket, item 6AM is a contract with NeoGov for online application systems. We'd like to strike that and bring that back as when we get a signed contract, appropriately signed contract by the vendor. So we'll strike that and bring that back. So again, that's item 6AM on page 10. On page 15, item 7M on the concurrence docket, we ask that that be stricken. That was an AQUIT item that has not yet gone to AQUIT. So we'll strike that at this time and bring that back after it's gone to AQUIT. And then on items requiring separate vote on page 19, under item 8J1E, 3033 Southwest 12th Street, we ask that that be stricken. The owner is secured. Item F, 1433 Northeast 13th Street, we ask that that be stricken. The owner is secured. Item J, 2524 Northeast 18th Street, we ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Moving to item N on page 20, 1621 Northwest 28th Street, we ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item O, 1833 Northwest 37th Street, we ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item P, 217 Northwest 61st Street, we ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. And finally, item Q, 1208 Northwest 81st Street, we ask that that be stricken. And again, the owner has secured.
Well, let's recess the council meeting, convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where there are 6 items. Do I have a motion? Comments or questions on the MFA? All right, cast your votes. MFA passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the OC MFA, convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where there are 2 items. Okay, comments or questions on the PPA? All right, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Adjourn the OC PPA, reconvene the council meeting with the consent docket. How about a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on the consent docket?
Your Honor, on AO and AP.
AO and AP?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And AV.
And AB?
Like Victor.
AV, okay.
And Mayor, if I could, 6J and 6M.
M. Okay.
AS.
Pat, you want to get us started with AO and AP?
Thank you, Your Honor. These are sort of similar resolutions approving MAPS 3 projects. One is the fairgrounds, and the other deals with the senior citizen wellness centers. And are we going to have some kind of a presentation? Before I vote to approve this, I'd like to know exactly what we are approving.
We have not scheduled one for today, but we can provide one at a future time for if you want to put those
I
off
just
for a
think
week.
it would be a little bit more proper if we had something to look at before we approve it. It seems like we're sort of shooting in the dark. And I'm not saying that what they have proposed is bad or it has problems with it. I've just not seen it. And I think before we vote to approve it, we ought to have some feeling of what we're approving.
Why don't we strike those and bring that back to the presentation next week?
If it doesn't interfere with their progress too badly, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. So striking item AO and AP. Everybody okay with that? All right. Ed, item AV.
Jim, can you explain to me this pharmacy benefit manager services, and that's...
Not as well as Colin and Diana
Okay.
can.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Wait, can you explain, so the agreement with Express Scripts now, is it annual? I mean, it's just
It
renewed
is
every
a
year?
5-year agreement contract that we've had for 5 years, and it's renewable automatically annually. And we built in price controls and renewal provisions in the current agreement.
So is this something in addition, pharmacy benefit manager services is in addition to?
In addition to our health plan. Our health plan just covers some major medical services, and we have carved out our prescription drug benefit from that plan. It's a component of the plan, but it's administered by a different company. And Express Scripts, this is a normal renewal. This contract, it's not renewal, but it go up for proposal. We've had this contract for 5 years, and now we're out to sample the marketplace, which is a routine business operation we do.
Well, I know we're going to meet this afternoon, and so I continue to believe this is an area that we can save tremendous amounts of taxpayer dollars, and I'm hoping before we enter into any long-term agreement, especially without opt-out clauses, that I get a chance to talk to council about private sector, and then I know that you're accumulating knowledge quickly about the public sector in different cities, so.
Yes, sir. This administers the prescription drug benefit for retirees and our active employees.
Thank you.
Okay.
Meg, you had item J and M.
I did. Mayor, thank you very much. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. Item 6J refers to a contract that we have, and it's part of a grant that we received from the U.S. Department of Energy under the ARRA Act with regard to energy efficiency and conservation, and it directly addresses the HP standards in our historic preservation neighborhoods, and so we're working with a consultant to try to upgrade and make a little bit user-friendly and probably a little bit more flexible some of the HP standards for energy efficiency issues like windows and things. And so I know that the neighborhoods are excited to work with us and address some of those issues. And item 6M, I just also wanted to make note of the fact that this is a resolution authorizing you to make a National Register application for the Osler building, which is located between 10th and 11th on Walker. And a wonderful property that's being developed by Midtown Redevelopment, LLC. And, a great addition. We have a number of properties in Oklahoma City, particularly sort of clustered in the downtown area that are on the National Register, and look forward to this building being added to that great listing.
Okay, great. Is that both your items, Meg?
That was both of my items.
Okay. Larry, item AS.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was kind of taken back yesterday when I got a phone call from a citizen who asked this question: are we going to build the upper park as part of MAPS 3? And this item AS is on the agenda, which is another step forward in doing that. I wonder if somebody could come forward and just very briefly give an oversight of where we stand on the upper park, or and the progress that's being made, the properties that have already been required, and the fact that AR is the contract to finish out the bridge, the Skydance Bridge over there, so people can begin to use it. Could we?
Sure, there's two items that you're talking about, both related to the MAPS 3 Park and the Skydance Bridge. The first item is an item with Johnson & Associates for engineering services, civil engineering services within the upper park, that north park portion of the park. We've acquired, well, I just looked at the map yesterday, Eric, I would guess 90% of the land already for the park at this point in time. And what this does is begins the evaluation on the roadways and the utilities to try to clear that out, to open up that park so we can get in and do the development on it. The other item you made reference to is a allocation of funds and authorization to use one of our contractors that we have a contract with to provide trails that will connect the Skydance Bridge temporarily through on the north side and the south side, so we'll be able to go from the river into downtown with the new Skydance Bridge over the new I-40. So there is progress being made.
So you don't have to have the upper park programming done before you ask Johnson & Associates to do that. This is just a survey.
Well, it's not survey, it's identifying utilities, vacating the streets, and that type of thing at this point, and really getting to find out what we need to do with that basic civil issues out there. To survey it, again, find out which water lines, which electrical lines need to be relocated, phone lines, that kind of stuff that need to be relocated as we make progress.
But to sort of follow up on Councilman Shadid's question, there's been no programming effort so far.
No, we're actually in the process. We took proposals for the design of the park, and we had 16, I think it was, a proposal that was received from just very, very impressive national firms. We've made the cut, and in April, I'm not sure the dates have been set yet, but we will be doing interviews to select the planners and architects to
And will that consultant also have input into what kind of program we're going to have in the parks?
Yes.
It will affect their design depending on what we
Yes.
Mayor, just a couple of comments. One, I personally want to express my appreciation for the portion of this that develops the trail that connects the Skydance Bridge. That's always been a concern of mine, that it wasn't connected on either end, and I think that's a really positive step in the right direction. Second, on the other piece of it, you know, I don't want to get into directing what the design of the new park will be too much by tearing out all the streets. You know, there are parks that have been developed in major metropolitan areas that left streets and did it in kind of a grid pattern. There are lots of different ideas for how to develop an urban park, and they don't all include the bicentennial park method of just wiping out what's there and starting over. There are other designers that believe that you take what's there and actually work with what's there. I don't want to get too far down that road. If this is an inventory, that's fine. If it takes that next step where we start moving things until we have a design, and a thoroughly vetted design, I have some trouble with that.
This will be done in hand glove with the designer and the architect we're about to hire.
I just want to get that out there, that there's so many, I've seen options for cities all over the country, that all over the world really, that have very widely varying designs for how to do it. And some of them include having grid patterns inside the parks. So, okay.
Skip, if someone from planning 6L, and I just wanted to know whether or not there might have been a mistake in reference to the this report where it stated that the agreements are attached, and in reference to the Housing Urban Development Program.
I believe those went to Social Services Committee recently. This is Councilman Salyer reviewed those, but it's an annual process of renewing existing contracts we have. We also apply for new grants as those opportunities arise. These are 3 of the 15 that have been renewed by HUD. I'm not sure why we only have 3. I think they come through on a sort of incremental basis.
So this is not all of the grants?
This is not all of them, no.
Okay. But these 3 have been approved?
Correct.
We have received the funding for these 3?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on the consent docket? All right, cast your votes. Passed unanimously. On to the concurrence docket. Okay, we have a lengthy concurrence docket today. Any comments or questions on any of these items? All right, cast your votes. Passed unanimously. And that moves us on to item 8. These are items that require a separate vote. The first, item 8A, would vacate some easement for the medical center. It's in Ward 7. Skip, you okay with this? Yes, sir. All right. How about a motion then? All right. Comments or questions on item 8A? Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Moves us to item 8B. This involves a cell phone tower, and as most we expect, we have a number of people that have signed up to speak. Yeah, Kenny?
Yes, sorry to interrupt you, but we received a report just a couple of minutes ago that the court reporter is on her way, but she has not arrived yet. So we need to delay this one until she arrives.
Okay. And we will know when she gets here?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll put off item 8B for a few moments anyway. Item 8C has been deferred until April 24th. On to item 8D. This is an ordinance on final hearing today. This is going to set the fees for the bike share program. Okay, comments or questions on 8D? All right, cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 8E is one we've been discussing for a while. Again, it's an ordinance on the final hearing today.
Mr. Mayor, there are two items under item E. This is on the ticket scalping. And there was the item that we've had a couple of times, and council expressed some concerns about that item. So we have modified that and have a new item out of item E2. Is Kenny or is Wiley here to explain that? I guess I will explain it. What I heard council say was that we don't want to have limits on the scalping numbers out there. So what we've done, we presently have a limit of 50 cents that you can raise the price on. That's not practical. That's not enforceable. And so what we've done is taken that limit off, and we have legitimized the computer systems that are now out there for the buying of tickets, which is really becoming a trend in the industry. And then thirdly, we've increased penalties for people that are selling fraudulent tickets, which is becoming a real problem. I can tell you that at some recent concerts, there's been as many as 200 fraudulent tickets at some of the concerts that we've had lately. So we really need to get a handle on that and work toward that. And having those penalties in place for that, we really will be in the right direction. Mr. Williams, did I miss something? You didn't hear what I said.
I don't think so. You covered it all.
Well, I have a question. How do we enforce the counterfeit ticket sales operation? How do we determine who's doing that, and how do we enforce it for instance, if it's not a local operation?
What happens on that oftentimes is they print out multiple tickets and they Xerox them off or print them off on the computer, multiple tickets. And so it isn't you're going to be going through the internet process to do it. You're going to be really going down on the streets and trying to get people that are selling you those wrong tickets on the street at the time that happens, or going back to identify them, and it's a guy in the blue shirt in the
Is that a major source of counterfeit tickets then?
What's that?
Is that the major source of counterfeit tickets?
Well, yes, or what you can do now is you can actually cancel your ticket or print out the new ones and cancel the issued ones. So the ones that look like the real tickets, you can void those and replace it with a paper one. And so people will sell those that look like the real ones while still having, when the real ones are actually a piece of paper. And so that is a problem. Yes, sir. And we've also, by the way, gotten rid of the buffer zone that was in the original ordinance.
I think the two steps you took here were really good to eliminate the fee amount on the exchange of tickets.
The fact of the matter is this is a very difficult issue, and with the changing with technology and the changing culture associated with these tickets, and because of the significant events we're now having in Oklahoma City, this is becoming a more and more significant issue.
I think a part of our effort here then ought to be a public education process to make people aware there are certain fail-safe ways to acquire tickets and others that are risky, and so they know what kind of risks they're willing to accept.
Councilman Kelly brought that up a week or so ago, and I totally agree with that, Councilman. We will launch a program after this is adopted.
Could I get some help on the second sentence in paragraph 3 in option 2? I didn't understand this language. And it reads that if the official organizer or promoter establishes an internet ticket exchange site, it would be unlawful for any other person or entity to offer for resale tickets exceeding face value via the internet or any unauthorized ticket exchange site. What does that do in practical terms for me, and how do we police that?
How do we police it?
Well, first of all, what does it do? If a promoter of an event creates an internet site for resale of tickets, what does that second sentence say?
It's just prohibiting anybody, if the promoter says, I only want my tickets resold through this site, and in exchange for that, I'm willing to guarantee the tickets I issue are valid, then anybody else doing it is unlawful.
Does this ordinance then restrict the amount of money they can charge for that?
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
The way I read it, they couldn't charge more than face value for the tickets. And is that the case, or is this...
No, it's whatever the promoter wants to set with his ticket exchange, with the approved ticket exchange. It doesn't, this ordinance, as the alternate to it is drafted, does away with the limitation for anybody. It just says the only way if I'm the promoter and I say I only want my tickets sold to this site, and in exchange for that, I'm willing to guarantee those tickets, that what you get is guaranteed, then anybody else doing it would violate the ordinance.
There's no limitation in this ordinance of what he can charge for those.
That's correct.
So he could recover at least at the minimum his legitimate cost of the exchange operation.
Right.
So you can buy a ticket off that site and then go down on the street and sell it for a different amount.
Well, you can buy that ticket and pay whatever amount that the promoter wants to charge for it, as I understand Wally's comment.
I don't know how they could do that. It specifically says that it would be unlawful for any other person to offer for resale tickets exceeding face value.
Through the internet sale.
Or any unauthorized ticket exchange site. So would, in front of the Chesapeake Arena, not be considered a ticket exchange site?
No, that's not what we're referring to. It's like a ticket exchange internet site.
But you're establishing a monopoly, that the promoter is the only one who can establish an internet site and resale in excess of ticket value.
Via the internet, but
Via
not
the
on the
internet.
strip.
You're establishing an internet monopoly so that only the promoter can do so.
Why would we do that? Why would we want to do that?
Because it's in exchange for that promoter guaranteeing the ticket.
But the guarantee's worthless. How's it, I don't understand how the guarantee affects anything. I mean, anybody that sells you a ticket's going to say, I guarantee that ticket. He's just not going to be around for you to exercise the guarantee on. I mean,
Why couldn't a small business establish an internet site and guarantee their tickets?
I'm just not understanding the value of that closed monopoly. I understand, I read the part about guarantee, I'm just interrupting you. No, sorry. But I read the part about the guarantee, but I don't see what value that is to somebody who buys a ticket on the street. What's he going to do if somebody has...
Well, it's not buying on the street.
It's a photocopy of a ticket. How's that guarantee going to be effective? How's that going to matter?
Because it's not buying it from the street, it's buying it through an approved internet site.
But if he then makes a photocopy of it, sells it to somebody else...
There's no guarantees at that point.
There's
What
no
we're saying
guarantee
is
at
the
that
internet
point.
is where the guarantee price is, not out on the streets, because that's where the problems are with fraud. And you can pay what you want out there, but there's risks associated by doing that.
Well, how's that better than it is now?
Well, right now, we have an ordinance that says you can't pay more than 50 cents.
No, but how's the guarantee better today if we pass this ordinance than it is without that guarantee? Doesn't
Because we don't have
the
contract.
offender guarantee their ticket when they sell it?
Yes.
Well, then, I guess I'm just stupid, but I don't understand what the guarantee adds to this.
By establishing a monopoly and precluding any competition, could you not then have the promoter's internet site charge unlimited service fees? And there's no, you're inhibiting the free market. You're inhibiting competition.
In exchange for the guarantee. If the promoter doesn't guarantee the tickets, then you can tell him his site's not protected and anybody else can play in. You get something back in exchange for it. If he doesn't honor what he says, then he's not protected. And anybody
The consumer knows when he goes to these guaranteed sites, those sites, that when he gets a ticket, that's a valid ticket. When he goes to some other site out there to buy the ticket, he doesn't know whether that's legitimate or not. Also, when he goes on the street and buys it from the person on the street, he doesn't know whether that's legitimate or not. What we're trying to do with the change in technology is direct people toward legitimate sites that we know that are guaranteed tickets. That's the purpose.
So the purpose of that language is to drive people
to legitimate sites.
to the internet site
The
where
legitimate
their
internet.
ticket is guaranteed.
The legitimate internet
That's
sites.
not the way scalping works, though. That's not the way a guy that's just came in for a weekend who wants to see a Thunder game is willing to pay $400 for it. That's not how it works.
He can still do it. And he can still go down on the street and pay the $400 for the ticket if he chooses to do so.
If he had decided a month ago he wanted a ticket, he'd have got one through another method. The scalp ticket is somebody that decides that day or a day before that and doesn't have the opportunity to go do that. I think we're protecting people that we don't need to protect. I think this misses the whole problem with the ticket thing, and it's what we talked about 2 weeks ago. And that is that they sell huge blocks of tickets off, and there's no tickets waiting for people that stand in line for a ticket. I think we're using a hydrogen bomb to kill a mouse here on this. If you buy a ticket from somebody that's not a legitimate seller, then you take a risk. That's the way it is. Like when I bought one to see the Red Sox, and it was for yesterday's game. I ate it. But I bought it from a dude out in front of the place that I should have known better. You know, I should have been able to tell by looking at him. But I didn't. And I ate that ticket. That's okay. It didn't even bother me that I ate it, other than I was stupid.
Well, you still have the opportunity to do that.
But that's where the protection ought to be. That's not a problem. I bought that out there. I was out there in an arena that I don't normally play in. So, you know, I was on somebody else's court and I lost because of that.
But Jim, if you buy a counterfeit ticket, that's still, it is still against the law for that person to sell you that ticket.
That's correct.
And so whatever recourse you would have yesterday, you would have tomorrow under
Except for the monopoly. Except we've created this monopoly where we made it unlawful for anyone to actually do that. That's the difference.
Well, it's unlawful today.
It's unlawful. It would be unlawful for any other person to offer resale tickets exceeding face value via the internet. We have actually written that into this. In an attempt to cure this scalping problem, we have created another thing that's illegal, and that is to set up even though you can go ahead and scalp, but we've made it now unlawful for anybody to do it other than, I just don't understand the point of that.
So have we made it illegal to purchase a ticket off of StubHub or off of eBay?
Well, yes, I think we have.
Do we even have the authority to pass a law that would...
No, but I think we have. It says it would be unlawful for any person or entity to offer to resale tickets exceeding the face value by the internet. So that means StubHub is against the law, right?
If the promoter comes forward and says, I want my tickets to be only sold through this approved site, and in exchange for that, I will guarantee those tickets.
Have we got Elvis coming back that it's so important that they have that right? I mean, is there anybody else important enough that we ought to blow the free market away just for this one entertainer coming in? Maybe if we got Elvis coming back, it'd make sense.
I
but
don't see
just-
how we can outlaw StubHub and eBay
I don't either.
from selling tickets. I mean, I guess it's illegal today for them to do it if they're selling
Under our current
law.
I think we've actually made great progress on those first two things, eliminating the cap and eliminating the 500-foot buffer zone. And in the original version, we did allow them to create a ticket exchange, which made sense. But in this current one, we added this sort of hanging language out there that said it made it illegal in exchange. I don't know how we did that.
The creation of a monopoly in an effort to protect our citizens from themselves and Pete, I'll include, from buying a counterfeit ticket.
Mayor,
Yeah.
Why don't we defer this for 2 weeks and come back with some further staff follow-up and revisions?
we need a motion to that effect.
Well, let's give some direction, though. I mean,
I think there's been plenty of direction given. We don't want to create a monopoly. I think that's
okay. Yeah, I think it's naive to think we could, first of all.
Mayor, one of the questions...
I'd have to be convinced there's a reason we should try.
Now, would this have any impact on the person who buys 500 tickets and tries to sell them? He would be engaging in an illegal act if he did it on the internet.
I can't hear you, Mr. Ryan.
I'm sorry. Would this, if we adopt this ordinance as is stated right now, would it have any impact on the person who goes out and buys, organization who goes out and buy 500 tickets the day they go on sale, and then tries to resell them through the internet?
Most promoters do not allow purchases of 500.
I understand, but most these tickets sellers, resellers, have devised ways, according to the information I've been given, to bypass all the safety guards and get 500 tickets. They've got computer routines that will allow them to do it. They've got multiple people's... They use people to go and buy tickets individually, and then they bring them back in. And that would be a major step if we could reduce that aspect, because then those tickets would be available to the general public through a legitimate ticket source. And if the effect of this ordinance would have that impact, then I think I would be in favor of it.
That almost sounds like that's, though, between the promoter and the people that they're selling tickets.
This whole ordinance seems to be to get between the people and the ticket sellers.
Can 2 weeks ago, Meg brought up the idea of having a designated area to have ticket exchange where you could go at the last minute with your family and get, you know that this is one area where the free market, everybody gets to resell in a confined area. What happened to that idea?
There were a number of concepts thrown out a few weeks ago, and amongst those was also licensing scalpers at that point in time. So there were a lot of things thrown out. That's something we can consider.
If we're going to
again.
defer this for 2 weeks, I'd like to explore that, because it seemed like there was some support for that.
And I will suggest that with regard to licensing, that seemed to pose to citizens, that posed as much complication. That doesn't help Pete, who wants to just go on Saturday and buy a ticket. You're not going to be able to take the time to get a license and go down there, and sell your ticket if your kid can't come to an event. So that became a little bit more cumbersome, possibly. But I'm good with really all of it except this last bit of language that...
If we're going to continue it, though, if we're even considering continuing it, the email that we got from Mike at Totally Tickets, I thought was very reasonable. I thought well thought out. I thought if we're going to continue for a couple of weeks, we ought to meet with this guy that's in the business and at least listen to him in a less charged situation than public testimony. We ought to sit down and say, we're going to continue it. I think he talks about getting to some of the other issues that we were, at least it appears that he does.
And at the same, by the same Councilman White, I think we all received an email from Mr. Anderson, or at least maybe we were copied that email. And at the same time, I thought that was a very, it was something that I hadn't heard before when this was initially presented. And I think that, if he's one of the individuals that is considered to be probably one of the most knowledgeable in reference to this issue, that I would ask that we also have a statement from Mr. Anderson in reference to educating us about the concern
that they have as it relates to this whole issue. I think that it sounds like that we may have gotten way past what was initially brought to us in reference to just the issue of scalping, that the concern was of some of the major promoters.
Well, is Mike here today? Mike, why don't you come up forward? A number of people have signed up to speak on this issue, and since we're deferring it, it doesn't seem worthwhile to go through. But if Mike could speak on behalf of several, it might be able to give staff and council some direction on what the industry would like to see come out of a proposed resolution.
Could I ask one quick question?
Yeah,
Mayor?
sure.
To follow up on what Meg says, we've already done away with the buffer zone. We've done away with the maximum overprice you can sell over. If we do away with this internet resale issue, what's left? Do you just eliminate the whole thing completely?
That's an option.
Yeah. You're saying eliminate our existing laws and just allow people to buy and sell at their will and their risk.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, if that's where the council is headed, the council ought to say that. I mean, we've got staff putting in a lot of hours on something, and if you want to eliminate this thing completely, just tell staff you want to eliminate it and head on down the road. If you want to try to find a fix, why hadn't that been done all along? That's my concern with it, because I think we've all learned in the early weeks of this that what was touted as the issue is not really the issue. And all of a sudden, we're down to the point where we've eliminated 2 of the 3 major things, and now we're talking about eliminating the 3rd. I'm really curious about where this is headed.
Gary, I think the staff, I've suspect that Wiley and Tom may feel like a pincushion in this thing based on what all's happened, but I don't think the impetus to change this came from us in the first place. If anybody around here talked to him about fixing this?
It came from promoters,
right,
and people that sell tickets.
So I think their fix has been too narrow. I think their fix, the public hadn't been a piece of this fix. So while I agree with Gary in one sense that what's been proposed to us has been shot at, I don't think it was a broad enough attempt at a fix, and I think that's where the problem comes. We're here talking about protecting the public's right to go buy a ticket, like me, and this is much more narrowly directed at protecting somebody else. That is really, and they have. That's not to say they don't have an interest, but I think if we're going to mess with it, we ought to be trying to fix it on a more global basis than just this narrow little piece about the 50-cent charge wasn't high enough to operate a system, which it wasn't. We all recognize that.
If we can go back just for a little bit of context and history on this, we had a ordinance that was put together 10, 15, 20 years ago to accommodate really the NCAA and as we bring on those type of events. And so we put one together to meet the guidelines that they wanted with the All Sports Association when we went forward. Subsequent to that, things have changed. Times have changed. The internet has taken over. I mean, the whole industry has changed. And so we, I think, all recognize that our existing ordinance is antiquated. And, you know, there's a lot of different ideas of how to fix it. Maybe we should have a subcommittee to go forward with it and such. But I think we all recognize the existing ordinance is bad. And there's multiple approaches on how we can go forward with this issue.
Okay. Mike, 3 minutes. What do you want us to know?
I mean, I think we all share...
We need your name and address for the record,
sure.
please.
Mike Fletcher, 203 North Riverside Drive. I think we all share in the desire to protect and curb scammers. I think this just goes about in the wrong way. This is a step backwards. I mean, the internet is how business is done right now. So meanwhile, we're going to open up the street for someone to do whatever they want, but we're going to curb and restrict sales on the internet. I mean, quite frankly, I think that this has been tried in some municipalities, and there's few where it's been overturned, and I'm happy to forward people some court cases. There's one in Michigan where it was overturned. There's one in New York where it was overturned. And really, it simply is serving the promoters and Ticketmaster to create an online monopoly. I mean, it's exactly what it is. It drives people that do business the right way, like our company, who's been in business in Oklahoma, paying taxes, employing people for 12 years. You know, it drives us. What are we going to do? If this becomes illegal in Oklahoma, we take our business just south of the Red River, and we do the same thing. I mean, that's not what I want to do, but it's my livelihood. It's the people in the back row's livelihood that work with me. You know, And quite frankly, we do offer a guarantee. Anyone that comes to our website and buys a ticket, if they don't get into an event, they get a 200% refund, which is more than any promoter offers. These promoters that offer this guarantee, their guarantee is, we'll give you your money back. We give them a 200% refund, and we send them to another event. We actually had a case where we bought a pair of tickets that were stolen, unbeknownst to us. The customer did not get into a Thunder game. It's the worst experience there is for a customer. But we make things right. We do business the right way. We give them a 200% refund. We send them to another game for free to make up for it. And I just think to try and close out people that are doing business the right way, it's total opposite of what we want to do here. You know, people should have choices. Our government doesn't tell people where to buy and sell their jewelry, buy and sell their cars. We should educate them on where the good places are and where the not so good places are, and then let them make that decision and take their risk based on what they feel comfortable with. So,
would you still prefer being licensed, making it a licensed industry?
I definitely think there is a lot of merit to that. You know, I understand. I think it was Councilwoman Salyer said that it makes it difficult for someone who might just have one extra ticket who doesn't want to pay for a license to come out and sell one. And I understand that, but just in the grand scheme of things, having a license would be great, because there are people out there, you know, who will say, oh, you know, Section 111 for the Thunder, center court, and Section 111 is behind the basket, you know, and they are taking advantage of people that don't know. But by restricting the sale, that doesn't keep someone from doing that, by killing the internet sales. You know, someone who wants to cheat someone is going to find a way to cheat someone.
Right.
You know, and I think licensing is a good idea, and we're members of the National Association of Ticket Brokers. We have access to excellent legal counsel that does ticket laws all over the country. I'd be happy to get involved with this process if this is a road that the council wants to go down.
All right. Well, thanks for your input, and appreciate the people you brought down here with you today. All right. Do we have a motion and a second to defer this item for 2 weeks?
We have a motion.
Okay.
Before we vote on it, is there any logic in putting together a study team that involves the experts in this thing to come up with a solution? And if there is, can that be done within a 2-week time period?
I don't think we lack information. I mean, we multiple, you know, concepts on what we can do. But, you know, I've been through every side of this. I have bought tickets. I have sold tickets. I have had counterfeit tickets and dealt with the consequences. And I've, you know, bought tickets on websites, and, you know, there's no great easy answer to this solution. And, you know, allowing the free market to just take place is one option to us, and to a certain extent that you could argue that's kind of what takes place anyway. But yeah, what really is fundamentally here a concern to me is that there's a lot of people that just don't know that if they're holding a ticket that sure looks legitimate, it may not be. And so we're trying to come up with some sort of resolution to protect people from some level of ignorance on the way that the internet and ticket buying and ticket scalping works.
Just to further complicate this a little bit, we did a survey of all 30 NBA teams out there as to what their policies are within those cities, and it's all over the place. There's no consistency out there for those 30 NBA teams. And one of the other things we're trying to do is we're trying to understand that the ticket scalping industry and accommodate them. We're trying to accommodate the promoters that have different desires, because if it's something they don't want to do, they may not bring their show to Oklahoma City. If we have a bad ticket scalping policy that's unfavorable to them, and they have a choice of bringing their show here or to Dallas, it may go to Dallas. We're also trying to take and look at our residents, the teams, and the, you know, the Broadway series or whoever, those type of folks that are here and doing it. And then we're also trying to take care of the guy that wants to go out and has that extra ticket, the Pete White scenario on that extra ticket before the game, and try to take care of that. So there's a lot of different stakeholders, if you will, in this process, and there's a lot of different solutions. I think I'm almost hearing that the best solution from what the council would like to see is to just repeal it. But we'll come back and we'll talk to you before the next couple of weeks and see if...
Well, so you're going to put together a group of people
we're going to
talk about this?
We're going to talk to some people in the industry, and we're going to come back and talk to council individually and try to get a consensus of where we're going before the next 2 weeks.
All right.
Well, I do have a concern, though, that this only deals with one facet of our concerns about the ticket business. It doesn't deal with the other facets that have been brought up about the bulk purchase of tickets, that eliminate the public's access to. And I would think that if we're going to do it, I'm kind of leaning toward what I think where Larry was going, is that we're going to do it. We ought to look at a more global solution than just one that deals with the scalping piece of it. Maybe not.
I don't see
Gary DeJardins, what I heard Gary DeJardins say that day is that every time that the industry thinks they've found a way to stop the bulk buying, the people find a way around it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know that there's a way to legislate that locally. And the people that are doing that are not necessarily here locally. You're going to have to go some other state to find them, you know.
Well, if we can come to that conclusion, then I think there's nothing we can do. But maybe that's where we are.
All right. So council has ideas or suggestions, please funnel them through the city manager, and we'll try to come back with something, or a lack of something. But we will at some point disregard the status quo. Okay? And I would say it would be nice if we had a policy in place before the playoffs got here. But
probably good idea.
Not a determining factor, but it'd be nice.
Well, in light of that, if we can't, can we at least, as Councilman Ryan and myself have stated, that a proactive PR program that could be presented to our citizens to give them warning that, you know, it is buyer beware, and, you know, I think that would go a long ways in reference to educating people about it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We need to vote on the deferral. All right. The motion and the second is to defer this item for 2 weeks. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously.
Mayor, we need to go back to 8D and approve the emergency.
Okay. The clerk has brought to my attention on item 8D, which was the fee set for the bike sharing program, that we need to vote on the emergency. I have a motion on the emergency on item 8D. All right, cast your votes. That emergency passed unanimously. I understand that the court reporter is here.
She is. She just needs a second to come in and get set up.
Okay. We'll bring her in. I'm somewhat concerned about the length of time this procedure may take. I'd like to have a discussion right up front about how much time the council is willing to listen to the two sides present their arguments, because this council is not a series of beginners and has been through these types of informational displays before. I am concerned, though, if ultimately this were to go to court, is the concept that I restricted debate a factor that may work against us. Kenny?
Not if you approve it. If you deny it, you're going to have to give the...
That's why I'm asking before we even start.
If council may want to deny it, you're going to have to give AT&T and the protestants all the latitude they want to put on evidence, because this basically is the evidence that will go in a written record to federal court.
And that's all the judges can consider. They can't consider outside evidence.
Well, actually, we saw in a federal case last night that it would actually also be a trial de novo in federal court. However, if your denial is not based on substantial evidence in a written record, then it can be reversed just for that reason, without any additional evidence in court. So essentially, the way federal law is, counsel is set up as a court to try this particular case.
Not knowing how long it's going to take, it would seem to me that we ought to do the rest of the docket then before we hear this. I mean, that we're going to have people, theoretically, people could be waiting 2 or 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And on behalf of AT&T, we are more than willing to place this on the end of the docket to allow you to finish your the business.
Eric?
Protestants concur.
Okay. So the attorneys representing the two presumed sides in this case have said that we can go ahead with the rest of the docket, which I'm sure some people would be thrilled about, and other people that will be delayed even longer. And to warn counsel somewhat, how much time are you thinking you're going to need, Dennis?
I would guess that our side of the case will take a minimum of an hour. We have 4 witnesses, and maximum would probably be 2 hours, but at least an hour.
Okay, Eric?
We'd estimate about an hour and a half, but that doesn't include rebuttal and surrebuttal. After I put on my case, Dennis may want to come back and rebut part of it. If he does that, I might want to surrebut what he puts on. So,
Yeah.
I think I can do mine an hour and a half.
Okay. And Kenny, your advice is that this is taking on some semblance of a court.
Yes.
Because the evidence that's presented may be relevant across the street.
Correct. The federal law provides that if you're going to deny one of these applications, it has to be based on substantial evidence in a written record. So you have to have a complete record that goes over to court.
Okay. So that's where we are. So I suggest that we follow that advice and go to the rest of the docket and then come back to this item. Okay, so is there language I need to use? It's just we're shelving item 8B until we can get through the rest of the docket, and we'll come back to it. Item 8E has been deferred for 2 weeks, and that puts us to item 8F. This is the award of $50 million in bonds. Bids were taken at 9 o'clock this morning, and we are awaiting the results.
We are not ready to go forward with this. It should take 15 minutes, a half hour before we're ready to go on this one.
Okay. So the bids were taken at 9 o'clock. Staff's not quite through going through the bidders. So we'll also come back to item 8F, which includes item 8F1 and 2. So on to item G. This is a public hearing. Second time we've heard council or citizens discuss the new building codes. We had a presentation last week. Has anyone signed up to speak? Council want to consider this again? I know we had a presentation last week. We're not voting on it today. We're just kind of moving it through the process. Is there a motion? All right. Comments or questions on item 8G? All right, cast your votes. The item moves forward. And that was item 8G1. So do we need to vote on item 8, 2, and 3? Looks like we do. Also a public hearing on item 8G2. This is another code that's under consideration by the council. How about a motion there? Cast your votes. It moves forward as well. And same story on item 8G3. Cast your votes. And that item moves forward. All right. That puts us to item 8H.
Mayor,
which is a booting ordinance.
Right. Chief City's here this morning to discuss this with us. We've had some problems in the downtown area with private property owners in parking lots for rent actually booting vehicles down there, and the process is related to thereof. And so Chief City, the Police Department, and the Municipal Council's Office has worked with some groups to try to address this issue. And I think there's a number of people from Bricktown that are here in support of this ordinance. Chief City?
Right. Well, late last year, we had some issues that started arising in the Bricktown area by vehicles in private parking lots being booted, having a metal boot placed on their vehicle and making them immobile. The parking lot owners, operators, managers were hiring people to actually boot the vehicles if they felt those individuals hadn't paid for their parking. Most of these parking lots are not manned, 24/7. You get place the money in the box. It's kind of on the honor system. They felt like you hadn't paid, then they would boot the vehicle, and they were charging anywhere from $100 to $200 for you to for them to take the boot off your vehicle so that you could leave the parking lot. We had a number of calls, number of complaints and problems in Bricktown the police were having to deal with as a result of that. We started looking at ordinances nationwide on what if other people were having the problem. It's kind of an emerging issue and problem that's becoming more prevalent in a lot of entertainment districts and other cities too. So we looked at probably different potential for different types of ordinances that we could use to address this. In talking with the Bricktown Association and other people within that that really had an interest in this, and with the problems that we were having and the complaints that were arising from this from people that were visiting Bricktown, we came up with an ordinance that actually prohibits the booting of, met with legal. Legal said we could prohibit that. Of course, the police department's preference would be to completely prohibit it, because if you don't in any way, we're still going to be dealing with civil issues and complaints and problems between the people that are booting those vehicles and the people who feel like they, in many cases, had already paid. And that's what happened in many cases, is that they already felt like they had paid, yet their car was booted and they had to pay, their car was being held hostage, and they had to pay another $100 or $150 to get their car off the lot. So the ordinance you're seeing today is an actual prohibition by any owner, manager, or operator of a parking lot to put a boot on a vehicle to collect for what they say is non-payment. And that's what you're looking at today.
Okay. We have a couple of people that have signed up to speak. They're in support of the ordinance. Council, have anything to say? Is there anyone here against this ordinance? All right, I'll ask
Question,
the people.
Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we take away the booting option, how would the parking lot owner enforce, or what steps would he take, to ensure that he got paid, or if there was a dispute over the payment?
Well, basically, any payment on private property is going to be a civil matter. We don't even really have jurisdiction in that. The police department doesn't. We're there to keep, people from getting hurt because they're so angry because the boot's on their vehicle, or they feel like they're being charged an exorbitant amount for parking. And which in many cases they said they paid. The option is there now. What they've always had the option of, state law allows somebody that has a vehicle on their property illegally or is derelict for any reason to have it towed. And the owner signs the towing, works it out with the Wrecker Service tows that, and then the individual has to get it out from the Wrecker Service themselves. State law already allows for an owner of any property, parking lot, business to do that now.
So there is a mechanism for enforcement. We're not denying the parking lot owner any options.
Right. They have the option of having the vehicle towed and removed from the lot.
Okay. Two people have signed up to speak. If y'all want to speak anyway, it sounds like you're going to get what you came here hoping to get. It really is up to you. I want to allow you the opportunity to talk, but if you're going to get what you wanted anyway, I'm suggesting that you wouldn't be worth your time or anyone else's. Okay. All right. Sounds good. They're nodding their heads. How about a motion then?
Move it. Second.
Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Thank you all for coming down and supporting the item anyway. Thanks, Chief. We're on to item 8I. This is a public hearing regarding dilapidated structures. Okay. We have one person that has signed up to speak. It's like, Ms. Johnson, are you here? Okay. Would you come forward, please? Good morning. Would you pull the microphone down a little bit, and then we'll need your name and address for the record.
I'm Nyoka Johnson, and I'm located at 2313 Southeast 10th.
All right, and the property you wanted to speak about was 2336 Southeast 10th Street, which is in Ward 7. Skip, you want to address Ms. Johnson?
Yes. We have started making repairs, necessary repairs. We are still working in progress of making all of these repairs, completing, but we need more time.
Great. Let's turn to your councilman and see what he wants to do.
We need more time to complete these. We just got the property, we just purchased the property in August of last year. And then winter, and now we've got materials there, and we have completed a bunch already.
Well, I'm concerned about what did the property look like before you purchased it?
It was in really bad shape.
Right.
Really bad shape.
Which meant that it should have been already on our list prior to the purchase of it.
That's what my question was, is why wasn't it turned in before, well, I already know the answer to that. My ex-husband is the one turned it in.
All right? You've got a good attitude about it anyway. Dawes.
Well, they have started repairs. They've removed the add-on in the back. Unfortunately, they have pulled no permits as remodeling or demolition permits. So they've done all this without a permit or out of not being basically legal. So need to get the proper permits so we can check her, her construction or reconstruction.
And this is going to be for living, or is it just going to be storage?
For living.
For living?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, that is a major concern as it relates to the permit requirements. And if there hasn't been any permits pulled on this property, then you're going to have to stop until you comply with the permit partners with the city. I don't have any problems, allowing this to remain on with the understanding that you work with staff in a very diligent way to be in compliance with what they request and to present some type of plan as you go forward to give a timeline as to when this is going to be completed. As it looks now, I would, without you being here and without expressing what you have tried to do, I would, move that it be considered dilapidated. But, I'm willing to give you the time to work with staff and get with Mr. Locke and his department to work out a plan of a progression on this and to see that it's going to be done, proper with the compliance with all the requirements that they require. Okay?
Mm-hmm. A lot of this stuff isn't even true on here.
Well, I don't know what you have, but I'm just looking at the pictures that all of us are looking at right now, and I'm only, basing it on what I see right now.
Yeah, Ms. Johnson, I would just advise you work with our staff, and as long as you're making some progress and getting the building permits you need, you're not going to have any trouble with us. But you need to stay in touch with Charles.
Okay.
And if you stay in touch with Charles and follow,
And Charles
the guidelines.
is with who?
That's him right there.
Okay.
They'll give you a
who are
business card, and
associated with?
he's with us.
Okay. Oh, okay.
He's with the government and here to help.
So are we done?
So he will kind of give you some guidance on what you need to keep doing so that we don't have to take action and kind of protect the neighborhood.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Thanks for coming down today.
Thanks.
You bet. Anybody else here wishing to speak in this public hearing on dilapidated structures? All right, we're voting on item 8I. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. On item 8J, which is a public hearing regarding unsecured structures. You have a motion and a second. Anyone signed up to speak on any item listed under 8J? All right, cast your votes. Passed unanimously. On item 8K, which is 2 revocable permits. The first is for the Art Council to hold the Festival of the Arts, which will be this year April 24th through April 29th in downtown Oklahoma City. Angela Cosby and Peter DeLisi here. Why don't y'all come forward?
Morning.
Good morning, Peter.
Well, thank you so much for letting us just take a moment to say hello and thank the council and, of course, the city for all the work that they do to help make the festival such a success. This is the 46th annual Festival of the Arts, and we've enjoyed a 46-year relationship with the council and with the city of Oklahoma City. They've been a partner with us on this since the beginning, and we really, really do appreciate that. I'd like to also extend a personal thank you to Councilman Mars, who has been president of our board for the last 3 years, and we have really appreciated his undying support of the Arts Council through that period of time where we had a flood and many other things happened that we really appreciated his guidance. I'd like to introduce you to Angela Cosby, who's the festival director, and she'll tell you a little bit more about the event.
All right, thanks, Peter.
I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your guidance and support. Oklahoma City really is such a wonderful place to live, and I'm very honored to be a part of Festival of the Arts. The 22 Festival is going to highlight nearly 200 artists from across the nation representing 13 mediums. We'll have 29 food vendors serving up your favorite delectable items like strawberries Newports and bodacious burritos. 4 performing arts stages with over 300 local performers donating their time to entertain all the festival goers. So mark your calendars. April 24th is the kickoff with our opening ceremonies. Directly following the opening ceremonies at 11 a.m. is the officials' luncheon, which each and every one of you will receive an invite. You can come and enjoy wonderful festival dishes, and it's going to be a great year for the Arts Festival, so thank you so much.
Thanks for coming down, Angela. And again, the Arts Festival this year, April 24th through the 29th, held in the Myriad Gardens. And Gary, our thanks, too, for your service on the Arts Festival.
Well, you can tell it's springtime in Oklahoma City when the Arts Festival arrives. So, and city staff assures me that Hudson is going to be finished. And I'm going to go on record as saying city staff has assured me that Hudson is going to be finished. But,
Yes, sir.
No, it is a good time. You know, last year we got use of half the park. This year we're in the entire park. It's going to be a great time. As last year, since I signed the request for the permit for this revocable, I think I'll step out when you vote on it.
All right, how about a motion on item 8K1? Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Thank you, too. On item 8K2, which is the Paseo, holding the Paseo Arts Festival, May 26th through May 28th. Does anyone here representing the Paseo come forward? The Paseo Arts District is roughly between Northwest 28th Street and Northwest 30th Street. And we will need your name and address for the record.
My name's Joe Wise, 1301 Timberlake Avenue, Edmond, Oklahoma.
Okay.
And I'm the executive director of the Paseo Arts Association. And on Memorial Day weekend, we will celebrate our 36th anniversary for the Paseo Arts Festival. And we have 80 artists currently that are enrolled. It is a juried art show. So people in our show, they do have to apply. It does go before a jury, and they are selected based on the quality of the art that they present to us. We have 2 children's areas, and we have a green area. We are trying to become a certified green event, so we're working very hard on doing some things this year with children and the people who come to make the event green for everybody. So I would like to thank the council for your patience with us in the past, and I would also like to thank Stuart Chai of the Traffic Management Department and his staff, because he's worked very hard with us to make certain that all of our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed with the revocable permit that we are presenting to you today.
All right. Thanks very much. Do we have a motion?
Well, I'll move the item, but I got a question. I think we all received communication from one of the property owners in the area concerning access to their tenants. Has that been taken care of in this revocable?
I don't believe that was with our revocable. I don't believe that was with our revocable. I believe that's with another revocable that's connected to us.
All right. Ready to vote? All right, cast your votes. Good luck. Thank you for all the work you do. On to item 8L, this is a resolution that would pledge the city of Oklahoma City to be part of non-state funding for the American Indian Cultural Center. I think the council's been well briefed about it. Lee Allen and Blake are both here. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Blake, you want to give us your best shot?
I'd love to. I'm honored to be here in front of you all on this beautiful Oklahoma day. My name is Blake Wade, and it is my honor to serve as the Executive Director of the Native American Indian Cultural Center and Educational Authority, which is a state agency of Oklahoma. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today about the completion of the American Indian Cultural Center and Museum, and I'd like to begin with a 90-second video.
This is Oklahoma's own Native American Cultural Center and Museum. It's 50% completed. It is a special venue to celebrate our Native American heritage and culture.
You have the renaissance of downtown Oklahoma City, the MAPS program.
And the Oklahoma River has been transformed into one of the premier rowing and sporting venues.
Hotels, the convention centers, the Oklahoma City Thunder, our NBA basketball franchise. To cement all that together with a celebration of Native American culture, there is not going to be a more interesting and exciting city in America.
The economic impact of having an American Indian Cultural Center and Museum right here at the crossroads of America is incredible. This will ensure that the momentum here in Oklahoma City and in Oklahoma will continue.
This, in my judgment, is an essential because it celebrates the reason Oklahoma exists.
Tourists from all over the world will converge right here in Oklahoma City. Oklahoma has incredible momentum. We cannot allow that to stop. We must finish this facility now.
Oklahoma's own American Indian Cultural Center and Museum. Let's finish it.
At this time, I'd like to introduce Lee Allen Smith, as you all know, who has been with Clay Bennett and Barry Switzer to assist on raising these private funds. Lee Allen is here today, so I'm glad to introduce him. I'd also like to applaud you all and the vision and accomplishments of Oklahoma City and its citizens, and believe the completion of the American Indian Cultural Center will be Oklahoma City's next big thing. But first, I'd like to talk about how did we get here. In 1996, Oklahoma City responded to an RFP and proposed this site as a location of the American Indian Cultural Center and Museum. Before anything can ever get going, you have to do a master plan, and this project did have a master plan developed at this time. I love this shot because this is really truly the environmental and floodplain remediation began on this particular property, and that took quite a long time. In 2008, the mound dedication, the construction of the galleries is in the background. 30 of the 39 tribes in Oklahoma are descendants of mound builders, and the sun shines exactly through the concrete opening at the lower right of the mound to mark the winter solstice. In 2008 also, we dedicated the dedication of the visitor center. And in 2008, construction was underway on key project elements. Already constructed beneath the floors of the north and south galleries is the basement for artifact storage. And also you can see out in the far distance is a completed power plant that is in the background. Now we got a shot of the Hall of the People. Its construction is underway. And then the interior shot, which will be all in glass, of the Hall of the People. 2010, we dedicated the East Gallery entry, and of course that's all Oklahoma rock. And I love this shot more than anything because this site will be, in my opinion, an international tourist destination, and we will all be so proud. Now we're ready to begin with the design of the educational and historical and cultural exhibits that are now underway. And these follow slides are interior designs prepared by Ralph Applebaum and Associates. I'd like to point out that Ralph Applebaum is the exhibit designer, but has also done the following: the U.S. Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C., the Royal Museum in Scotland, the Newseum in Washington, D.C., over to Little Rock, Arkansas, the Clinton Presidential Library, and for us Vietnam veterans, Memorial and Museum Traveling Exhibit, the Hans Christian Andersen Museum in Denmark, the Dead Sea Scrolls and Traveling Exhibit, may I say many, many more. I'm particularly excited that Ralph has taken on this duty. The American Indian Cultural Center Museum has the opportunity to display Native American artifacts now held in the Smithsonian. And this is a rendering of the Forum Theater, of the proposed Forum Theater that will be at our site, and our educational programming for everyone, and our children. The American Indian Cultural Center and Museum will become the eastern bookend for development of the Oklahoma River. It will be a stimulus for infill development along both sides of the river. And finally, it will be an opportunity for water linkage with the Boathouse District and other points along the river. Ladies and gentlemen, we respectfully request your support of the resolution before you today, which will provide $9 million to the state of Oklahoma to complete the American Indian Cultural Center and Museum. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you, Blake. Comments or
Question?
questions? Yeah, Ed.
I'm in support of this. Unlike some of the GOLT bond economic development expenditures, I think that this satisfies the requirement that this wouldn't happen but for the incentive. But I'm concerned about the way that we're going about it without identifying where the money's coming from. I learned about this 10 days ago from Debbie Martin. I was already out of town. We've talked about the concept, but the idea that we would supply $9 million, I just learned about very recently. People have brought up the police headquarters as an example. This would be unprecedented. I mean, it's a change in policy. Police headquarters, the voters voted to proceed with, and then it was clear we were going to be short on funds. We had a couple of meetings for each with the city manager, and in a week we came up with a consensus about where the funds were going to come from. I would add, but is it 1 week? Is that going to make a difference, a week or two, to identify where the money's going to come from? Is there, it needs to be done today?
Sir, let me give you the timeline that we have. We are working with Bank First to put all of our pledges, commitments into a package that Bank First will then present to the governor, the Senate Pro Tem, and the Speaker of the House to begin the matching of the $40 million. This we need to have out there in the first week of April because of the following. One is we cannot wait till the very end to do this so critical decision. They have things like, as you well know, they might be leaving early because of elections. Two, they've got tremendous responsibilities on DHS that are going to need to be discussed. So it is our intent that we get this going with a successful $40 million from the private entity to the state of Oklahoma between the first week of April and get it to a vote of the House and Senate during the first 2 weeks of April to get out of the way. So that's really what I desire.
So would 1 week?
It will hold us back from what I just said, that we need to get this thing out to the state 1st of April.
I think that we really don't know how much we're going to spend. If it's $9 million from the fund balance, that's one thing. If we're borrowing it, like we did with the Devon at 5.5% interest, you're talking about another $500,000 a year in interest. By the time this thing is built, you've got 7 figures of interest you're adding on top of it.
I think that the councilman brings up a great point. The funding should be in place. However, while he was gone, the city managers had, I think, an opportunity to discuss this issue with several members of the council, and there were multiple sources of funding identified as potential sources to support this pledge to the Indian Center. And I think if we had no options, then that would be another issue. But we have identified several options that are all different in their concept and how they might be structured. But there are sources available to fund this contribution. And by doing this in a timely fashion and getting the state involved, we can essentially double the value of our support. Because this will be a match by the state, the $40 million that is being raised from the private sector. So I think, although the councilman's concerns are very valid, I think in this particular instance we have identified a number of sources whereby this thing could be funded officially. And I think the concept of interest has come up during the discussions, but there have been sources identified where interest would not be an issue as far as funding is concerned. So I think the points are valid, are good points, but I think in this particular instance the desire for perfection is an obstacle to achievement. We can go forward with this thing and get it done.
Sometimes it's disingenuous to say we should run this like a business because you really can't, but we don't have to be completely antithetical to business practice. I mean, this is a new policy to say we're going to do something and we'll figure out how to pay for it later. I'm not going to propose an amendment because the votes aren't there. It's clear we're going to go forward, but I would just ask city manager if we can just keep the momentum going and identify very, very quickly how, because it sounds like we may have a consensus already, where the funds are going to come from. And get that agreed upon as fast as possible.
I'd be pleased to do that in a very, as quickly as we can, within the next couple of weeks.
All right?
Your Honor, there was one thing that you didn't mention. The state is looking at a $40 million bond package for this. We're talking about $9 million. That's $31 million. You didn't really make it clear where that money, where you had the pledges coming from for that. Would you please just, for our viewers?
I'm glad you asked that, sir. Thanks to Lee Allen Smith and our staff, what we've done is the tribes have provided $15 million of the $40 million. The city of Oklahoma City, $12 million. You've already has $3 million in the coffer. Then the rest had been raised by the leaders of our city, and we're so delighted that everyone has really understood that if we don't do this now, it's never going to get done.
I just wanted to make a comment for the viewing public out there that this pledge, as well as I believe a number of your other pledges, are only contingent on the state approving their monies. If the state decides not to do anything out there, then this becomes null and void.
That is correct.
I think there's one point that needs to be clarified, and for the viewing public, if nobody else, because I think council understands this, but this is a state agency. This isn't a tribal affairs we're going forward. It's here to represent the tribes and to celebrate the tribes and Oklahoma's heritage. But this is a state agency. The money will be going to the state and be matched with monies from the state to complete the operation, to complete the construction. And the operation of this will be funded by the state and by revenues generated off of the facility.
Okay. Meg?
I just would like to speak as well in support of the project. I think it's been a gigantic effort on behalf of the team here to be able to raise $31 million in private funds. That's always been an issue. And Lee Allen, I'd like to thank you for taking the lead on this and making it happen. I do think it's critically important to say that this is a partnership with the state and that our issue here is a commitment to work with them as a partner and does not go forward if the state is unwilling to fulfill its share of the match. But I think this is an incredibly unique opportunity to create what we saw on the slides as a bookend, beautiful bookend to the progress that's happened on our river. I think the river's probably been the most surprising of all of our original MAPS projects, and to be able to create an international tourist destination of this high caliber. We have set the bar very high, and this facility will continue to set the bar at an extremely high level, and I think will become a worldwide, world-class facility. And so I'm very excited to lend my support.
Thank you.
All right, David?
Your Honor, one, just from the preliminary numbers I've seen from an investment perspective, I think the city will certainly recover its investment in a fairly quick manner from an investment of this size, so I feel very comfortable about that. The second point I'd like to make is that I do think this could serve as the east bookend of the river development, but just as importantly, if not more so from my perspective, is that it is one of the few items on the south side of the river. Most of the focus with MAPS and the development that's occurred all are on the north side of the river, and I'm not trying to make that big of a deal, but I'm just saying it's important that we look at both sides of the river. This is going to continue the development of the river in general, and I'd like to see, for example, the city look at other opportunities such as focusing on the stockyards area at some point, moving that area developed closer to the river, and perhaps even have like horse trails between stockyards and this Native American Center that would run along the south side of the river and continue the emphasis to develop the south side of the river. I just think there's a lot of potential there, and I'd like to see us go forward with it, along with all the other whitewater activities that are online from MAPS 3. So
There
thank
actually
you.
is a group working on getting some equestrian activities around the stockyards and developing that, working with the Chamber and CVB and the Stockyard Association.
Okay. Skip, did you want to say something?
I was just saying that I support the project, and I've had an opportunity early on to take a tour, as many of us did, and, it is, a sad state that it sits where it is now, and we're having to do what we have to do in order to get to completion, but thank God for the two individuals who stepped up to the plate and took the leadership to manage this project, to see that it is completed to its finality. And one of the great things I like about the pledge, it is a pledge, and if the state does not and the other pledges do not satisfy their commitment, then we don't have to look for any funding sources. In other words, we won't be paying out anything, but I hope that's not the case, and I just think that it's great that the city of Oklahoma City made the initial commitment towards such a great cultural project and a recognition of people all over the United States that have contributed so much to America. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Anybody else? Go ahead, Pete, then Ed. Okay.
Well, could you address just cost overruns? And I think there's question about audits. As a state agency, this would be subject to annual audits.
Absolutely, and has been every year since the inception. That people don't understand that. All state agencies every year receive audits, and in this case, they have received audits also. And I'd be glad to handle anything, any question you may have. I personally have only been on, I think, with Lee Allen since November the 17th, so this has been a real quick deal, but for sure, we looked into every bit of accountability on the past in order to get ready for this, for the future. And so we feel very, very good that we're in a position to finish and complete this project by December 2014. And so it's a very aggressive, but we have Flintco and Manhattan, two Oklahoma companies that have joined together to do this worthwhile project, and I'm delighted that they joined together. Thank you.
Pete?
I just want to comment that I think this project probably goes...
I don't think your mic's applied.
Well, I just had one. I had previously decided I was going to quit talking, but I took my mic off. But you know how that goes. I think this project probably illustrates as well as any project I can think of in recent times the difference between the way Oklahoma City operates and other municipalities and other entities around the state operate. Oklahoma City has always been willing, especially over the last 30 years, to step up and do the right thing financially, do the right thing, because we've been willing to put our money, and not just not lip service, but we've been willing to put our money behind these kinds of projects. And there are those that would denigrate what's happened in Oklahoma City over the last several years. But I think all you have to do is look around and see the success we've had because we were willing to step up, put tax dollars into programs like this. And I think that's why we stand head and shoulders above most cities in the whole country, not just in Oklahoma, but most cities in the whole country. We're not there with the handshake that is really is a upturned palm. We're not there asking. We're there digging in our own pocket, doing what needs to be done to make it happen. And I think this is as good an example as I can think of. I think the idea that our previous contribution is really only worth $3 million is really a gross understatement of what our contribution was. That land, in my view, was grossly undervalued when we contributed, and it is, if we had it back, I will tell you, $3 million wouldn't buy the driveway because it's going to be where it's located, given everything that's occurred based on the contribution of city and to some extent private dollars, make that land worth closer to 30 than it is 3 probably. So I just think this is another example where we keep plowing new ground with regard to what it takes to move a city forward. And hopefully we will do this without much debt. I think I see the state's going to go in debt $40 million, and I hope I want them to do that because I want to finish the project. But I'm hopeful that we'll select a method of financing it which is not as debt-ridden as financing the whole $9 million. But I'm very much in favor of it.
Ready to vote? All right, we're voting on item 8L. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously.
I do humbly want to thank each and every one of you all. Thank you.
Thanks for your work. I understand the bids have now been assessed by our financial staff, so we're going to go back to item 8F. This is $50 million of general obligation bonds that were offered today. Yes, Craig?
Good morning. We would like to recommend the award of the purchase of $50 million in general obligation bonds to Citigroup Global Markets Incorporated for a true interest cost of 3.005274. Kenny's going to be handing out the items so that you'll have the detail on that. A very good bid for us. This is the lowest bid that we've had at least in the last 16 years. I'm confident beyond that as well, so it's a very good time to be in the market and be selling bonds, and so this is a very good deal for the city.
Okay. Craig, give us a moment to kind of look through it.
As you're going through it, I do want to remind that we did have the rating agencies that came in and rated this issue within the last few weeks, and both Moody's and S&P rated this as a AAA rated issue. Craig, I don't ever remember being this low before.
No. That's, like I said, we had history that we had pulled over the last 16 years, and we're confident that many years beyond that, this is the
and this is competitively bid, and you had 6 bidders.
That's correct.
It's always my favorite thing when it comes hot off the press to us, literally warm.
Well, and yes. And you can notice, too, in the second bidder, the cover bidder, that how close that is in a bid, which is another good reflection that it's a really competitive bid. And it was
2/1000th of a percentage.
That's correct.
May I
Yes,
ask
sir.
a question? This money will not, these bonds will not be sold immediately. Is that true? I mean, it'll take some years to...
Well, these bonds are being sold right now. The full amount of these bonds, the closing won't occur for a few weeks because of process that we have to go through with state law. So the closing will be about the middle of May. But these are being sold right now in order to be able to initiate projects.
So this is a 50-year sale off the $700 and some million authorization that we did in 07.
$50 million sale.
$50 million sale of that authorization, of one of the sales we'll be doing over this 10-year period.
And just to put that in context, last year's sale was significantly lower than this.
Dollar amounts was because we focus on keeping our mill levy at 16 mills, and because of the less than anticipated growth in property values, we're not able to sell quite as much as we thought we were because we were pledging to keep our mill levy at 16 mills.
Thank you.
Jim, along that line, we had hoped when this bond program was passed back in 2007 that the dollar value for the bond sales each year would have been significantly higher than the $50 million. Is that not right, Craig?
The expectation was that we'd be higher, but we know with changes with property valuations, that it'll fluctuate. And we're expecting a larger sale next year if things continue as we're expecting.
Which means that the projects that the voters approved back in 2007, unfortunately, get stretched out further until we have the money to sell them. Until we get able to sell the bonds, we're not able to complete those projects that were listed and approved by the voters.
Like Jim was saying, in order to keep with that 16 mills, it'll stretch the sale out, the full authorization out probably a year or two from what was originally expected.
Okay, ready to vote?
Let me ask you a question. This raises a question in my mind. With these interest rates this low, is there any possibility of investigating refunding some of our older issues at these low levels?
We just did a refunding back at the very end of the fall, and it's something they're constantly evaluating.
Okay.
We just did one, we've done several recently.
Right.
It would seem to me with these kind of rates, that makes some sense to keep doing that.
All right, how about a motion then on item 8F? All right, good point. Item 8F1 is what we're voting on. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. How about a motion on item 8F2? This is the emergency.
We will need the emergency. This is on the ordinance.
Okay, the emergency on the ordinance. Cast your vote. Passed unanimously.
And if I could, real quickly, I'd like to recognize our bond team that works really hard with us in...
Let's get this.
I'm sorry.
Francis.
The motion on the emergency now.
Okay. And the emergency passes.
Our bond team, Kenton Soodle, is our assistant finance director and debt manager. Public financial management, represented by Dennis Whaley and Colby Eccles. They're our financial advisor. And then Gary Bush and John Williams represent us as bond counsel. And so they're a big part of the success of what we've had with our AAA rating, with the program. And the management of the council, the leadership of the council and conservative management is what consistently is recognized by the bond rating agencies as putting us at AAA. And so it's a reflection on the leadership of the council as well. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, our congratulations, too. This is great news. Thank you. And I know our voters will really appreciate the infrastructure that will be constructed on behalf of them. Thanks, Greg. All right, now we're on to item 8M, and I understand we do not need executive session on this item?
That's correct.
How about a motion? Cast your votes. That item moves forward. Item 8N, I understand we do need executive session?
Yes, we need a short one for that.
But we could do that after the hearing.
We will do that after the hearing.
Okay.
How about a motion then? Cast your votes. That item moves to executive session. Item 8O, I understand we do not need executive session?
That's correct.
Cast your votes on item 8O. Item 8O is stricken. That's what you're saying? If we don't need executive session, we need to strike it? All right. And item 8P is claims recommended for denial. Has anyone signed up to speak? All right. Anyone here wishing to speak under any item listed under 8P? All right. I heard a motion from Meg. How about a second? Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 9 is claims recommended for approval. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on any item listed under item 9? All right. How about a second? Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. I think at this point is probably when we ought to go back and hear item 8B. I see. Okay. Sorry. Item 8B is a request to construct a cell phone tower, and Dennis Box is here representing the applicant. Dennis?
Mayor, members of the council, Dennis Box, 522 Colcord Drive. I'm here on behalf of AT&T. And Mayor, as you've indicated, I'm here on behalf of SPUD 626, which is a SPUD that, as you see on the map, is in a very defined area. And this area, the address is 3212 Northwest 48th Street. I think it's important for this council to understand the history, not only in regard to this case, but also the history in regard to your ordinances and how they compare to the federal act. With regard to the history of this case on September 8th, along with 3 others, was denied by the Planning Commission, and I submit to you, not inappropriately, because the evidence that we're going to present today was not presented to the Planning Commission. But the staff, then and now, has a recommendation for approval, and I think that recommendation for approval is twofold. Number one, we meet all the conditions of your tower ordinance. Number two, we believe that we're in conformance with your plan, and we're going to show that in several ways. Number one, under the Federal Act, we will be required to show that there is a service gap, and Kelly Killian, an RF engineer with AT&T, and you have the resume in front of you, will be presenting that evidence for you. Under federal law, once that evidence is provided, then we have an obligation to show you all that this site is the appropriate site, and that we have done what's called an alternative site analysis, and we've looked at a number of other sites which either wouldn't work from a technology standpoint or wouldn't work because individuals that were owners of those sites would not lease to us. That being the case, if we meet that two-pronged test, then the burden shifts to the city, and at that point, I think Mr. Groves will stand up and we'll see what evidence he has to present, and we'll go from there. The evidence that he's presenting today, I was given this morning, so I've had a limited time to review it, but we'll respond to it and proceed. We appreciate the fact that you're hearing this case. I apologize in advance for the fact that it might be lengthy, unlike most zoning cases you deal with, but this case is governed by federal statutes, and there are certain rules of evidence that, as Mr. Jordan has told you, prevail in regard to what we're, one, required to present, and two, what you all are required to hear. It's important for you all to understand historically how we got to this point. In the early 80s, in fact in 1983, I was approached by a gentleman by the name of Garland Ziegenhorn, who represented Southwestern Bell Mobile Systems, and he talked to me about a technology that had been developed in 1947 and wanted to implement it in Oklahoma City. Had not been done here before. Took me to Dallas, showed me a monopole, had a briefcase, opened the briefcase, had a phone in the briefcase, and indicated that the cost for that phone would be about $2,500, and you'd also have to pay by the minute. My initial reaction was, this is never going to work, and I would be shocked if people were willing to pay that much money up front and pay for every minute they were on the phone. The second thing he told me, which has absolutely come true, was there'll be a day and time when they give away these phones or they sell them at a very inexpensive price, and most people will use them. Landlines will not be the major force on telephone communication. Well, everything Garland Ziegenhorn told me back in 1983 has come to fruition. And one of the things that the Telecommunication Act and one of the things your ordinance provides for is that technology is always changing. And what we have to do is make sure that we are able to provide coverage that is required under the Act and required under our internal mandates to make sure that we don't have dropped calls, we don't have problems with telephone coverage, and that's why we're here today. we are going to put on, and for the record, we have already presented, and I think you all had as part of your packet our supplemental record, which was filed last week, and you all have that information in front of you. Today we're going to put on evidence from Kelly Killian, and he is the RF engineer, and he will show that there is a severe coverage gap in this area. He's also going to explain to you what technology is and why, unlike some of the news reports that we've heard about maybe we could go in some industrial area, we have to be within what Kelly will describe as a search ring. So we are limited in regard to where we can put this monopole. Now, our firm was not involved with the Planning Commission, but after the Planning Commission, AT&T retained us. And the first thing I said was, we need to go meet with the neighborhood group. We met with the neighborhood group. Keep in mind, this spud has a limit of 80 feet on the monopole. And we advised the neighbors that we would be agreeable to limit the height of this monopole to 75 feet, and we would be agreeable to a stealth technology, which you have a copy of. In the record, it shows a very stealth tower that's very small in nature. Also, one of the exhibits that David Vox handed out is an example of a flagpole. Now, why is that important? Twofold. Number one, that's an actual example that you all can see. This is one of the other cases that was denied on September 8th by the Planning Commission, and this was subsequently approved by this City Council. That is a flagpole that's very similar in height. It is a flagpole that is in close proximity to houses, and we think would be appropriate at this location. The application in front of you is for a standard monopole, but if this council is so inclined, even though the neighbors did not accept our offer, we are still willing to take our height to 75 feet and make it stealth technology, whether it's a flagpole or the other pole that you see in the record. So, subsequent to that date, I was not involved in the filing of the original SPUD, but looked at it, and the SPUD had the actual lease area as the area that would be defined as the area that this monopole could go in. There was no reason that this zoning case should have been 4.1 acres, knowing that the whole reason for the amendment to the zoning case was to put a monopole, take care of telecommunications. So I amended the application. The application that you have in front of you is for the size that you see shown as subject site. And if you'll note, for those of you all that have had the opportunity to go by and look at this site, this is the old Mayfair Grade School, and the location is sandwiched. It's a courtyard that's sandwiched between a two-story building on the south and a one-story building on the north. And David Vox, when he presents other similar monopoles that are located throughout each ward in Oklahoma City, will also show you specific pictures of this site. But we think it's appropriate. We understand the perceived concern that the neighbors have. I will tell you that when the ordinance was changed in 1997 in Oklahoma City, it was changed for several reasons. And Mr. Jordan was involved, represented the Board of Adjustment. Mr. Brummett was involved, in fact, actually signed it as to legality and form. But as you read the memorandum that went to the council in 1997, the thing that you'll find that is interesting is when we were looking at this, and I represented several of the providers at that time, city was well represented, and there was at least a year and a half of different discussions with all different parties around the city. One of the things that this ordinance provided, and the city manager at the time was Don Bound, and Mr. Bound kind of laid out what the goals and objectives of this ordinance were going to be. Well, those goals and objectives were to, one, provide for an opportunity to have a different forum to hear these cases, and that took it away from the Board of Adjustment and put it to the City Council. More importantly, the ordinance was structured in such a way that if you were able to comply with a certain set of regulations, then you, by right, could put a tower up. If you did not comply with those regulations, then you always had the option of going to the Planning Commission and the City Council. Now, if we think back over the last couple of years, I think we would all be hard-pressed to have a thought about a case like this one where you all have had to sit and listen to several hours of testimony, which is a credit to this ordinance, which was put into place to have flexibility and allow the providers to provide the service that they have to. Just as important, this ordinance provided a set of parameters. First parameter, when the hearings came before the Board of Adjustment, there were all kinds of questions about whether the tower would fall or stay up. Truth of the matter is, the ordinance that was in place back in the late 80s had nothing to do with what we were seeing being developed all around the city, which was monopoles. So they came up with a standard by which the monopoles and towers had to comply with. They also came up with setbacks to make sure that the monopoles or towers that were put up would be in harmony with surrounding uses. And we're going to show you 15 examples in covering each ward where you're going to find monopoles of a similar height that are placed in close proximity to residential houses. And so, first thing to note is we meet your setback regulations in this case. In fact, we meet every regulation under your telecommunications ordinance. The reason we're here, in 1987, an individual purchased the former Mayfair Grade School and came before the Oklahoma City Council and asked that the property be rezoned so that 4 acres, which you see is the large master area that surrounds our SPUD, and it's referred to as PUD 307, that area was zoned for office, restricted to nonprofit, plus it allowed for adult daycare up to 75 individuals. So that has been in place since 1987. So bring it up to today, and we have a federal act now in place. I submit to you that the local ordinance has the same goals and objectives that the federal act has, and that is to allow the providers to provide the kind of coverage that is needed, but also to provide protection for neighborhoods and homeowners, which in this case we believe we comply with. So we're going to put on first Mr. Kelly Killian, and if I could, Kelly has a number of exhibits that we need to show, but I would like for him to be able to use the microphone, Mayor, if that's acceptable.
Hello, my name is Kelly Killian. I am the Senior RF Design Engineer for AT&T for the Arkansas and Oklahoma market. My work address is 14201 Wireless Way here in Oklahoma City, 73134. A little brief background of myself. I know you guys have my resume in front of you. I just kind of want to highlight a couple things in there. I graduated from Oklahoma Christian University in Edmond, Oklahoma with my bachelor's of electrical engineering, and I'm currently pursuing my Master's of Engineering and Technology at the Oklahoma State University. I bring this up, and there's a bunch of things that I've oversaw as my time as an engineer at AT&T. As I stated, I am the Senior Design Engineer. I oversee 7 engineers across the Oklahoma and Arkansas market and review all of the work that they submit that we do. I bring this up because it's a running joke in my office. Whenever we go somewhere, someone always asks, whose kid is it? Is it bring your kid to work today? And I didn't want my boyish charm and looks to diminish my expertise in this field. With that being said, a little brief history on cellular. It's an industry that's been around for a very, very long time. It was first concepts were initially started in the late 40s, early 50s. But it wasn't really implemented until the 80s. And in the early 80s, the thought process behind design was to build very large cell towers, 250 feet to 400-foot cell towers with what's called omnidirectional antennas. And omnidirectional antennas where you have a single antenna and it broadcasts signal in a 360-degree pattern. And the reason why this was done is because there was very, very few users in the 80s, and the idea was to get as much signal out there and have very few sites and cover a large area with that single site to maximize our investment dollars for that site. Fast forward to the mid to late 90s, cellular had become a lot more popular. Not quite as popular as what it is today. You walk into a classroom back in the late 90s, you'd have a high school classroom, you'd have a hard time finding a student with a cell phone. You walk into this room, you'd probably have a hard time finding a person with a cell phone. The concept of design changed from omnidirectional antennas, tall booming sites, to shorter sites with directional antennas broadcasting in a certain pattern, and we wanted to control that because we had so many more users. Fast forward to today, where you walk into a classroom now, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a student without a cell phone. You walk into this room, and you're not going to find anybody who doesn't have one. And technology has advanced where we need to even control our patterns even more because of the significant usage we have. That being said, we have a very significant problem, a service coverage gap in the area near Northwest Expressway, heading south down Lake Hefner Parkway to I-44, across I-44 heading east to Penn Avenue and back up to Northwest Expressway. And I have it right here to just show you what we have in this area. AT&T has a number of sites covering this area. It's not just one site that's being impacted. Our first site is up near 59th and Expressway, and each site has 3 sectors. You'll notice that they're color-coded, if you can see it from there. There's green, yellow, and red. And green signifies that the sector is fine. There's no problems with the sector. It's carrying the traffic the way that it should be. Yellow signifies that, okay, this sector is having capacity problems. Adjustments need to be made in the system in order to handle the traffic that's being requested at the site. Red means we're far exceeding our capacity limits. Something drastic needs to happen in order to provide the service that we want to provide. As you can see, every sector that points into this area is either yellow or red. So we have a significant coverage area where we're having issues with capacity. What that means is when we see this, we'll go in with the yellow sectors, we'll go in and we'll adjust parameters, settings at our cell site in order to optimize the network that we have existing to make sure that we're utilizing our resources to their maximum efficiency. We spend a tremendous amount of money for a cell site. We want to make sure that cell sites are operating at their maximum output. Here's a slide showing a week of the call attempts that we're seeing in this area. This is a particular sector. Here, let me move this over here. This is voice calls attempts per hour. And as you can see, it starts at midnight, runs all the way in increments of an hour increments, and you can see the levels of traffic at each hour where you're hitting peak traffic levels. As you hit 8 a.m., our traffic starts to increase significantly between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. This is a weekend day. These larger peaks, these 5 days, are during the weekday. So you can see that this site is carrying a number of calls on a daily basis. And between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., we see even greater peaks of people trying to access that site. Accessibility means when I dial a phone number and I hit send on my cell phone, that's an access attempt to the site. So each one of these lines represents the number of times customers in that area have hit the send button on their cell phones. So we are seeing extreme amounts of call attempts in this area. What happens when you have a cell site that has a large amount of calls, it starts to undergo what's called a phenomenon, cell breathing. Hang with me here. Cell breathing is, imagine yourself in this room. A cell site is going to cover this entire room. That's the intended coverage area of a cell site. Me being the cell site, I'm going to start conversations with people in each corner of the room. As the room is very empty, I have no problem carrying a conversation with the people in the back corners of the room. As the room fills up with people, there's more and more conversations that I'm trying to keep track of, and I start having problems hearing the person in the back room. So I either tell the person in the back room, hey, speak up so I can hear you, or I say, I need to cut our communication because you're interfering with these people right here in front of me, and I need to provide them service. Call me back when the site's not quite as congested. So in essence, I'm taking my footprint that used to cover this entire room and I'm shrinking it down in order to provide service for those around me. And as I shed traffic and I'm able to hear other conversations, I'll start putting my footprint back to where my intended coverage area. This is very important because as the site gets loaded down, I start saying, okay, you can't access my site. I don't have room for you. You're going to cause interference issues on my site. I'm sorry, you can't place the call. AT&T has a standard of 98% accessibility rate. Market standard is 98% accessibility rate as well. Our goal is to hit 99%. We want to be able to serve 99% of the calls that are attempted on our cell site. They'll get through and reach their intended destination. The cell sites in this area, during our peak times of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., are falling well below that 98% point and actually are hitting 80% accessibility rates. During the increased peak times between 10 and 4 p.m., accessibility rates fall to 75%. That means 1 in every 4 calls that's attempted in this area does not go through. There's 12 of you up on this in front of me. That means if all 12 of you were in this area and tried to place a call, 3 of your calls would not go through. that's a very significant problem. And the reason why it's even a larger problem is my cell site doesn't determine the importance of a call. So if the mayor is trying to place a call to 911, and then one of his calls is one of the three that doesn't go through, he doesn't get his call to 911. It's a security risk. It's something that really needs to be addressed immediately in order to provide the coverage and the security that cell phones do. As Mr. Box identified, a lot of people have moved towards cell phones. They've eliminated the home phone, and they rely on the cell phone as their primary source of communication. This is leading to hundreds of failed calls every hour, thousands of failed calls on a daily basis. And as I said, 75% accessibility rate, which is a major issue for AT&T, and something that we really desperately need to address. In order to address that, a problem that's on a site that's achieving accessibility problems, and like I said, any sector that you see that's yellow or red, which are all the 3 sites that serve this primary area, are all having that issue. It's not just one sector. To address concerns, it's very site-specific on how you deal with the issue. It's very critical that you have expertise of the area. You understand the network design behind it in order to address the concerns. And like I said, I've been with AT&T for 7 years. I helped design the initial UMTS rollout and the subsequent carriers that we've done, and I have a pretty intimate knowledge of how our system works. The council has hired their own expert, Mr. Coopert. He suggested that AT&T has not sought every avenue to address these concerns, these capacity concerns, and suggested that there's other avenues that can take place before a cell site is put up. And I agree completely with Mr. Cooper's analysis on that. Like I said, we address parameters very often at our cell site. We can control exactly how far our cell site is going to broadcast its signal, and we've optimized this area as best as we possibly can to make sure that we're maximizing what we currently have in place. We've upgraded. Mr. Cooper also brought in the fact that there's other devices besides a cell tower. There's backhaul is what it's called, the stuff that the cell tower communicates to in order to distribute the calls. There's that end of it that can cause bottlenecks as well. AT&T has upgraded their RNC, which is a remote radio network controller, and we've doubled the number of radio network controllers we have serving the metro area in the last 2 years. So we've spent a significant amount of money addressing the backhaul. We've also taken fiber to every cell site of ours in the Oklahoma City metro area to ensure that we have the proper T1 capacity going to those sites. We recently launched LTE, which is the next phase, long-term evolution, a 4G wireless service here in the Oklahoma City metro area. We launched that in October of last year. And that extends all the way down to Norman, up to Stillwater, and east to El Reno, west to El Reno, and east to Shawnee. So we are taking the steps that Mr. Cooper suggested that we had not taken in his letter, and we've already tried those, and we are still having these accessibility problems, this capacity issue. And this is not related to data only. This is voice problems. Mr. Cooper kind of suggests...
Could you go ahead and explain, though, how the technology works as far as the honeycomb system?
Yeah, I'll touch on that here in a minute. This is a voice problem. We can set our system up, like I said, to parameters where we prefer our voice customers. And we've done that in this area where we are going to put our emphasis on our voice customers because that's who feels it the most first. If I have an interruption on my voice connection, I drop the call. So customers see that impact right away. On a data session, if I put that low on the totem pole and I interrupt that service constantly, the user just sees a slower throughput rate. So when I hit send to load a web page, instead of loading up in 10 seconds, it's going to take me 20 seconds. So we just decrease that throughput. So this is solely a voice problem. Mr. Cooper recommended that we deploy Wi-Fi hotspots. AT&T is the largest Wi-Fi hotspot deployer in the nation. Unfortunately, this area is primarily made up of residential area, and as I said, Wi-Fi only addresses the data side. This is not a data issue, this is a voice issue. So a Wi-Fi hotspot's not going to address that problem. We have to have something else to address that problem. So in order to close this gap, we addressed the parameters, we changed everything that we can to optimize the existing network, which is the first thing we want to do to make sure, like I said, to best utilize our resources that we have. The next option is to do what's called a sector split. And a sector split is where I'm taking a single, this site is supposed to cover this area, there's one sector serving this area right here. I'm going to take that service area that's covered by that one sector and cut it in two and serve it by two new sectors. Basically, improving my capacity by 1.5 times. The reason why it's not doubling your capacity is because you have some overlap between the two new sectors. We've already done that at this site right here. This is our primary site that's having the problem in this area. We've already done that sector split. What that entails is we replaced the antennas at that site. We had to upgrade the equipment in the cell site. We had to upgrade the backhaul to that site as well. Lots of things that take place. It's a very, very expensive solution. And unfortunately, it did not address the concerns in that area. We're still having that problem. We did that late August, I believe, last year, and we're still seeing that problem. And again, it continues to be an issue. Our next step is to do what's called a carrier add. A carrier is basically a 5 megahertz radio. View it this way. A highway is 2 lanes, that's 2 carriers. If I'm running into problems of congestion on that highway, I want to add a 3rd lane, that's another carrier. So I've added another carrier. It takes 5 megahertz of spectrum for each carrier that we have. AT&T is limited to 3 carriers by the FCC, to 3 carriers in Oklahoma City. The spectrum that the FCC has allotted us only allows us to provide 3 carriers. So we've maxed that out across the city. There's no more capacity, no more spectrum available for us. We tried to buy additional spectrum with the T-Mobile acquisition, as you all are probably well aware of. That was denied by the FCC, and that was one of our attempts to get more spectrum for this area, and we were denied. Until it comes back around and until spectrum comes available, there's nothing that we can do in order to address the capacity from a carrier add standpoint. The final step that we recommend doing is to build a new site. And when you build a new site, you want to make sure it fits in with the existing network. View a cellular network like a honeycomb. Each cell site should have distinguished borders between it. You don't want a cell site covering the exact same area, otherwise you'll start causing interference between the 2 cell sites and resort back to that cell breathing issue that I was talking about before. So you want to have clearly defined borders between each cell site. And when you build a new site, you want to make sure that that site falls well within that honeycomb. So you want to kind of put that new cell site where it meshes with that honeycomb. You don't want to put a new cell site right on top of it because you're not addressing the area of concern. So kind of keep that honeycomb into the back of your head. This is the coverage gap that I was talking about. This is our existing network. As you can see, along the cell breathing phenomenon that I was talking about, the green area that you see is areas that are good we have great signal at all times of the day. However, just because you have great signal does not mean you can place a call. That's my example is those field calls that we had. It's just like going onto a highway. There's a highway there, but when it's congested, you're not going to be able to go anywhere because there's so much traffic on there, you're at a standstill. Same concept with the cell site. Great signal, lanes are available, but the traffic's not moving. I'm at a halt, so I can't use that, and I need to find an ulterior path. So the green areas are good. Yellow means that's the area that was previously served, and it was the coverage area that we had intended. But due to that cell breathing, we've shrunk that footprint, and that area now no longer has good quality signal. So areas along Lake Hefner Parkway, along I-44, Expressway, down here, this is Northwest 50th and I-44, you see a pretty significant coverage gap in this residential area. Red means that's areas where we're going to have problems at all times, whether the network is congested or not. And we have some pretty critical areas in our existing network now where we're having some issues. And that's due to the changes that we've made to our existing network to try to compensate for the traffic that we're seeing on the site. Again, field knowledge of the area is very critical. You can look at Google and kind of try to get a concept of what's in that area. It doesn't quite go into the detail that you need to have in order to make a good accurate choice or selection on where you want that site built, because there's things that don't necessarily show up in Google that exist in an area. This is our proposed location at Mayfair Cultural Center. As you can see, when the site, this is a propagation done at 75 foot, which is what we're recommending to put there. The areas along Lake Hefner Parkway are drastically improved, and the areas along I-44 are much improved, and particularly the area, the residential area, and some of this commercial area is drastically improved. We're no longer seeing that yellow cell breathing effect. We're seeing very good solid coverage throughout that area. And that's the reason why we chose that site. There are some other locations that we looked at. Our study that we presented to you goes over 6 sites. I'm not going to go over all 6 because it's there in front of you. I just want to highlight a couple in the matter of to please the court's time. This is the location near the former Lynn Hickey Dodge dealership along May Avenue, just north of I-44. As you can see, this site does not get out very far. This is another prop done at 75-foot tower in this area, and the green area does not go out very far with that site. Part of that's due to the terrain in the area. Another part of the problem why it doesn't go out very far is due to the buildings and everything else around it. Those buildings eat that RF up very, very quickly. So we still have that coverage gap along Lake Hefner Parkway, along I-44, and now we're introducing new problems along Hefner Parkway over by Penn Square Mall. So putting this site here is pretty detrimental to our existing network. We have deployed what's called a COW, a cell on wheels, at this location to try to help relieve some of the congestion that we're experiencing in this area. Unfortunately, this cell site, this temporary cell site that we put up, is not addressing those concerns. Mr. Cooper has suggested that we keep the cell site here for an extended period of time until the new technology, LTE, traffic shifts to that technology. This is a temporary solution. It's not meant to be a long-term solution. Cows are very, very precious in our industry. They're a very limited resource. We use them in cases when a tornado goes through and tears down our tower, an existing tower. We put those cows in place until that new tower can get put back up. We use it in the case of the Oklahoma State Fair, where we have a mass amount of people coming into a particular area to help address the people in that area. We're looking at deploying one near the Chesapeake Center to help with the amount of traffic that we're seeing, the foot traffic during the playoffs, NBA season. And so cows are a very, very precious commodity. They're only meant to be a temporary solution. They're a quick fix, if you will, and they're not intended to be a long-term solution. And the last area that we looked that I kind of wanted to cover was the Grand Center, and it's just north of our proposed location along Lake Hefner Parkway. It's part of the Integris Baptist facilities. The problem with this site is it doesn't fit our original grid very well, our existing grid. It's within a half mile of our existing site, 1086, and when you put sites that close together, remember that honeycomb, I'm now putting my site way too close to an existing site, and I'm causing interference on that site and some of the surrounding areas, and I don't address that area along Lake Hefner Parkway where we have that coverage gap, nor am I addressing the I-44 coverage gap, and I'm going to have even a more larger gap along Northwest Expressway because of this site. So we went back. After my analysis, I chose to go with that Mayfair Center site. My original proposal was to build an 80-foot tower. I realize I'm a family man. I have a family. I'm a homeowner. I realize that having a cell site very close to your house is not ideal. I can see 2 cell sites directly from out my back door in Yukon. So I know what it's like to have cell sites, not the most beautiful thing to see, in order to address the constituents' concerns in that area, I propose to go with a stealth tower, one that very similar to the one that you guys approved for our 150th and Penn site that's located on 15504 Jefferson's Garden Court, up by Quill Springs Mall. And that is, you guys have seen the pictures of it. It's a big flagpole where we hide our antennas, hide the coax and everything inside that pole, so you can't see it. It just looks like a large flagpole, and we fly a flag from it. Drawbacks to a flagpole: antennas aren't designed to have impedances right directly in front of the antenna. However, that's a concession that AT&T is willing to make in order to appease the landowners around the area. The other disadvantage of a flagpole is it limits the number of carriers that can go on that site. A flagpole, you only have so many center lines that you can put antennas at. And if we're going to use up every one of those center lines, because we have 3 different technologies that we provide in Oklahoma City. There's 3 available center lines in a flagpole. We're going to use all 3. So if another company wanted to come along and co-locate on that site, which is a preferred method among all wireless providers, is to co-locate on existing towers, they are not going to be able to go on that site. So there are some drawbacks to the flagpole, but it's one that we're willing to do. Mr. Cooper brought into consideration the fact that human exposure was not taken into account on this monopole, this proposed monopole. The FCC requirement is to do a human exposure if the antenna is within 33 feet, 10 meters of human contact. AT&T has expanded upon that, and it does their studies at 40 feet. Our site is going to be double the height, over at 75 feet. Therefore, a human exposure does not need to take place on this because it exceeds the FCC mandated restriction for that by going at 75 feet. Also, Mr. Cooper brought up the fact that FAA studies have not been done for this site to make sure that it's in compliance with the FAA. As you guys are well aware of, in order for AT&T to get a building permit, we have to do an FAA study. One has been done in this area, and it's been determined that it does not need to be registered with the FAA. It's compliant within the FAA regulations. Some other additional comments that I wanted to bring upon that Mr. Cooper brought up. He criticized AT&T for not using a technology called CDMA, which stands for Code Division Multiple Access. And it's unfortunately, Mr. Cooper's not aware that our 3G technology, UMTS, which stands for Universal Mode Telephone Systems, does in fact utilize CDMA as its means of communication, to put that out there. So he was a little misinformed on that. He also suggested that our UMTS network uses a technology called Edge to provide our data speeds. Edge is a late 90s, early 2000 technology that we use to distribute our data services to our customers on our 2G network. It's no longer used extensively. We carry 1.5% of our data traffic on our 2G system and 98% of our traffic on our 3G system, 4G systems. So he was a little misinformed on that. He also claims that AT&T is promoting our own problem by the devices that we sell, the iPhone and the iPad. Unfortunately, the iPad and the iPhone are market-driven. It's a product that we do sell. We're very, very proud of that device. There are a number of people in this room that probably have the iPhone. It is the preferred device by most customers across the entire industry. We don't determine how Apple uses that technology. We just offer the service that that phone that they provide. The fact that it does not provide LTE is a common theme across every competitor. Verizon's iPhone does not provide LTE service. Sprint's iPhone does not provide LTE service. Our phone does not provide LTE service. The iPad 3, which recently launched, does provide LTE, so you know that they are shifting towards that direction. But we also have a number of handsets. We're not strictly limited to the iPhone, and we have a very select, very broad range of handsets that you can choose to use that do, in fact, support our LTE network that we have here in Oklahoma City. But it takes time, as you guys are, I'm sure, well aware of, for those handsets to be distributed to new customers. Those customers, or to our existing customers, customers have to go out and replace their handsets. And there's a lot of people that are very attached to the phone that they have now. They're used to it. They don't like getting rid of that cell phone. I'm sure many of the people in this room will say, hey, I just got this phone. I don't want to replace it with the latest and greatest. Let me stick with what I have. So that's something else that needs to be considered. In essence, what I'm trying to say is Mr. Cooper tried to present some information to you guys that was a little misleading, and it did not represent the steps that AT&T has already taken. We've already improved our backhaul, like I said. He doesn't have the extensive knowledge of AT&T's network that I do, and he doesn't have extensive knowledge. He's from Virginia. I don't know that he has extensive knowledge of the Oklahoma landscape. I've lived here for 11 years, and I tend to think that I have a pretty good knowledge of how the layout of Oklahoma City. So my expert knowledge of the area, my expert knowledge of our network and how we operate is all key factors on how we determine to address capacity concerns in our network. And for somebody outside of the network, not knowing how the system works, it's extremely difficult for them to be able to say how to address concerns. With that all being said, thank you guys for your time. If there's any questions, I'm more than willing to answer.
And this might be a good time, since I've got several other people to present evidence. If you all have questions of Kelly, he's here.
Your Honor, I have a question. Yeah, Pat. Kelly, is it your testimony, unequivocal without any kind of qualifiers, that this is the only location technically and commercially that this tower can be?
We've looked at I've done extensive analysis on 6 locations. We've also looked at Mr. Kesner will present how many locations he's gone to and pursued. I've also looked at some of those areas as well. So this list isn't limited to just 6 sites that I've looked at. I've looked at a very broad range of areas. And yes, to your question, this is the main area where we're going to be able to address the concerns. I showed you some of the areas that are very close to my main target that don't address the concerns. There's reasons why they don't fit the network grid very well, and that's our main issue. I'd love to be able to build a site 3 miles away from the target area and broadcast my signal into there. Problem is it doesn't fit my grid. It's not going to meet my concerned area. I'm just going to create problems elsewhere.
Is that a yes or no?
That is a yes. This is the only viable.
That meets all the technical and commercial.
This is the only site that meets the technical criteria for a new site to adjust the capacity.
Thank you. Skip? Yes. Kelly, in your studies of the area, was there any evaluations done in reference to the negative impact of the property owners, the value of their property as it relates to?
Yeah, there is some analysis that's been done. We have a gentleman here who did that analysis, and he'll present that information to you on the effect of a cell site in an area on the property values in that area. That's not my expertise. I'll leave that to him to explain to you later on.
Okay, well, then back to your expertise then. The temporary, and I hope I heard you right, did you say cows?
Just like the animal cow.
Okay. And the cows are... You place those in where you know you're going to have a large capacity, an unusual capacity of a population for a period of time. Is that right?
That is one of the uses. The other use, like I said, is when we have a cell site that's struck by lightning or a tornado, or where the cell site goes down and is going to be down for a period of time. We move in a cell site, a cow, to and erect it right there in that same area to provide the coverage that old site used to provide. It's an emergency relief for natural disasters that take place.
And what's the size of the cows?
They range. The one that we have at the former Dodge dealership is a 80-foot tower that we've put there, erected on it's a 30-foot trailer that it sits on with wires that hang down into the parking lot, where it attaches into the parking lot to account for the wind and everything else. They can be anywhere from 40 feet all the way up to 300 foot. It just kind of depends on the cow itself, how it's designed. I think our largest one that we deploy in Oklahoma is 200 feet, I believe.
So the cow that you have at the Dodge location, that could have been a permanent tower, is that correct?
It was a location that was presented to us from our SIDAC personnel. As I showed you on the map, it does not address the concerns. We've had this cell site, this temporary cow up in place. I believe it was late November. Mark may be able to confirm that. We put this cell site in late November to address our capacity problems. We have not seen the relief that we had hoped that we would see from that site. We are still seeing congestion problems along Lake Hefner Parkway, along I-44, Northwest Expressway, and the community in that area. The cow, we saw very, very little relief, actually no relief. We're in the process of taking that cow down, actually, and moving it to another location to where it's going to be better utilized to serve our customers.
Okay. Meg, David?
Mr. Killian, did you indicate that if you were to use a different proposed site, that would negatively impact the service for other areas due to the honeycomb approach that you use to try to cover it?
That's correct. Just because if you have to take the existing network into consideration when you're putting up a new site. If you take a site and you put it within a certain distance of an existing site, those two that had very good coverage in the past, you're now having two people that are trying to serve an area. Think of it as a conversation with two people. I'm talking to you, but I'm looking over here. Do you know that I'm really talking to you, or am I supposed to be talking to this person over here? So when you have two cell sites, those cell sites start losing, okay, who am I supposed to be talking to? Is he talking to me? Is he talking to this person? And in essence, you're creating problems because they're each put out their own signal. The customers that they're starting to serve generate noise. Like I said, when this room starts filling up, you put two people serving this area. When noise starts filling up, that noise goes to the other networks as well. It's not just, doesn't impact that serving site, it impacts the other sites around it. So yes, when you have two sites that are too close together, they do and can impact negatively the existing network.
So, for example, like at the Dodge location, placing a permanent tower there still may not achieve the ultimate.
That's correct. I did analysis. What I showed you, that's with a permanent location. That's with permanent antennas, permanent structures, permanent facilities that we generally use on our cell sites, and it did not address the concerns in the area. The footprint just didn't propagate very far out in order to address the concerned area.
Okay, from a layperson, my last question then. This site location that's being proposed provides the most green area, which indicates acceptable or good coverage in the area that we're looking at.
It improves, it minimizes the coverage gap that's created by cell breathing, yes.
The yellow or red areas?
Yes, correct. It addresses those areas.
Could I ask, did you show us that? Do you have a graphic of, I may have missed it when I stepped out, I apologize.
Excuse me, this is our current coverage gap. You see all this yellow along I-44, like Hefner Parkway in the residential community, along Northwest Expressway. This is the after of the proposed location. You've greatly decreased the amount of yellow that you see. And that yellow, remember, that yellow area was previously covered, but due to cell breathing, it shrunk that area down and no longer covers that area when the cell sites get loaded. And as I stated with that graph, you see that our network's loaded in that area from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., so prime time.
All right. Yeah, Ed?
That site is very close to Lake Hefner Parkway. What efforts have been to look at putting the cell phone tower along the parkway?
Once again, I'm going to defer that to Mr. Kesner. He'll address the areas that have been looked at.
Well, let's just talk about technically. I mean, it's very close. So would a cell phone tower along Lake Hefner Parkway have the same effect?
If you put one along the Lake Hefner Parkway property?
Yes.
I'd have to run analysis, but I would assume that you would probably have, it would probably be okay. The problem that you're going to run into is your sector pointing north along Lake Hefner Parkway. That's going to act as a mirror. So my signal that I'm broadcasting is going to jump right down that highway and go all the way up to wherever. I mean, it can go up to Memorial Road. It can travel great distances. So you kind of want to try to avoid being directly on a major highway, because that ends up being a mirror that your signal bounces along and skips along. And what that causes is, your intended target coverage range is, remember the honeycomb, you want to have a clearly defined border. If I'm sending that signal and I'm putting it clear up here where I don't really want that signal to be, that's not the intended target area, I'm creating interference and noise and other issues with the existing network up here. So if I'm up here and I'm seeing this cell site down here, imagine I'm placing my call, I'm coming down here, I'm talking. In order for this cell site to talk to this person way up here, he's got to be yelling to it, correct? Kind of like the room analogy. I'm shouting clear across the room. Well, when I'm shouting clear across the room, this cell site that's here, the cell site that's here, the cell site that's here, that should be serving that area, is getting interfered with.
Okay, so, but, I mean, you're talking in theoretical terms. Have you looked at a study of putting it on Lake Hefner Parkway just west of your site?
That's not theoretical. We see experiences. We have cell sites that are very...
I'm asking, have you done an analysis of putting it on Lake Hefner Parkway just a little bit west of that site?
Have I done it? Not detailed analysis, but from my expertise analysis that I've done before.
Just answer the question that I asked you, please. Now, there are cell phone towers all along I-44, all the way to Chickasha, all the way to Lawton. I mean, in Chickasha, right on the highway, in that residential hour. I mean, explain, what would
the reason why you can do that, okay, your cell density on cell sites that are highway coverage sites, you're broadcasting, your intended coverage area is not a mile footprint. Your intended coverage area for sites that cover highways are going to extend a much greater radius. You want to cover 7 miles because there's not very many users in that area, correct? On a highway, I just have my highway traffic, maybe a few residential houses in that area. Not very many people are accessing that site. Every time a person accesses a site, that's noise that's introduced into a system. So as people get in and call on my cell phone tower, they're increasing that noise level that I'm creating for other cell sites. So the reason why you can have cell sites along a highway is because you've taken into account that area. You don't have very many customers accessing that site, and you have sites planned for that distance, to cover 7 miles. So shooting that signal down the interstate doesn't matter because that's what you've designed it to do.
What efforts, or what have you looked at in terms of co-location? We haven't talked about co-location.
There are very... This is a depiction of the area. There's as you can see, very, very predominantly, this is our target area highlighted in the pink. Predominant area served in this area is residential. There's very, very, very few commercial applications in this area. The only co-locations that we're aware of fall well outside of our targeted area. Down here along excuse me, that's Lake Northwest Expressway, sorry. There's a location there. The problem with that location is we have a site right here. So it falls within 0.2 of a mile. And like I said, you can't have two sites that close together, otherwise you're going to cause problems between the two sites. Go. Much better. And it kind of falls into, it's got to fall into our grid of our site. So the co-location opportunity that we're aware of, the Tower co-location, is very, very close to an existing site that we're on. We're, like I said, we're right here in this corner. There's some buildings up here near Mercy Medical Center. We prefer, our first target, which Mark will touch on here in a little bit, is to look for co-locations. That's our number one objective, is to go to co-locations. Co-locations can be cell towers, they can be buildings, they can be structures that we can place cell equipment on to minimize the need for a monopole. The buildings that are tall enough to serve this area extend into Mercy Medical area, the Integris Baptist area. The reason why we can't choose those locations is, once again, we have a cell site within a quarter mile of those structures. So when you put those cell sites, you can't have cell sites that close together because you're going to cause issues with the existing network. So to answer your question, yes, we've looked extensively at co-location opportunities, and there are just very few opportunities out there in this area.
Your testimony is that in this area, there's no other towers existing in the area that you could co-locate with.
There are no existing structures or towers in that area that we could co-locate on.
If you're on top of a high-rise, you can cover a greater area, or?
Buildings are not preferred. The reason why is because you have your antennas. Your antennas are sitting on top of a building, right? Well, the radiation from the antenna is going to come down. And if I have my antenna right here, this area is getting blocked by that building, right? So we prefer not to go on buildings. We will go on them. Also, if you mount them on a wall on a building where you don't have that ledge effect, their antennas broadcast in two directions. They don't directly propagate straight forward. They actually have a back lobe too that projects RF behind me as well. So when I have a structure immediately behind me, that bounces that signal off and goes forward again, and that creates an interference issue. They're not designed for that. However, we do go on buildings when it's available in areas where we are going to have a hard time getting a cell site.
There are several cell phone towers on top of Founders Tower. Is your testimony that site would be too far away? So on the other side of Independence, just off Independence on the other side of Northwest Expressway.
Okay, so you're talking up here on just north of Expressway near May. Once again,
Independent, yeah.
We have a cell site right here. I'm going to assume, rough estimation, that's probably within definitely within 3/4 of a mile. That's probably within a half mile to 0.3 of a mile. Again, that's just too close to an existing site.
Would 50th and Independence then be too close?
That's...
Yeah, but as an alternative site, would 50th and Independence have worked, or that's...
That's orthopedic.
Oh, the orthopedic, we've approached that. I'll let Mr. Kesner discuss why that is not an option for us to go there on that location.
Is it a technical reason, or is it a...
Again, I'll defer that. You can ask, if you'll ask Mr. Kesner that question later on. From my standpoint, it's a feasible location.
Okay. So I guess I'm having trouble understanding how 50th and Independence is not too close to your existing tower.
So you're talking right here on 50th and Independence, right here, correct? This is where that orthopedic center is?
Right.
This is Lake Hefner Parkway, this is 50th.
Right.
That's within 0.2 of a mile of my proposed location. This is 0.8 of a mile from that location. It kind of depends on where you're going to put that site on that orthopedic. They have pretty big area. It depends on what part of their property they will allow you to build on. If you go in their very far north part of their property, it's going to put it a lot closer. You're going to be within 0.5 of a mile, a half mile to that existing site, and you're going to start seeing some issues.
So the Orthopedic Associates site would have worked technically?
It all depends on where they were going to allow us to put the site. Parts of the property, yes, to answer your question, parts of the property would work. It
Then
just depends.
presumably other commercial sites just next to that on 50th would work as well?
This is 50th. The only other property that I'm aware of falls within our search ring, is that church parking lot. Again, Mr. Kesner will relay why that was not a location that we were able to pursue. It is an option there. Does it impact? It doesn't have as great an impact as our preferred location. It puts us a little close to 69, but it's interference that we can probably control. Would it be a viable candidate? Somewhat, yes.
How about 3107 Northwest 50th? There's a physician's building there.
Do you know where that building is? We don't have addresses on here.
Well, it would be west of May. It would be very close to Orthopedic Associates.
Independence is 3300.
It's in between.
Back 2 blocks east of Independence on 50.
2 blocks east. Oh, it's right here. That's going to put us right in this yellow area, roughly. 69, which is the oil center, is going to be extremely close to that location. You're going to have a hard time controlling the RF in that area.
So your testimony is that Orthopedic Associates would work technologically.
Without detailed analysis, I would assume, yeah.
But
I have looked at that.
3107 Northwest 50th would not.
If we're talking about, no, that would not work in that area.
One other thing that I guess Mr. Cooper, he said that the study that was a snapshot of all the network and traffic data for the subject area was collected and analyzed on a single day, October 20th, 2010.
This analysis that I put up here, I guess it's been taken down. That traffic analysis that I put up was a week's worth of information. This is a week's worth of information. I will testify that this is a exact representation of what's been happening over the last 6 months. We see these traffic levels over the last 6 months. And this is strictly voice. This has nothing to do with the data network. Data network, we're seeing the exact same types of traffic peaks. So this is only half of our network. We're not, and that's the voice side. We're not even addressing the data side, which we are also seeing those peaks and valleys of traffic. So this is a week's representation taken from February 19th to February 16th of this year.
What does that say on that?
This here?
Y-axis. What is it?
This is the hourly 24-hour period between your days. This is the number of attempts per cell on each sector. Each color on here represents the serving sector.
I mean, you're showing the number of attempts. You're not showing the number of drops.
Okay. Number of attempts directly correlates to how many drops you're going to have in that area. Attempts and fail. Remember, I addressed accessibility problems. Accessibility is not a drop. That means when I hit my send button, my call will not go through. I either get a fast busy, I get a call that says call cannot be completed as dialed, or I get dead air. Nothing happens. So that's one measurement. Drop calls is another measurement. Accessibility is like I said, that drops down to 80%. That's one of our metrics. Drop calls. I'm sure many of you have driven down Lake Hefner Parkway during the busy hour. I travel that road every single day. It's not uncommon for me to drop a call near Northwest Expressway and 50th. I can't provide all that information. It's proprietary information, and it's stuff that we don't, AT&T will have to have non-disclosure agreements signed in order for us to present that detailed analysis. This is just a snapshot of part of our problem.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
You want us to proceed on, or you want to take a break, or what's best for the council?
I think they've been stepping out for a moment if they needed to. I'd hate to put a break on it.
Next, I'd like to introduce Kelly Killian. Some of the questions that Dr. Shadid had dealt with, Mark Kesner. Mark is a site acquisition specialist. You all have a copy of his resume. Mark is the individual that was put in charge of trying to look at sites that would fall within the search ring. Mark is going to advise you all of what he does on all these cases. I think it's important to note that, just like I talked about earlier, you don't see very many of these cases, and the reason is the first thing that a site acquisition person does is try to find a site that's by right, co-locate, and then this becomes an alternative down the road that unfortunately sometimes we have to deal with. So, Mark?
Thank you. My name is Mark Kessner. I live at 403 Windsor Road. That actually falls in Midwest City. Real briefly, I'll explain who we are and what we do, because I'm not a part of AT&T. I'm a contractor for CRB companies. We represent various carriers, not just AT&T, in kind of the nebulous term of site acquisition, which takes it from the RF engineer saying, hey, we need to improve service here, to the service actually being improved. So we kind of take it through that. Sometimes it'll go really quickly, a couple months. Sometimes it'll take like this, a year and a half, 2-3 years. My personal background, I've done well over 1,000 different sites in various stages, and that includes hundreds of new builds in addition to upgrades to existing sites. And I've done that in 7 different states. I've worked for almost all of the carriers, so I've seen a lot of these. For this specific carrier, they've done about 140 that I was involved in the last year or two, year and a half. Of those, there are about 35 in Oklahoma City proper. When we say that new sites, that just means new antennas somewhere, whether they're co-located or a tower. Generally, we're going to co-locate much more commonly than we'll go onto a new tower, or build a new tower, rather. Of those 35, we co-located 22 times, and we've got 12 where a new pole went up. And you've seen us come through here only twice. The site that was approved for the flagpole earlier or late last year, and then this site. There's another group who's working 1 or 2 others, but the vast majority of the time we can either co-locate or we can meet the requirements of the city. We should be able to move through this quickly. Mine's the one with the B. And I should be able to move through this pretty quickly. A lot of the questions that were asked of Kelly there toward the end were questions that I should be able to answer, having done the actual acquisition. Initially, I get a target from RF saying, this is the area that we need to improve service. My job is to provide 3 options to the engineers. If there are 3 existing towers in there, such as co-locates, that is what we would provide, because that is, in this market, what AT&T requests. Is co-locate is much quicker, it's much cheaper, and you don't ever have to go through zoning procedures in most districts. When that's not available, if there's no co-location, such as the case here, then you want to meet a raw land site that meets all the required zoning codes so that you don't have to go through zoning because of the time involved. This one's taken us over a year since we've begun the zoning process. I think this will go. Okay, when we initially went through this ring, I'll backtrack real quick and show you kind of the difficulty that arises on this site. The reason that we're here on this one is the way that this area grew from just that tight residential area there with the highways around it, and then you've got a major hospital. There's a whole lot of traffic, but everything transitioned almost directly from residential to high-end office. There's very little commercial or a buffer in there for us to utilize. And you'll see here, when we go through, I'm going to see what meets the setbacks. The first time I go through, I can tell there are no co-locations at all there within the search ring. There are no towers, and there are no buildings there within the search area. So the next thing I want to see is, where can we meet the setbacks? Where can we go build by right and not have any problems where we have to go through zoning or offend any residents? There was one location within here where we meet all the setbacks and it's allowed by right. Orthopedic Associates presented that. The second one will be the Mayfair, which we'll talk about shortly. This was the first group we contacted, and this was back in November of 2010. They were interested. They expressed that they had been discussed before. They were totally not interested. They understood the process. We want to make sure when we go in that whoever it is understands what we're asking, what we want to do. They were familiar with it. They said they were not interested. They had plans to eventually build there, and we move on. The other location that we identified that meets all the setback requirements.
I'm sorry, I just see that. The first time you contacted Orthopedic Associates was November of 2010?
Yes, sir. Let me see.
Is that
Hang on, I can give you an exact date, I think.
Would you agree with that? Is that?
First request was December 2010 is what I show.
Your question of me, Dr. Steve?
I thought when you contacted Orthopedic Associates, that was the first that they had been.
No. When this case came before the council, you and I met, and you suggested that we should pursue the orthopedic doctor site. And I advised you we had tried in the past, Mark had, and it got turned down at least twice. But I knew Mr. Ruffin, whose brother is a doctor, Dr. Ruffin, and I would attempt to talk to Dr. Ruffin and see if they had an interest. His initial reaction was he would take it to his partners. I think there's 15 doctors that own that property. In the end, after approximately 30 to 60 days, they came back and said they weren't interested.
And I'll try to touch on each time that we talk to them, because it's really atypical for us to go back and talk to somebody. So the initial time was, the first request was December of 2010. They were not interested, so we went to the only other site that meets all the setbacks, which is the Mayfair Cultural Center. They were interested. It was our desire to put it in the center of the courtyard, where rather than in more of the parking lots on the end, because that's the least impact on the residences around it, is put it in the center, because as you've seen, it's almost a 5-acre property. If you put it in the center, you've got that buffer around it. We also went in, as part of our research, we'll identify sites that are semi-feasible. They're less preferable because they don't meet the zoning restrictions. The mosque falls into that. They weren't interested in leasing space due to their future growth and their plans. As I said, it didn't meet the setbacks anyway. The same is true for the fifth one. We talked with Mayfair Heights Methodist Church. They were kind of semi-interested, but because it didn't meet most of the setbacks required by the code, that's not something we want to pursue, because we want to do something that follows the land use as the city has prescribed. These are the conditions, and this covers, you have to meet all these if you're going to build a tower. And for the two sites, the doctor's site, what we'll call the doctor's site, which is the orthopedics, and the Mayfair, you meet all of these. So you could build a tower by right. Now, we couldn't build one at Mayfair because, as Mr. Box pointed out, the PUD strictly defined what uses could be done there. Otherwise, you have to come in and amend it if you want to do something different. This exhibit, I think, really typifies this issue more than anything, because this is what I go off of. Pardon me. This is the zoning overlay for this area, and this is pretty specific to the search area, as much as I could make it that we've shown and that Kelly showed you guys. Anything in the light color is R1. Anything in the brown color is R4, also residential. So you basically have these two office parcels located, these two office parcels there, and then you have, this is our PUD that we're discussing. This spot right here is the only place that meets it on the doctors. They're on that southwest corner of the north property. And again, they were not interested. We worked with them multiple times. They didn't want it. The only other place is in that PUD. There's not anything else. When that happens, I go through and I find this. My first response is to tell the engineer, Kelly, hey, look, there's not an easy fix here. There's not a co-locate. Anything we're going to have to do, we'll have to go through zoning. And so we kick that back in our initial findings, and we say, Kelly, none of these work. There's nothing within the ring. Do any of these outside? These are the closest places that we can get you service. How do these work? You can see the Lynn Hickey Dodge was one of those discussed, that existing cell tower that's over there on the northeast corner of May and 50th, the Grand Center rooftop, which is just to the north, the Medical Center, and even Country Inn and Suites. We submitted all of these and said, these we can go get you now. These will work. We can get you on there 2 or 3 months. You won't have to go through zoning. Will those work for you? Having worked with Kelly for several years, he's very flexible. He'll tell me, these are calls that are direct with me and him. He'll tell me what he can and can't do. And on this one, he said, hey, I'm not going to use any of those. I'll plot them. I'll try. I'll see. But I can tell you, none of these are going to work. We've got to be in this search area. And so he went through, I know he showed you there, the data to back that up, but none of those went. Well, so when they respond that way, then we have to go back to the ring. We bring Kelly in, and he goes with us. We bring the engineers with us. We go back, spend half a day at the site, showing them just how difficult this is going to be. At his request, Kelly said, hey, will you guys go back to the orthopedic center and ask them again, since that meets all the requirements? And that's very uncommon for us. If we go to Mr. McAtee and say, will you let us use this property? And he says, no, I understand, I'm not interested. We generally won't go back. People are pretty firm about that. But at that request, we did go back. We again talked to the property manager, who intimated to us that she spoke for the group and said, again, no, thank you. They understood. They had been approached before. They were not interested in this. And at that point, the only site that meets all the city setback requirements is the PUD that we're looking at now in Mayfair. So at that point, we go through all the leasing. We initiate all the federal requirements, which take 5 or 6 months, where we do all this historical studies, the environmental studies, FAA, FCC. You guys are real familiar with the site, so I'll just jump over that.
Mark, can I ask a question before you go any further with that? When you say that you went back to these other property owners, and the example of one just says, no, you just move on, isn't a crucial part of this acquisition or the location is about money? Isn't it about how much you're willing to pay to the landowner to lease that space for purposes of installing the tower?
It is. Probably not as much as you would think. It really surprises people that regardless of the carrier, whether it's AT&T or any of the others, the area drives the price, the real estate. And I think that's really I'm sure that's true with any aspect of real estate, but the amount that a carrier will pay is almost identical regardless of carrier in an area. And when we can get close on something, you'll see, regardless of who it is, they'll bend and say, hey, this is what we can offer. On that one, you kind of know when you're in the ballpark or not, and whether or not it's something that can be negotiated. When someone tells you, hey, we're not interested, we're going to build something there, then they're telling you it's not a matter of pay more money. It's a matter of we're going to use that. The space is critical because of the location of the hospital. Does that answer your question? It's kind of hard to see this on here. I thought this was important to show because during the initial planning meeting, a lot of people said, well, you're putting it 75 feet from a house. You're putting it 50 feet from a house. These are the actual distances, and I say these are accurate within, it's not surveyed, but they're probably accurate within 4 or 5 feet. To the home located north-northwest, it's 270 feet. To the west, it's 298. To the east, you got to go all the way across that courtyard in the parking lot, and so it's 450 feet. And the closest one is the home located to the south at 248. So actually, you could probably give or take 4 or 5 feet, but that's pretty close. So this is not an issue where we're putting in a tower, 100-foot tower, 75 feet from a house. This is 3 times the height of the tower away. So any concerns that people might have there are met. And again, it meets, at this location, it meets all the setbacks that the city has required, including those for the fall zone.
Mr. Kestner, did you give us the size of this lot that the school is located on?
Yeah, it's 4 acres,
okay.
give or take, I think.
Thank you.
And I'll jump through this. As Dennis said, we had approval from the city staff recommendation. We had denial from the planning. At this point, it's so important to this carrier, AT&T, that they don't go through the zoning process, that they build something by rights or co-locate, that they look at it again and say, well, what can we do at this point? They said, go back a third time to the Orthopedic Associates. And at that point, I actually talked to them not only about this site, but about the cow. And I said, hey, what about temporarily putting a cow back there in that, which is an open area? And so, could we use it then? Because they're not building right now. And the same response we got there was, no, we're not interested in a cow or a permanent site. Thank you for asking, but we're just not interested. And at
the
that
cow
point,
available at the other locations?
the cow that we put at Lynn Hickey, that cow, we first said, can we put it somewhere close? And again, only one place meets. The city treats cows identically to the way they treat a new tower. So you got to meet all the requirements for a cow as well, even though it's a temporary.
Okay, but the other locations other than the orthopedic location, did you inquire of those property owners for purposes of situating the cows there?
Which properties are you talking about in particular?
Well, wasn't one of the other locations a mosque?
The mosque and the church, for instance, that was on 50th, are those the two you're referring to?
Yeah.
We didn't talk to them because the point I just made, that the cow, the city treats the cow same as a permanent tower. So if I wanted to go permit it and put the cow, which is, we try to go get it quick, I would have got kicked to zoning, and we'd be right back here talking about, can we put a cow in the mosque? Does that make sense?
So you're saying that all the other cows that Kelly spoke of at his presentation, that each one of those locations had been through the same process that we're going through now?
Yeah, well, I can't speak to anything that was done, in the past, but I can say if I'm going to go put like for the arena, for the, what we call the Thunder Cow.
Yes, sir.
We will have to go through with the current, cows aren't detailed in your ordinance. And so it's kind of left up to the discretion of the city staff, is my understanding. And I can't speak for the staff, but it's not detailed directly because it's kind of a new technology, kind of a new thing. And so I'm not going to go and try to put a cow in a location like this where it doesn't meet those setbacks, because in all likelihood, the city staff is going to look at it, just like if I tried to put the cow at Mayfair. In all likelihood, the city staff is going to look at it and say, no, you can't put a cow there unless you go through zoning to do it. So the only place we could put the cow would have been the Orthopedic Associates if they were interested, and they were not. So then, we put it at the next closest place, which is all the way down there at Lynn Hickey, which, as Kelly pointed out, doesn't solve the problem. There was nowhere to put it there that met it. I'm not sure if that answered the question you'd asked.
I'm just kind of perplexed about this whole cow situation when, if you're saying that the cows have been used temporarily, and we obviously, since I've been here, I haven't had to hear a application from an applicant in reference to a cow for cell tower use. Mm-hmm. So it sounds like that's been something that's been used that that you didn't have to come through this process, that could still be used in reference to some of the other locations.
Councilman, the reason you've never seen a cow application here is because since those are temporary, they try to put those in locations that would already be permitted by the code. So that's the answer to your question. In other words, our code permits these particular facilities in many, many locations. It's a conditional use, and you just have to meet the conditions, and then the director can approve it without it ever coming to council. So that's why you've never seen any of those.
Okay. Getting back to where we were, is that at that point, not only in my role of re-looking at that candidate, the orthopedics, to see if they were willing for the third time, which they responded no. Engineering also looks back, they're required, and say, can you use any of these other alternates, the sites that were presented? And, Kelly's response again was, no, we can't. None of those will work. At this point, a lot of the reason was because we had made a commitment to the community that we would come and speak with them. So we did set up a meeting, as Dennis touched on, where AT&T said, hey, we're willing to compromise. We've got to have a site in this area. This is the only location that meets the setbacks, so this is the site that we can use. As a compromise, instead of a regular monopole, we'll use a stealth. We could use a stealth flagpole. We could use the flush mount, which is, I prefer, it's really a narrow pole with the antennas on it. They're actually, I think they look better than a flagpole, but that's me personally. We presented those during the meeting. The property owners were not receptive to that, and as Dennis said, we still would be there. AT&T is willing to make that compromise in order to improve the service. They'll spend the extra money, and it's a significant amount of money, and a minimal loss, I'm sure Kelly talked about, to the antennas. They'll take those in order to get the site that they need. There are a couple other sites on here that I know that we'll mention. I think this gets back to what Dr. Shadid had mentioned. During that meeting, one of the individuals suggested that there were properties right on the west side of Hefner where there are 3 cul-de-sacs that end. And he said, you could build it there. Well, my first instinct is those don't meet any of the zoning setbacks at all for those homes that are there. The second issue is ODOT owns it, but we went through the process to go and ask. Well, the city actually is going to use that for a water line as well. So that area is not something that we can even consider. On the east side of Hefner, where we looked at where those 2 properties that are owned by the Orthopedic Associates, ODOT owns a little bit there, and we spent a couple months discussing that with them of, hey, what would have to happen for us to utilize that little space? The fact that, you've got a couple pipelines that run through there, there's a gas line that runs through there, and ODOT, we generally don't deal with them because you guys are familiar with all the processes they have to go through just to tell you yes or no. And even if they go through a 6 or 9, 12-month process and tell you yes, everything has to go to the federal government along these highways that are state highways so that they can review it and say, well, we may say no to that. These are all the sites, again, kind of as an overview. And you guys are, I'm sure, familiar with all of them. I think we've touched on every one of them now.
Let me just add,
Yes,
what 2 months were you talking to ODOT?
Let me see. I want to make sure I'm correct on these.
And who did you speak with at ODOT?
We worked with Kurt Harms primarily, and this, I'm glad you asked that because when we brought in Mr. Box, who's much more familiar with the city and ODOT than we are, he had reached out for us on our behalf with the doctors unsuccessfully, and he also discussed the things with Kurt Harms with ODOT for us. Dennis can answer those questions if you have any directly on that. He worked with them because he was so familiar with them.
So what 2 months were you talking to ODOT?
Dennis can probably answer that more accurately because as he was the one who initiated the contact and talked to them the second time, but it's going to be around probably December, January that just passed would be my guess, but he should be able to answer that more directly. Kind of in conclusion, that after a review and analysis of all of these, this is the only one that works, that meets the setbacks and resolves those issues that RF needs resolved. I'll kind of preempt a lot of the stuff that I saw the opposition has today. Some of the sites they have, they did a 4-mile ring. Well, as you can tell from what Kelly's presented, I presented, a site that's 4 miles away is not something we're going to consider. A site that's a mile away is not something we consider. A half mile, it's not. They've got to be in this search area, and there's not anything there. And the same with the individuals they went and talked to. I fully believe that if they went and talked to somebody over on May, that church may have said, hey, yeah, we're interested. That's probably true. But that's outside of the area where we're trying to put the tower in, and so it's not something we can utilize or talk to. If you guys have any other questions of me, you can ask them before.
What is the real preferred distance? When we look at this honeycomb, and in one statement it sounds like that you can't have the towers too close. and then you get an offer from someone that's a mile away, and you say that the tower is too far, and then you say that if you try to position it on the highway, then the waves bounce off and mirror to something, and it goes too far. What is really the mission? Is the mission to reach out as far as you can, or is the mission to shrink as small as you can for purposes of making the communication off of the cell tower? This is kind of confusing to me.
Okay. An 850 grid, which is the frequency that we use is 850 megahertz, you typically want to have a distance of a mile to a mile and a half between each cell site in a densely populated area, such as Oklahoma City. As you go out further into rural areas, your site density shrinks because you don't have as many people accessing that site. Keep in mind, every person that tries to make a cell phone call is noise that's introduced to the system. That means every time there's a conversation placed, I'm introducing noise, and I have to stay above this noise level in order for me to be able to carry on a conversation on a cell phone. So in a city, typically we want to keep those sites within a mile, mile and a half grid. The radius that they cover is going to be 3/4 of a mile is what we try to contain that site to, 3/4 of a mile radius. So that way you have the site to the south shooting 3/4 of a mile, site to the north, you would be shooting 3/4 of a mile back. That's why you have that mile and a half separation. You can shrink it down to about a mile separation between the two sites. So ideally, you'd follow the grid of, you'd have a cell site every corner of a block. Obviously, that doesn't work, and Honeycomb is perfect RF conditions. You're going to have sites that are sitting on top of a hill that shoot down into a valley that are going to propagate much, much further than a site that's sitting down in a valley and shooting up. So there's a lot of things that take into consideration on a cell site on how far you want it to cover. But in densely populated areas, in order to support the traffic levels that you're going to see, you really need to have sites within that mile and a half grid to support the volume of calls.
So your capacity that you're searching for, where you have a tower at the old auto dealership, right?
We have that temporary castle, yes.
Okay, so from there to the proposed site is how far?
I believe that's 2.5 miles from the corner of 50th down to Lynn Hickey Dodge, maybe 2 miles. 7, maybe it's less than that. Again, terrain comes into play, and it also comes into effect where we have sites. You're right, as far as the distance. It's not quite 2.5 miles. I was thinking 2.5 miles from 1086, or 2 miles.
What is the distance?
From our existing site at 59th and Expressway, it's approximately 2 miles between the Lynn Hickey Dodge and that site. We also have a site at the corner of Hefner Parkway and I-44, and that puts us within 3/4 of a mile of an existing site. So that's where you're starting to get in with that, within a pretty close proximity of the existing network.
So you have two sites that's 3/4 of a mile apart from each other?
You have, that Lynn Hickey Dodge dealership would put us a 1/4 mile, or 3/4 within, and this is a best guess, 3/4 of a mile of an existing cell site, and then 1069, which is along Northwest Expressway, would probably put us close to a mile. And then 1086 would probably be 1 3/4 mile, 2 mile.
So 3/4 of a mile is not too close?
3/4 of a mile, yes, that is, you want to have separation. ideally, you would like to have at least a mile separation between your cell sites.
Okay.
When you get in within 0.8 of a mile is kind of where I like to cut it off. Anything within 0.8 of a mile and closer, it's going to start causing issues with the surrounding network. That's not in every case. Like I said, it kind of depends on where the terrain of that area. If you have a cell site down in a hole that no other site's getting into, I can put a site within a half mile because the signal from the site outside that hole is not going in there, so I'm not creating a problem, and it's not getting out to the other network. It's just covering a very distinct area. So RF is a funny thing, how it operates. But ideally, in an ideal situation, Oklahoma's fairly flat. You want to have at least a mile separation between your cell sites. Anything less than a mile, you're going to start running into problems where you're going to be serving the same area with two sites, and you, like I said, you want to have those clearly defined borders.
What is the determining factor as it relates to the height? I understand that this was initially proposed as, 80 foot?
The Lynn Hickey Dodge, we did a 75-foot. Height, you want to be above what we call clutter. So your trees, your houses, your buildings, everything, you want to make sure your antennas are above that. Or any terrain changes as you go up a hill, you want to make sure that your antennas can see over that hill and shoot into an area that you want to cover. So it's all contingent upon what area or what buildings, what structures you have in that location in order to determine the height.
And so you have some tall buildings that obviously would be in excess of the proposed tower that you're asking for. And the only reason why you would not consider those buildings is because of the radiation, did I hear you say?
The reason why, if you go too high, so let's say there was I wanted to propose a 150-foot site at this location. Yes. The reason why I don't want to do 150 feet is because at 150 feet, my signal that I'm going to project is going to go past my 1086. I'm going to start covering an area that was intended to be covered by 1086. So heights do take an important impact. If you go too high, that means I'm going to start broadcasting my signal down the road where I don't need it. My area of concern is this half-mile ring to cover, or 3/4 mile ring that I want to cover. And I can do that, I can meet that need with a 75-foot tower. If I go too low, I'm not going to be able to meet that need. If I go too high, I'm shooting past that 3/4 mile where I need to cover, and I'm starting to impact the network around me.
So when we hear these advertisements, and I'm going to stop after that, but when we hear these advertisements about these companies that advertise about, how much range that they cover to promote sale of their service, is that kind of hocus pocus then?
The coverage?
Yeah.
There's a lot of components to a reliable network. Coverage happens to be a very important part. If you don't have coverage to place a call, if you have 0 bars, you're not going to place a call, right? You have to have a signal in order to place a call. There is such a thing as too much coverage, and that's where you have you have too many cell sites covering a certain area, and that's where, like I said, that honeycomb effect, you want to have clearly defined borders between the cell sites. And the reason why you want those is if you have undefined borders, you're starting to create interference between those two cell sites. They're fighting on who's going to serve those customers. And that customer is going to say, oh, I hear this person, who do I talk to? And it confuses that customer. Ultimately, they drop the call because they don't know who they're supposed to be talking to. So yes, coverage is very, very important. That's kind of like that analogy that I said with the roadway. You want to have a roadway that covers an area, but if that roadway is completely jam-packed, although there's a roadway there, signal, that doesn't mean it's usable. Does that make sense? So I need to find another avenue to get past that congestion problem, and that's the new cell site.
Okay. Anybody else?
Let me so 0.8 of a mile is your cutoff.
In most cases, yes, sir.
So I just want to go back to this 3107 Northwest 50th, which you're about right there.
Okay.
So that's, you believe, less than 0.8 of a mile from that?
I believe, I mean, I don't have a legend in front of me, but I would say that's probably within 3/4 of a mile. This is a mile stretch between these two, a mile stretch here, you're right here. I would assume that's probably 1/4 of a mile, half a mile. So, yeah, very close to 8/10, less than 8/10.
Okay.
Just for clarification purposes, Mr. Kelly was talking about the Dodge dealership site, and you've already tried that, and even if you were able to get a permit on that site, that doesn't work for your system, correct?
Yes, the cow is basically our permanent site. It has the same equipment that we'll have on our permanent site at that location. Our cow has the same equipment that we would deploy at our permanent location, and it has not addressed our concerns. So our cows, we try to have them set up the same way our physical permanent location is. That way it plays with the existing network.
Does anybody have any further questions of Kelly? Okay. I might, a couple of things. Dr. Shadid had asked the question about when contact was made with ODOT. I believe it was the week after Christmas we met with the neighbors. Is that accurate? Okay. The neighbors suggested that we talk to ODOT, so it would have been January and February would have been the months, because it was after one of the neighbors suggested that we talk to ODOT. So, just to clarify. Okay. Next is going to be Bob Grace. Bob Grace is a certified appraiser in the state of Oklahoma. He has his MAI designation. He did a study that's part of the record, and he's going to briefly discuss it, knowing that from a time standpoint, you all have that in the record. But I think it's important when you look at the record that has been presented to you by the neighbors, you're going to find a study or two, and when you review the study, and I've reviewed not only those studies, but dozens of other studies, the conclusion that's drawn is if you really want to find an answer to the question about property values, you need to go do a proximity study. So that's why we hired Mr. Grace, and he's here to talk to you about that.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? I'm Bob Grace. My address is 2521 Scarlet Oak Court, Choctaw, Oklahoma. I am a state licensed certified real estate appraiser here in the state of Oklahoma. We have been doing real estate appraisals for quite a while at my company. One of the things that we run into a lot are things that appraisers call externalities. And an externality can be anything from a railroad corridor to a landfill to a high voltage transmission line to in this case, an 80-foot monopole. The proximity studies differ for differing reasons, primarily because there's different externalities. Number one. Number two, each externality is different. Was it a 200-foot monopole can differ from the impact of a 20-foot monopole, which can differ from a stealth-style monopole. In this case, we look specifically at an 80-foot monopole, and that pole's impact on residential property values in primarily the north and northwest side, north and west side of the city of Oklahoma City. Areas of the country differ in their preferences too. So I'm on the board of directors for the Appraisal Institute, and we have a book that we publish of white papers called the Appraisal Journal, and we'll take in studies from New Zealand and from Japan and from Colorado, and we will review those, and if we think they rise to that level of expertise, we will publish those papers and put them in there. But like Mr. Box said, the point of most of those papers is the information needs to be local, it needs to be pertinent, and it needs to be apples to apples. So that's one of the things we try to do in this study. What we did, because the pole is not in place, is we went and looked at
neighborhoods throughout Oklahoma City that were comparable in terms in 4 or 5 general areas that I would call the value driver areas. What drives value many times is location. Well, we're in Oklahoma City, and we're in a similar economic area, similar demographic type area. Also, the market segment that the home is in. So are we looking at $1 million homes, or are we looking at $20,000 homes? That can have an impact. Age-wise, are they new homes? Is it a new tract home or new subdivision where brand new homes are going in? Or are they 1900s model? What are they? What are we looking at? For the subject area, in the past few years, when I say the subject area, I'm referring to Independence and 48th, the Mayfair area. The median year built of the homes sold in the last few years is about 1950. The median value of the homes that have sold is about $105,000. So that gives me some basic parameters to know where I'm going, the age, the quality, the overall value of the homes that I want to look at. The kicker is that I want to find areas that are not only similar in age, location, and those factors, but I want to find one that has a monopole. So that narrows your script down to just a few areas in Oklahoma City, because that's what we ultimately want to determine. We want to separate the value. Is the value impacted by that one item? In this case, that one item is not a landfill, it's not a transmission line, it's an 80-foot monopole. So, obvious monopole, not a stealth monopole, as they've suggested. I didn't look at stealth monopoles. So what we did, we found 4 areas throughout the city of Oklahoma City, and we looked at those. The prime unit of comparison that you'll find among real estate appraisers and you'll find among realtors is the dollar per square foot. Now we can analyze things based upon a dollar per square foot method. We can analyze things based upon a total gross sales price analysis, which you have in front of you in the report that we gridded out. We put on the grid and charted. And those are the 2 methods that we did. We also looked at days on market. Some people would suggest that an extended days on market impacts, extended days on market would indicate some hesitancy on the market to buy that property because of that externality, in this case the monopole. So we looked at the days on market. We also interviewed people involved with the sales, which were primarily real estate professionals, realtors who had the property listed, or in case you don't know, you can have a listing realtor and a selling realtor. So we tried to get in contact with those folks, and we're able to, on most of the occasions, I would say we talked with somewhere around, when I say we, I mean I spoke with about 40 people on different transactions, 40 or 50 people, different transactions throughout northwest Oklahoma City. Excuse me. The last thing we looked at, we did field inspections of the subject area and of the competitive market areas, as I'll call them. And we also analyzed the potential mortgage impacts of a monopole, and we do residential appraisals for FHA, for VA, for USDA, and simply put, and I've stated it in the report, an easement this far away from the residential property would not have an impact on your ability to get a loan where you need to refinance or where you're trying to sell your house. When you start looking at the areas, the first area I'm going to go to, if you'll go to the second slide, this is the subject area looking east from Independence Street, and it's looking, in my estimation, the best between the trees and the receptacles there, back towards that building is somewhere in the general vicinity of where the monopole will be located. If you'll jump to the next one, please, ma'am. Go back one, please. This is the site study area number 1, Old Farm Road in Meridian. It's on the northwest side of town. If you will look there near the center, I've drawn some lines, and those numbers are probably too hard to read, but those are all of the sales. The little white captions are all of the sales that have occurred within the last 2 to 3 years. We measured the nearest ones with those little yellow lines. The properties to the north and the east are primarily older properties. When I say older, I mean they were built in the mid-'70s. The properties to the south of the monopole location are about 10 years old. And those, I think it's important to note that the newer properties are most proximate to the monopole and the church. We analyzed those sales, interviewed the realtors involved with several of those sales there. And it's important to note that none of the realtors indicated that the location of the monopole, the visibility, the aesthetics of the monopole had an impact on value. It's also pertinent to note that the highest sale in the area in the last 3 years is the sale that is closest to the monopole, sold for $233,000 and over $100 a square foot. So those are the two noteworthy things that I drew out of that. The sales that were closest on average were either at or above the median sale price, gross sale price, or at or above the average price per square foot for the area. Next slide, please. This is a picture of that monopole looking south, west, southwest right there at that monopole. So it's very similar to the description that I've been provided. This pole is actually 76 feet tall according to the engineers, so it's very comparable. A little bit of a more superior neighborhood with regards to the age of the homes and the total value. The median value for this neighborhood was $140,000. So if you're looking at value-wise, it's a little more expensive neighborhood. The pole is very similar and indicates no diminution in value from that monopole. Next slide. This is the newer patio home, Rosedale Gardens Edition, that sits just to the south of that monopole. Just to give you an idea, it's a gated community, patio homes, upper end, $200,000, give or take. Next slide, please. The second market area we looked at was 43rd and Class, and this is a slightly older area. I believe the median age was somewhere around 1925. Median values were around $90,000 gross sales price. The closest sale, you can see it more clearly in your packets, is to the north and east a little there. It's 184 feet from that monopole. This monopole was about 80 feet, 75 or 80 feet tall, clearly visible from this sale. This is a house that had been remodeled, renovated in above average quality, and it's sold at or above the median price per square foot and gross sales price for the area. I also interviewed several sales that are just south of there that are around 400 feet, 300, 400 feet from the existing monopole. Interviews and the analysis of the gross sales price and the price per square foot indicated there's no diminution in value. Next.
You know what the per square foot price was of that sale?
Of that one sale?
Of that one sale.
I don't right in front of me, but if you give me a couple of minutes, I can look it up.
David's got it for you.
$74.85 a foot.
And the median sales price per foot?
The median is $74.85 a square foot. This is a picture looking east from Classen Boulevard at the tower. It's very similar in aesthetically and in appeal as the proposed monopole. Next slide. This is taken from, this is the view from 43rd Street of the monopole, of the residential neighborhood and the monopole there in that location. The third area was Stratford Drive, which is north and west again. This is a notable area because it has the big green belt area, the open space area, is an existing school. And there's a monopole located in the center east side of that open track there.
So it's similar to what we've got in that we've got an old school and we have an existing monopole, and we have a residential neighborhood that surrounds it. This residential neighborhood, slightly newer than the subject area, values slightly higher than the subject area, analysis and interviews with the realtors and crunching of the numbers there on a price per square foot and a gross sales price indicate that there's no effect, positive or negative, from the location of that monopole being within. And I should note that we looked out to about 1,000 feet, 1,200 square feet, but I should note that the ones that we interviewed were the ones within 5, 6, 7, 800 square feet, not square feet, within 5, 6, 7, 800 feet of the monopole. So we looked at them all. We interviewed the ones that were a little bit closer because we figured those were the most pertinent.
Were you able to determine the age of these particular monopoles that you're referring to?
Yes. We spoke with the engineers and determined that they had been around for at least 3 years on most of them. There was one that had only been there 2, and so we limited our analysis to just that time period. But to your question, they were existing at the time of the sale.
Okay.
Next slide, please. This is a picture looking southwest at that monopole. Again, this one's about 75 feet tall, and it's about very similar to the proposed monopole that's going to go up. Next slide. The last area we looked at is Belle Isle Boulevard. It's a large commercial area there on the west, older residential property to the east. A lot of it is being rehabbed, remodeled. Made a quick drive-through of the area, snapped some photos, crunched some numbers, and interviewed the realtors involved in the properties here also, and then the indication was that there was no impact on market value. It's also important to note, I think, that I mentioned earlier we analyzed days on market. The 2 properties closest, so one of them sold within 5 days and the other one sold in 7. So there was no market resistance attributable to the days on market for those two properties. This is the view from Belle Isle Boulevard, the commercial district, looking back. Next one. And then this is the view from the residential area. You see the monopole there in the back. Is that my last slide? It is. So what we tried to do was we tried to bracket the property in terms of quality, age, style, location, and most importantly, impact of the monopole. So I think we did that as best we could with the data that we had. And the conclusion was there's no significant impact from a monopole being located within, the data indicates, between 184 feet and out. Questions?
You were here trying to establish what?
Yes, I was trying to establish the impact of the monopole on residential property values.
And what is it?
0.
Okay. Anything else that you want us to take away from your presentation?
Would that just be 0 from those particular areas, but not 0 for a community as a whole? You couldn't be saying that a monopole would not have any negative impact on a residential area as far as the value of properties, would you? You wouldn't be saying, you wouldn't say that.
Say that again now.
Well, your presentation was basically to establish the fact that the monopoles that you looked at in Oklahoma City in these locations, that when you looked at the sale of properties since the existence of those monopoles, that in your opinion there wasn't any negative impact on the valuation of the properties, right? As far as
that's my opinion, yes, sir.
We couldn't say whether or not there was an increase as far as the value of the properties as a result of the polls either, right?
It didn't have an increase or a decrease.
Okay.
It had no impact.
Okay.
It was insignificant, let me put it that way.
So as a whole, though, you couldn't say that these monopoles have absolutely no negative impact on a community as a whole. Just from what you have identified in these locations?
Oh, I think you can. I think it's fair to say that it has no negative impact on the real property values. That's what you're referring to when you say neighborhood.
Right.
You're talking to values. I think it's fair to say that easily.
So even though that there's cases that has been ruled upon from several districts, federal districts, that shows that if a residential area can show that these cell towers could have a negative impact on the resale of property or devaluation of property, and they have ruled that they do. I mean, those are federal court cases that basically say that you can present a case showing that these cell towers can have a negative impact on the valuation of property.
Are you asking me, can they have?
Yeah.
I would say yes, they
Okay.
can have.
Okay.
Do they have? In this instance, no. There's no data to support a diminution in value from the location of a monopole being 180 feet or further away from a property.
All right.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes, David?
When you're referring to a monopole, is that the same, whether it's a flagpole design or the other type of design that we saw in the picture?
I didn't look at different designs. At the time that I was asked to do this study, I didn't know that the stealth was an option. So I looked solely at the monopole, and that would be my only conclusion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ed?
Just, I mean, you said it's 2 to 3 years, which, I mean, is it the sales in the last 2 years? Is it closer to 2 years or 3 years?
Well, one addition was 2 and one was 3. Or one was 2 and the others were 3, I should say.
So how many houses total are we talking about?
How many houses total what? That sold or that I?
Yeah, that you analyzed.
I'm guessing somewhere around 100, something like that.
100 in the last 2 to 3 years in those 4 areas?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
To get to the point that Mr. Kelly was talking about in regard to cell towers, I think the important thing is, and that's why general studies probably don't provide much information, but you have to compare apples and apples. You have to look at an 80-foot monopole compared to a 240-foot monopole. But more importantly, as you all are aware, you've not had a case like this since you have been on this council, whether as mayor or council persons. And the reason is because the ordinance has been quite effective and worked, and carriers have been able to put up monopoles throughout the city. What we want to show is in each ward similar circumstances, and then talk just briefly about the conformance issue. David Box is going to do that.
Good afternoon. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. I'm going to let the booklets go around, and what I'm here to talk about is certain zoning considerations that we're dealing with in this particular case. Yes, sir. All the books are the same. There should be one for each. They'll also be on the screen, but the books you're going to receive have tabs. So in order to more efficiently use our time, I thought if you had one in front of you, we'd be able to look at it together and make our way through it quicker.
Thanks.
It's already been discussed, a brief history of this site. Originally, this site was developed for a school site. It was the Mayfair Chipmunks. And in 1987, it was rezoned to PUD 307. And as part of PUD 307, it allowed for O2 underlying zoning, with the limitation that the office use must be for not-for-profit businesses. However, the PUD did allow an adult daycare for up to 75 individuals to be operated out of the facility that did not have the limitation that that daycare be for a not-for-profit business. So fast forwarding to the present, our application is for SPUD 626. And what that is simply to allow a telecommunication tower. Now, under the municipal code at 59-8300.30, the code deals with telecommunication towers. It deals with them in a residential area. And as the staff report noted, and as Mr. Kessner noted, it's important that we meet all the setback requirements. We meet everything in the municipal code for telecommunication towers. And under that same section, subsection E actually deals with distance from residential structures in a residential area. So it's clear that when the code was adopted, there was a thought that there would be towers within residential neighborhoods. Now, the staff also noted on the comp plan conformance, this is a unique site in that the way the school was developed, it has an interior courtyard. And why that courtyard is important to our application is because it allows screening of the equipment buildings, and the south side of the school is actually 2 stories. So 2 stories of the actual tower will be screened from view. So you have a unique site that allows our application to be in conformance with both the code and the comp plan. Now, one other unique aspect of this, as has been noted, AT&T has been willing, and is still willing, to install a flagpole. Now, why that's important is, this being an old school site, one thing common to every school you're going to find across the country is an American flag. Now, of note, we could go get a building permit tomorrow by right to construct a 105-foot flagpole. No zoning required. What we're asking for is a 75-foot flagpole. So, in essence, we could build a structure 30 feet taller just as long as it was hollow. All we're asking for is...
Just as long as it was what?
Hollow. We could build a flagpole right now as long as the tube was hollow, of 105 feet. What our application for, and what we're willing to do, is a 75-foot flagpole that just has the cellular equipment inside of the pole.
So for 105 foot, and just modify the pole construction, we wouldn't be sitting here, right?
If the property owner wanted to go install a 105-foot flagpole, they could do that by right.
But isn't that what you're proposing to do with this pole? Is that to make it a flagpole?
But it's a flagpole that is also a telecommunication tower, and that's why we need the zoning approval.
Oh.
What I'm saying is, if we had a flagpole that wasn't going to operate as a telecommunication tower, but would look the exact same, we could do it 30 feet taller.
But, yeah, okay, so apples and oranges, for real. Okay.
I would argue it's apples and apples because of the ability to screen the equipment sheds.
But a flagpole is a flagpole that we see on all schools all over the city and in downtown and on government properties. The issue is a cell tower and this monopole. And I thought, you know, when the offer was made or a proposition was made to create the cell tower to look like a flagpole, that was the only reason why I asked the question, Mr. Box. I wasn't trying to be facetious, by no means. So,
Okay, thank you. I would like to note, Mr. Groves in his February 16th letter stated that, and I quote, "Situating a cell phone tower in the middle of an established neighborhood is unthinkable and unheard of in Oklahoma City," end quote. He went on in a television interview on March 25th, 2012 to state, "This is a landmark case." In the book you have in front of you, I'm going to show you why those statements are incorrect. There are examples all over this city where cell phone towers are not only within the neighborhood, but in the 15 examples we're going to go through, 13 of the 15, the cell phone tower actually lies closer to the nearest home than the subject side is asking for. So with that said, if we start at tab 8, and I'm just going to work my way from right to left across the horseshoe, the first one you see is 15504 Jefferson's Garden Court, and this is one we've discussed already. This is one that was recently approved by the City Council, and it's actually the flagpole design. And you'll see here, you have residents directly to the north at 258 feet. So it's very comparable to what we're asking for here. I believe Mr. Kessler's testimony was the setback in our site is approximately 248 feet. So if you flip to the next page, you're going to see what the actual flagpole design looks like. In the next picture, same thing. You see the flagpole, and you see its close relation to the homes nearby. And this is actually a 75-foot flagpole, which is the exact height that we are proposing. The next example is 12101 North Meridian Avenue. This is a site that Mr. Gray spoke about. This is the old Summerfield Soccer, and it's now a different soccer, but it's a 130-foot monopole. So it's significantly taller than the monopole we're asking for. It's not a flagpole design. It's not a stealth design. It's a traditional monopole with the hat rack on top with the big antennas, and the closest residence is 145 feet. So we have a tower that's nearly double the size and 100 feet closer to the nearest home. In the next pictures, you can see the homes, and you can see the cell phone tower right next to it. And as Mr. Gray stated, this is a new neighborhood. Further north in Summerfield, it's an established neighborhood. So it's very similar, but we are asking for a shorter tower, and it's further away from the nearest home. The next tab is going to be tab 7, which is Ward 7. Our first example is 13919 North Coltrane Road. This is a 125-foot monopole, and here the closest residence is 140 feet. So again, we have a situation with a monopole that is not a stealth design, significantly taller than our application, and significantly closer to the nearest home. And when you look at the area, you see all the homes in close proximity, north, west, and south. And if you flip the page, you'll see the pictures from inside of the neighborhood where you can see the tower from all the streets.
Can I ask where we're going with this line of, I mean, you're showing that these have been established. You're not showing that the neighborhoods liked it. You could make a blaming the victim argument. I mean, for any of these, Dennis said that the reason we haven't had a trial like this before is because the ordinance works so well. Well, a counter argument might be that the reason we haven't seen it is that a neighborhood would have to come up with thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for an attorney to make the case to block this, or to hire experts, or to go toe-to-toe with AT&T. I mean, just because we have these in all these neighborhoods may just mean that they didn't have the thousands of dollars to try and resist.
Well, I would disagree in that here you have a host of issues. Some were permitted by right, and I'm not speaking to what effect it has. Mr. Grace has already stated that is zero. But there's been a lot of discussion by opposing counsel and this thought that putting a cell phone tower in a neighborhood is unheard of and it doesn't happen. And what I'm trying to establish is it happens throughout the entire city.
Mr. Box.
Yes, sir.
I agree with Councilman Shadid. I think it's kind of unfair to present to us neighborhoods where there are towers. I know for a fact that there are some neighborhoods in Ward 7 would not have an inch of money to challenge one of these type of proceedings. And I also know that there's a lot of land in which these towers have been situated in which the developer did not inform, and the developer owned the land and then built on it, and the houses were such that they were affordable for the people to move in. So consequently, you never would have had an engagement by the residents as it relates to that. But on the other hand, in all due fairness, I have one of these that's coming up soon. And I also have an opposition from a neighborhood. But at the same time, I've gotten calls from people who said, put it on my land. I want the money. And so I just think that this whole issue, that's why I asked the question about, is it money a driven factor in some of these situations as it relates to the situation and the anchor of some of these towers? I had a lady that called me, she said, I got 15 acres of land. I know they are opposing it over in the addition that's coming up on the 24th, Persimmon Hills. She said, but I'll take the tower. But that's not my call. And I don't know whether or not it fits the diagram as far as the distance and the matrix that they need or not. But I also had another individual who lives in Ward 7, a big institution, said the same thing. He said, you know, Mr. Kelly, they don't want that cell tower over there. They can bring it over here. We'll take it. So I don't think you can compare all of these situations just because they exist in some areas. I think there are some other clear factors that has driven the fact that these are in places where they are. But I think that takes away from the individual community that each one of us represent, and that is the heart and the concern that Councilman Shadid's ward has as it relates to what impact it has in their neighborhood. And I would just like to focus on that because, you could go all over this state. I asked a question last week. How many cell towers do we have in Oklahoma City? I think the citizens ought to know how many of these cell towers exist in the city of Oklahoma City, and we don't have that. And so I think when you look at this, it just don't have that much balance in reference to justifying whether or not the residents that's here today have an argument in reference to what effect it has on their community. And I think that's
as far as effect on the community, Mr. Gray spoke to that. He did a paired sales analysis where he looked at somewhere around 100 sales, and a couple of these that we've already gone over were in his analysis. And the indication is there is a zero diminution in value based on the cell tower. His analysis had some that had new neighborhoods, some in established neighborhoods.
His analysis was to particular areas. His analysis was not to an area that's here today.
The only way you can draw conclusions is to look at certain areas. You can't, there's no way to judge it based on this particular. All you can do is base this site on similarly situated sites around the city and find what values were affected there. And the answer is zero. So there isn't a replica of this site somewhere else, but all you can do is find homes of a similar value, homes of a similar age, and do the analysis.
Your Honor, I think we ought to let the applicant put on whatever evidence he wants to, and we can make the judgment whether it's pertinent or not. I think it's shut him off without an opportunity for him to present his case as he likes to present it. I think it's not being fair to him.
I think it's very relevant. David, go ahead.
Thank you. And I think something to think about when you mention those people not being here to protest, the thing that's guiding us is the staff's review of the tower as it relates to the zoning, as it relates to the comp plan, as it relates to the design, whether or not that meets the code's requirements. And as far as the code goes, it meets it. They recommended approval. As far as the comp plan goes, they recommended that this is in conformance with the comp plan. So with that, let's turn to the next page, which is 707 Southeast 29th Street. This is also in Ward 7. And here we have a 150-foot tower, and the closest residence is 100 feet away.
Which tab is this, David?
This would be the second aerial in tab 7.
Okay.
It's going to be page 17.
All right, thanks.
So, and one thing to note about this, as I said, it's a 150-foot tower, so it's double the height of what we're requesting, and it's only 100 feet from the closest residence. And in fact, if you look at the aerial, the shadow of the tower is actually touching the home. If you go to the next page, which is page 18, you can see the tower rising above the home. Next is tab 6. The first one we look at is 1602 Southwest 43rd Street. This is in Ward 6. This is a 99-foot monopole, and the closest residence is 100 feet. So once again, we have a situation with a monopole taller than ours, not a stealth design, significantly closer than what we're proposing. And if you turn the page, you'll see a similar shot. You'll see the neighborhood, you'll see all the homes, and you'll see the tower. Next page, same thing. Page 22 is 3800 South Douglas Avenue. This is still in Ward 6. And here we have a 110-foot monopole. And here we have a situation where we have both multifamily, which is only 70 feet from the tower, and single family, which is 150 feet from the tower. So once again, we have a much taller monopole, and once again, we have homes and people living in much closer proximity than what our application is for. And if you turn to page 23, you'll see the tower, and same thing on 24. Next is tab 5, page 25, which is 2702 Southwest 59th Street. This is in Ward 5. Here we have a 135-foot monopole, with the closest residence being 165 feet. So once again, we have a significantly taller monopole, yet significantly closer to the house. Page 26, you'll see a picture right from the front driveway of the home, and you can see the monopole. Next picture, looking down the street, you can still see the monopole. Page 28 is 1448 Southwest 59th Street. This is in Ward 5. This is a 100-foot tower, and this is an interesting case because you actually have two towers right next to each other. So you have two 100-foot monopoles, and they're both within 135 feet of the closest residence. And if you turn the page, you'll see the monopole rising over the homes. Then we're going to go to tab 4. Tab 4 is 5903 Southeast 61st Street, Ward 4. This is a 155-foot tower. So this tower is more than double the tower that we're proposing, and its closest residence is 145 feet. So it's 100 feet closer to the tower than what we're dealing with in our application. And as we go to page 32 and 33, you can see the tower. Tab 3 is 6615 South May Avenue, Ward 3. This is a 101-foot monopole, and the closest residence is 110 feet. So again, another example of a monopole that is significantly taller and a residence that is significantly closer. And as you turn to page 35 and 36, you can see from the streets, there's the monopole. Next is page 37, which is 1607 North Portland Avenue. This is Ward 3. This is a 120-foot monopole. So again, significantly taller. And the closest residence here is only 80 feet away. Significantly closer. As we go to page 38, 39, same thing. Established neighborhood, you can see the monopole. Tab 2, the first one we have is 11709 Stratford Drive. I think this is significant because this is actually in the middle of a schoolyard. This is a 76-foot monopole, which is 1 foot taller than we're proposing, but like our site, being a former school site, this is right in the middle of the schoolyard. The closest residence here is 350 feet, so you do have more of a gap here than our proposal, but it's similar in that it's right in the middle of the school site. And as you turn the page, you can see the homes in the background with the monopole there. Next is 4312 North Classen Boulevard, Ward 2. We have a 100-foot monopole, and here the monopole is only 50 feet from the closest residence. So same thing. We're taller, or excuse me, this application was taller and much closer to the home. And as you turn the page, you see how the monopole interacts with the established neighborhood. Next is 8303 West Britton Road. This is in Ward 1. This is a 120-foot monopole, taller than our application. And the closest residence is 185 feet. So once again, closer than our application. And as you turn the page, you'll be able to see the established neighborhood with the cell phone tower there. Last is 1210 North Council Road in Ward 1. This is a 166-foot monopole, more than double what we're requesting, and the closest residence is only 90 feet away. So as you turn the page, you'll see the homes, the established neighborhood, next to the monopole. And finally, the last tab, page 52, is a depiction of our site and its relation to the homes surrounding it. And as I noted at the beginning, of the 15 examples we went through, 13 of them are closer than any home in our area. So to say that this is unique in the city and it's unheard of in this city is simply inaccurate. This happens all throughout the city. And when the new code was adopted, it was contemplated that this would happen and that it would need to happen. So it allowed for a monopole to be within a residential area and in close proximity to a residential area. I thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, we would ask that the exhibits, including the book that you all have, be marked for purposes of the record, and we will put exhibit tabs on all of the boards that Kellyanne testified from. Do we want to take a lunch break? We're finished with the evidence that we're going to present. I know we've got Mr. Groves is going to present evidence. I would like to discuss with you the shifting of the burden and kind of where we're at, but might be better to do that.
Are you willing to do that before Eric speaks?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I've got a problem.
Okay.
I have two witnesses. I didn't anticipate that Dennis's case would take this long. I have two witnesses who need to be other places. So I plan to call them out of order and put them on first. And, you know, I'd love to take a lunch break, but Jim Hoyt, who's my appraiser, needs to be elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting a lunch break. You two are the only two that are suggesting a lunch break.
Well, I'm not suggesting a lunch break, Mayor. I'm just saying that I have people that have to go.
I would say keep going.
If Eric can make it without lunch, I can make it without lunch.
Dennis, can I ask just one point of clarification?
Yes.
Can you explain to me what exactly ODOT said in those 2 months? How did...
In my conversations with ODOT officials, they indicated that they would have to go through a process that would require lengthy review, and that it would require a number of department heads to look at the site. They didn't know whether the site would be appropriate for sale or for lease, or if any of the department heads would say they didn't want to give up any of their property. So they could not make any commitments in any timely fashion. After that, Mark Kesner looked at the property, and his testimony is in the record, but there's a couple of issues with the ODOT property. I'm talking about the property on the east side of the highway. And one of them was a utility line, and one of them was a gas line, I believe. So we got nowhere with ODOT.
Okay, but ODOT didn't say no.
Yeah, they said they could not say yes.
Right, but they did not say no, you cannot put this on ODOT property.
That is correct.
Okay.
What they said was, we have a process, and the process, we can't tell you how long it'll take. We can't tell you when it'll be completed. We can tell you that if anybody within the purview of a department head does not want to either lease or sell a portion of the property as surplus, then it will not happen. So we were not able to get anywhere with ODOT.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Let the record show that Mr. Box has rested his case. My name is Eric Groves. I'm an attorney. I represent the protesters in this case. We have two witnesses that I'd like to call without making an opening statement, and simply because they have other commitments. The first is Jim Hoyt. I think most of you know Jim. He is MAI, widely regarded as the Dean of Appraisers in Oklahoma City. He has taken a look at the subject neighborhood and will offer his opinions as to whether a monopole in the proposed location would adversely affect property values. The second witness is Mary Grace Commercial Real Estate. I asked her to find other locations in this area, and I'm going to put a graphic depiction up here, that might be available for a tower, and she has done that. So let me have just a minute to put my chart up, and then we'll call Mr. Hoyt.
Okay.
Might as well distribute our notebooks now. And I'm using Dennis's easel, just because it's such a high-class easel. So I won't have to assemble mine. Our book of exhibits is being handed to you now. Yeah, sure. There's a table of contents in the notebook that'll give you an idea of what's in it. We have to do this a little bit out of order because the witnesses have to be elsewhere. If you look to tab 6, you'll find a chart of additional sites. Those are the ones Ms. Grace will testify about. But first, I'd like you to hear from Jim Hoyt. I would submit his resume as a matter of record. I may do so yet, but I think you all know who he is. Mr. Hoyt?
Thank you. My name is Jim Hoyt. I office at 4300 Classen Boulevard. I own that building at that position, and I live at 6108 Walnut Lane. I'm here today for several reasons. I'm here at the request of the property owners. I have it's not unique, but I have a little flame in my heart for this particular neighborhood in that my father, returning from the war, 1945, bought the first house in Mayfair Heights. I grew up there and probably played in every area, including this one, as a young man. Having said that, the question is the impact, to me, the impact that this might have on this particular neighborhood. I have 50 years' experience in appraising real estate. I started when I was real young. The issues that I've come across all these years deal with adversity that certain things can have on real estate. And I've done a lot of things like I appraised Interstate 40, the realignment. I did all the maps work initially, the appraisal work, and I still serve the city of Oklahoma City and consider them a client. I'm here more in logic than I am in facts as Mr. Grace has related. I'm not being paid. I didn't have the time or the desire to do what he did. I do understand his study. I have done studies myself, and I've done studies for OG&E. They've been and not OG&E, but for OG&E and a lot of other places. I think that one thing we're kind of confused with here, as I've heard, is the issue that a monopole, high lines, same thing, anything that has adversity or has something different than the residential neighborhood. By putting this is my opinion, by putting a monopole in a residential neighborhood that is pretty much intact, and this neighborhood is intact residentially, it can be adverse to future uses and can create a trend of change. And I think that that's dangerous in any residential neighborhood. I've seen it happen or many times. I'm sure you have too. One of the things that I've heard, and I haven't heard one word about this, is many of the poles and things that we're talking about, especially as I told you, I own the property at 42nd and Classen. That pole that you referred to is 1 block away from me. That is a very highly rental area, Section 8 rents. Those type of neighborhoods are less impacted if it's a rental property than it is an ownership property. This particular neighborhood we're dealing with is primarily, I think, ownership. I'm sure there's some rentals in there, but I doubt there's any Section 8 or that type of a thing. So with that in mind, going back to logic, going back to my experience, it's my opinion that there's no guarantees in anything, but that any change that you input into this particular property, this area, that is not residential, can have a negative impact on the future values of those properties. With that, I stand for questions.
Jim, sorry. If I could ask a question.
Sure.
This neighborhood, I had the opportunity to drive it a couple of times, and you do suggest that it's intact, which it is.
Yes.
But it has had a change in the character of the neighborhood, and it actually has a mosque immediately next door to this site. Can you discuss how that perhaps would have impacted values?
Yes, and I agree with that. It is relatively new. It's also, I associate a mosque with a church. I think it's one of the same. And churches are allowed in residential areas. They're only on Sunday, and I think the residential people will accept a church more than they would a monopole, because it's only a temporary use on Sunday. And it's acceptable use as something that's nice to a residential area.
Well, and it's an extremely nice piece of property, and it's very well maintained, but it is one of these things that would be different in character for a normal residential neighborhood.
Well, churches, I don't believe, ma'am. I think they're accepted by residential, and they're allowed in residential, as you, of course, and everything. So I'm not trying to say no. I understand where you're going, but I don't think it's already in place. I don't think it's going to, it doesn't seem to have hurt that residential area, and it's been in place for a little while.
Jim, I'm sure you've been sitting here all morning. I'm sure you saw the photographs of the proposed stealth pole, they call it, which is just a white pole with the globe on top and the flag flying off of it. Other than the pole being a little fatter than a normal flagpole, would an 80-foot flagpole have the same impact on this neighborhood?
No, I don't think it would. I think that if it looks like a pole and nobody knows that it's not a flagpole, I can't see how it'd really have a negative impact necessarily. But you don't normally see a flag sticking up in the middle of a residential area either. So.
But as a school, they probably had a flag there at one time. I don't know how tall the pole was, but I mean, it wouldn't be unheard of for a school or some community center to fly a flag in the middle of a residential neighborhood.
No, it would not. I mean, I can see that could be something that's less impact. I don't know really, Gary, how much impact it would be.
Would change in property values strictly be limited to aesthetics, or could the perception of effects of the cell phone tower affect property values? In other words, I mean, we're not allowed to consider health effects here in making our determination. But when I watch the television story on Fox 25, they're all talking about the health effects. So whether it's real or not, whether there's the science there or not, could that perception affect property values? Or are we just talking about aesthetics?
Here's the way real estate, in my opinion, works. For every person that doesn't like it, there could be somebody that will accept it, especially in prices and those type things. So I don't know if I can answer your question directly, but it is aesthetics. Sometimes it depends on who the person is and what his impact and the price of the house, all those various things. Am I answering your question? Are you talking about or?
I'm saying, I'm just asking, is it just aesthetics, or are there other issues that could go into affecting property values, or whether someone would want to move into the area?
Well, I don't know how I can answer that. I really don't. I'm sorry.
Do you think that the sample size of the survey or what was presented is large enough to justify their conclusion that it would have zero impact on property values?
Mr. Deed, and I can answer this pretty easily this way. Property owners have never been able to get organized and put up enough money to have their own real study. The studies you're hearing today are studies by people that have enough money that are benefited by this issue. So that's one of the problems we have. The studies just don't, they're not necessarily absolutely, they're all one-sided. And in this case, they are one-sided. I mean, nobody could afford to go out a neighborhood and do the study that's out there today that these companies have.
This is a quick question. Jim, thank you very much. I understand you're doing this, as you indicated earlier, not for pay.
Right.
And I do appreciate your taking your time out. And you said because of that reason, that was at least one of the reasons you didn't do the kind of study that the other witness did. Have you in the past done studies in more detail that would have been more similar to what was done here?
I have not like this. When I've done a couple of cell tower things, not for this company. The one thing I noted is that in most cases, the cell towers have a commercial surrounding, or not all total, but it has, they're close in distance to a commercial activity. And that, I think, takes away some of the residential problems that this doesn't have. See what I'm saying? Oh.
Yeah, I do, but I'm not sure to answer my question. But anyway, thank you. I appreciate
Sure. I'm sorry.
Well, my question was, in years past, have you done studies similar to what was done by the witness for AT&T that would reflect a different conclusion or different results?
I've done studies, yes, sir, not for monopoles. I've done studies for OG&E on their high lines, which is a similar characteristic.
I've been there before.
I've done those. So, yes, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Hoyt, do you know, this may be a legal question or something to do that we may have to get someone else's thoughts on, but do you know if a residential owner or even a commercial owner was attempting to sell real estate that they would have to disclose that a cell tower is within a certain proximity of their property? Is that a requirement to be disclosed?
It could be illegal, but I can tell you that normally he's not, he doesn't have to disclose if it's not part of his property or part of his problem. If it's a neighborhood problem, I don't think he'd have to disclose it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Councilor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyt. The object of the exercise, if you'll turn to tab 6, is to demonstrate to you that AT&T did not consider enough alternative sites when they decided to apply to change the SPUD in Mayfair. Alternative sites come in various categories from our point of view, and at another point in our notebook we have a chart that color codes these little dots on this map. We're only going to get to one color because Ms. Grace needs to go, but they're a bright green dot, such as these right here, and Ms. Grace will come up and go through the people that she called. Yes? No, I'll take care of it. I'm going to ask her to describe her investigation of each of these sites, and I'll point to them as she does.
I'm Mary Grace. I have Grace Commercial Real Estate. The address is 2837 Northwest 58th Street. My home address is 2413 Northwest 56th Street. Mr. Groves asked me just to take a quick look at the location, which I was very familiar with, having spent a lot of time there with Christmas in April once. And I drove the neighborhood and looked at aerials to see what other sites might be available, and the aerial was the easiest way to do it. The first one in your book is a site at 39th and Portland that goes over to the expressway. This is a John Henry site, if you recognize the Jacob Portland. Okay. I talked to one of John's brokers in his office. He said they had had no contact whatsoever with AT&T, but he knew that John would entertain an offer from them, or at least a discussion from them. The second one I talked to was Central Presbyterian, which is at 5101 North May. It's right there on the corner. We all drive by it every day, probably I do. I talked to Frida, who is in the office, their administrative aide. She says, her first thing she said was, oh, the church always needs income, and yes, we would entertain an offer or at least a discussion from AT&T. The third site I talked to was St. John's Episcopal, which is just north of Central Presbyterian. It's at 5401 North Brookline. Martha, who's in their office, she's the administrative aide also. First thing she said was, oh yes, our church needs income. And she said that someone else had called about the site or the tower, cell tower the day before, and she couldn't remember who it was. But she said they would also entertain a discussion and or an offer from AT&T also. The fourth site is just east of May Avenue. Lyle Dickman, he has Mayfair Lock and Key, if you're familiar with them. They moved out of that site to Northwest 39th Street, but Lyle is someone I knew. He has a couple of lots there, and he said, well, he had been contacted last year, but it was a different cell tower company. But he would also appreciate an offer or a discussion and would certainly entertain receiving a package on the property, on his property. And the last one I talked to, there's several on here I was not able to reach, but the last one I talked to is the Lynn Hickey Dodge site. I talked to Caleb Hill, who is their broker. As you probably all know, I can't go around a sign and talk directly to an owner if there's a real estate sign on the property, according to the commission, real estate commission. So I talked to Caleb, and he offered to, I told him the situation, he offered to call Wade, who's with the Hickey family, and see what Wade had to say about it. And, of course, I knew about the temporary, the COW, as I've learned the thing is called today. Caleb called me back almost immediately and said, oh, yes, Wade's good for the temporary tower and says we can keep it there as long as you want it there. Of course, I don't care, but he said, yes, Wade would definitely discuss a site and an offer from AT&T, and he felt like, quote, he had a solution to our problem. And those were the people I managed to reach. The others are on here, but out-of-town people. Any questions?
Any questions, Pat?
Ms. Grace, thank you very much
Yes.
for your testimony. I have a question. Maybe it's
Incidentally,
to
I
Eric.
am not a relative of Mr. Grace that was here earlier, by the way. I thought I should clear that up.
Well,
Yes.
I just found out my wife for 51 years, her name was Mary Grace. But anyway, and I just maybe a question for Eric as well. Did the protestants' technical witness have a chance to look at the sites that people indicated that would be made available to them?
I'm not sure I heard the...
Well, maybe I didn't make my question clear, Eric. Let me try again. Did your technical witness look at these sites and attest to their suitability in terms of a technical situation?
Are you referring to Mary as a technical witness?
No. I'm asking if you have a technical witness.
Oh, yes, the one who submitted the report, Walter Cooper. No, he has not checked the sites that Mary checked.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, wait, there may be other questions. Are there any other questions from Ms. Gray?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you talk about number 9 Is that Lakeview Park Church of the Nazarene?
Just a second here. Which one is it?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's something that's not on my chart, but which church? Mhm. Oh, another church that would like the call from AT&T.
And the
We'll
relevance,
have to put that on later. It didn't happen through this witness.
the relevance would seem to be, the closest ones to Mayfair would be that one, the Lakeview Park Church of the Nazarene, and number 3. Those would both seem to match the requirements that
That's St. John's Episcopal.
Okay. Do you think that's true? Those are the 2 sites that are closest to you geographically?
Each one of these, now, there may be setback things, I don't know, but because I drove out by them, and then I checked on these sites with an aerial, with the view in mind of keeping them out of somebody's backyard if I possibly could, and also to keep them a possible cell tower from, being right next to a building, a large building or something. I mean, I didn't have a set of guidelines other than to try to find sites that might be workable.
Thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me, I have a question. And Ms. Grace, I don't know if it's appropriate for you or Mr. Groves.
Yes.
But do we know the proposed sites that you went through, are they currently zoned to accommodate a cell phone tower?
Several of these, John Henry's site would be definitely C3. The churches, I don't know on that. I did not check zoning on these. Lyle Diekman's site is residential, but it's right behind commercial, and there's a lot of empty lots in that neighborhood. I do know that. And then, of course, the Lynn Hickey site is commercial also.
Yes, ma'am. Now, may I ask you this? Could you tell me the distance between these sites and the proposed location?
I would say the furthest, we've gone through this once, the furthest one, the Lynn Hickey site, would be, looks like about 3/4 of a mile. I'm guessing on that. The others are going to be less than that, probably within a half a mile.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman, let me respond to your zoning question.
Yes, sir.
There really wouldn't be much point in checking whether these sites are so-called zoned for cell tower use, because cell towers are a conditional use, and they can be put in a great number of zoning districts if the proposal meets the conditional use standards. Correct, Kenny?
Yes.
So the actual zoning of the land technically isn't that important. What is important, though, is the compatibility of the use with surrounding properties. That's why someone said, better off to put them in commercial properties than it is residential. In any event, I wanted to get that evidence in so that Grace could depart.
May I ask a related question then?
Yes, sir.
With these other proposed sites, could the neighbors surrounding those other proposed sites do what your neighborhood has done and file a protest against it?
Well, they're not really all that, yes, of course, anybody. If there's to be a change in zoning, Councilman, people within 300 feet are entitled to notice and to sign a petition if they wish. People outside 300 feet can protest as well. It doesn't matter whether they're homeowners or commercial owners. Anybody has the right to protest a change in zoning, if a change in zoning were required. Most of these sites, though, we wouldn't anticipate that because of their configuration. For example, the Lynn Hickey site, or the old Dodge dealership, that's a big piece of land, incidentally. For those of you who have gone out there and looked at the cow, which, by the way, is only 30 feet tall, if that. Gone out there and looked at the cow, you'll notice that the old dealership's been torn down. It's all concrete pads. There are lots of places on that large tract of land where you put a cell tower, and there wouldn't be any citizens around to protest. So it just depends on the configuration of the land.
If the site met the conditions for that particular conditional use, then no, there would not be an opportunity to protest. It would just be able to go in automatically by right. If it did not meet the conditions, then you would either have to have an application for a variance to the Board of Adjustment or to the City Council, say, for a SPUD similar to this one.
Okay, well, thank you.
Every situation's different.
Yes, sir. And just the point, since we brought up the Lynn Hickey Dodge location, I think the expert on the applicant's side said that that location doesn't necessarily provide them the coverage that they are trying to obtain.
Well, that's what we're going to be arguing about today, Councilman, is who sets the standards for what's adequate and what's not. There are no standards in the Federal Communications Act of 1996. There are no standards issued by the state of Oklahoma. There are no standards issued by this city. The only standards as to what constitutes adequate coverage are those from AT&T.
Well, may I ask a related question then? Do you have an expert that could counter the applicant's expert's testimony concerning adequate coverage?
Well, yes, I think if you look at Walter Cooper's report, and of course he also signed an affidavit which is in your notebook. I think what Mr. Cooper is saying is that there are other means available to deal with inadequate coverage other than putting a tower at this exact location. But of course we have other evidence to present to you too that I think might be persuasive of two things really. One, there are other sites available, but most importantly, AT&T never considered them. As this was just demonstrated, they picked Mayfair School because they think it's the best. They looked at a couple other places, but they never even called the ones that Ms. Grace picked out. They never called Lyle Dickman. They never called St. John's Episcopal. You know, Central Presbyterian at 50th and May has room for a cell tower, and that's just down the street. They never called them because by their standards, they settled on this place, and what they're saying to you is, we want it because we want it. That's all. It meets our standards. Question?
Yes. Dealing with Mary's survey of all of this stuff, the questions were simply, would you be interested? You didn't get to the point where you looked at setbacks and where it would have to sit on their property to see if then they were still interested.
No, Mary didn't do that. That's not within. What I asked her to do was, we worried about, it's like Kenny said a minute ago, we have a set of standards for conditional use permit. One of them is setbacks. Now, just by my own eyeball survey, some of these probably meet them. I don't know about others, but I didn't ask her to do that. I just wanted to find out whether AT&T had ever looked at them, whether they ever called them. We didn't get into the setback situation. And keep in mind that let's suppose Central Presbyterian Church, for example, 50th and May, that they don't meet the setback requirement. They could go to the Board of Adjustment and ask for a variance, and that happens, you know, frequently. So, but we did not investigate that in detail. Are there any more questions about this aspect of our evidence, or any more questions of Ms. Grace? No.
Well, I do have one question. Do you know
yes, sir.
The financial status of who is accepting this? Do we know anything about what is a typical rent?
We're going to get into that, Dr. Shadid.
Okay.
And I don't really know what a typical rent is. I do know what they offered the Methodist Church, and I think I know what they've offered Muhammad Hanif Dugan, who controls the land in question, and it's not very much. It's about $800 a month. Now, I wouldn't put a cell phone tower on my land for $800 a month, but I think that's what they're offering, and we'll have a witness who'll testify to that. Okay, Ms. Grace, you're free to go. Thank you very much. And I guess Jim's already going. All right, now, before we get into these other witnesses, a few points that I think are essential. Let's back up for a minute and ask, how did we get into this situation? You know, Dennis talked a lot about the history of cell phones. I won't trouble you with that. But there are a few things. What happened to my pointer? Thank you. A few things that are self-evident that you can take legislative notice of because you know them yourself. You all know this area. You drive up and down the Hefner Parkway. You know where the exit is to 50th Street, where it goes off to Northwest Expressway? If we take this area in question, there hasn't been any substantial growth in population in there, has there? Not for some time. If we look at the traffic on the Lake Hefner Parkway, how much of an increase, I don't have any car counts, but how much of an increase has there really been on the Hefner Parkway? I mean, it's a problem. It's crowded. We all know that. But can we actually say that there's been a significant increase in the volume of cars going up and down that road? And the answer is no. We all know that. So not much has really changed in that area, but something else has changed. And it's changed significantly. AT&T wants you to think this is about phone calls, about dropping phone calls. It's not. It's about data streaming. It's about iPads and smartphones. That's where everything is headed, and you know it because you may have smartphones. By the way, I am an AT&T customer, and I have what I call dumb phone. It's all I really want. I just want to call people on it. I don't need 500 different apps for sports events and downloading movies, but there are people who like that, and lots of them. AT&T does not have the infrastructure in certain parts of the city to provide that service. And we're talking about a lot of gigabytes every month. In fact, interesting story, reported in the New York Times on several occasions. AT&T will sell you a plan for downloading this kind of thing like movies or concerts, depending on how many gigabytes a month you're going to use. A few years ago, they sold an unlimited plan, many gigabytes as you want. Well, there were some gigabyte gobblers out there that just, it's like people at a buffet. They just keep going back and back and back. And so AT&T had a congestion problem. So what did they do? They took the top 5% of those gigabyte gobblers and they put them in the slow lane so that they didn't get the speed that they had bargained for, and that process is called throttling. Throttling. I mention this only as an example of the situation that AT&T finds itself in. This doesn't have anything to do with making 911 calls on the Hefner Parkway, because nothing really has changed. What it does have to do with is building out infrastructure so that they can stream the data to people. Now, one of the objects of our presentation is not only to, and I don't think they'll contradict that incidentally, is to show you that they've gone about this in the wrong way. There are very few places that they really look seriously at when they selected this Mayfair school. Now, while we're on that subject, we called Mr. Hoyt, who kindly agreed to do this pro bono, and for the most part, so am I. We asked Betsy Brunstetter, if you'll turn to tab 1. You'll find an affidavit from Betsy Brunstetter. She's testifying by affidavit because she had a conflict and couldn't be here today. Tab 1. Many of you know Betsy. She's been active in civic and municipal affairs for many years. She served on the Planning Commission for 8 years for Ward 2, practicing architect, still serves on the Downtown Design Review Committee and the Urban Design Review Committee. What Betsy says under oath is, the 80-foot monopole installed as proposed would offend the existing aesthetics of the Mayfair West neighborhood. Further, an 80-foot monopole placed in the center of this neighborhood would be inherently inconsistent with surrounding residential areas and thus inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. And it is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. It's incompatible with surrounding uses. And that, I believe, is why the Planning Commission turned this down 9-0. And while we're on that subject, it is you who appoints the planning commissioners. They're nominated by the mayor and they're confirmed by the council, and I think you all know your planning commissioners. Some of them have been on there quite a while. When this came before the Planning Commission, it was rejected unanimously for a reason, and it's the reason that Betsy gave. It's inherently incompatible with its surrounding uses. Now, it's fascinating to watch David Box show pictures of other areas where there are monopoles. A couple things need to be said about that, and then we'll discuss the ones that Mr. Grace picked out. First of all, none of them have the same configuration as this neighborhood. There may be monopoles on the edge of neighborhoods, but this is an existing, designed, extant neighborhood in which a monopole would just offend everything there is about it. Let me give you an example of that. If you would turn to tab 8, please. These are photographs of the existing neighborhood. Now, I know some of you, in light of this case, have gone out and driven the neighborhood, so you know what it looks like, but these are some pictures for the record of what the neighborhood looks like. Now, if you'll turn to tab 9, one of my clients, and I'll introduce my client, I might as well introduce my clients now while I'm at it. Starting over here, Big Al Garbage in the wheelchair, Skylar, Jana, Christine, Karen. And you'll hear from some of them shortly. One of them, I'm not sure which, who did this, Karen? Christine. Photoshopped in a monopole tower in front of, or nearby, each one of these homes. This is what it's going to look like. You look, like, for example, Walter Goddard's. By the way, you know, these homes were built back in the 1950s when all the rage was picture windows in the front of the house. And they have them right along Independence. Walter Goddard's going to, this is what he's going to get to look at in his living room. You look at the next one, same thing, Vietnamese name I can't pronounce. A very ethnically diverse neighborhood, I might add. You look at the next one, that's Skylar's place. That's what it's going to look like. And if you look at the Madranos, before and after, that's what they get to see. Now, if the point of David Box's presentation was to suggest that there's just nothing unusual or wrong about looking out your window at a monopole every day, and that those photos that he showed you are supposed to be typical of what goes on in this city, I suggest that's not accurate. And
what's the diameter of the pole at the base?
Boy, it's pretty big. Do we know? It's not a flagpole, Mayor.
I know.
It's like,
I mean, your drawing here seems to indicate it's like 5 feet, and if that's right, that seems pretty big. I was just wondering.
It's big, which is one reason why it's not easy to disguise as a flagpole. Anyway, you looked at these pictures, and I was commenting on the argument that there are neighborhoods where there are monopoles in the middle of the neighborhood. I don't believe that to be true. Some of those examples, they may be on the outskirts. Take the one at 42nd and Classen. It's not far from my office. It's right next door to Jim Hoyt's office. And one councilman asked me about that. It's not in the neighborhood. It's on Classen. It's on the edge of a neighborhood. And there are homes to the east of there. And I know that neighborhood. They probably didn't protest it. They don't have the resources to protest it. In fact, there's probably, I mean, my people tell me that on a lot of the ones that we heard about today, there was no protest. There was no protest for one reason or another. It isn't easy to mount a protest like the one you're seeing presented by us today. A lot of people can't afford it. In fact, it's interesting to observe, you know, when we get into the case law, we're going to want to talk about some of the legal aspects that I know have been concerning you. and they've been concerning you because AT&T, if they don't get what they want, they're going to sue you. Now, they threatened to do that at the Planning Commission, and the word on the street is that that is exactly what they're going to do. Now, if they do not plan to sue you, if you deny them, let them stand up and say so. But I know what they're going to do, and you do too. So, the law becomes important. There are 11 federal circuits in the United States. We're in the 10th. It includes Kansas, Colorado, New Mexico, Oklahoma. The Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit is the court that promulgates the decisions that control in the 10th Circuit. One of the interesting, and the case that I've attached here, and I put it in one of my letter briefs too, is the Broken Arrow case. In that case, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals upheld a decision by Broken Arrow to deny a cell phone permit. And the reason it did so was because the opponents of that put substantial evidence in the record, a written record, which we've seen to, and that was good enough. And while we're on that subject, the lawyers on this council know about what standards of proof are, but some of you other members may not. This is what the law requires to prove something. The toughest standard in our jurisprudence, it'll come as no surprise, is a standard we call beyond a reasonable doubt. You've all heard that. That's what you have to have in a criminal case to convict someone, beyond a reasonable doubt. And we have that standard. It's a strict standard, and we have it to protect the rights of the innocent. What's the next standard down, the next strictest standard? It's called clear, convincing, and satisfactory. That's a standard we have for fraud. Fraud's never presumed. If you want to prove fraud, you've got to do it with a high standard of proof. And what's the most common medium standard? It's called a preponderance of the evidence. You've probably heard that. Have you ever sat on the jury? It's a civil burden of proof. In a civil case, a preponderance of the evidence. What that means is which is most likely true. If you balance it out at 51-49, whoever's got the 51 wins. Below that, there are two other standards. The lowest one is called a scintilla. That's just about as little evidence as you can get. But between a scintilla and a preponderance, there's another standard, and that's called substantial evidence. And that's my burden in this case, to put substantial evidence in the record, which I've already done. Because if you read the cases from around the country, there are two bases where these courts will uphold your decision. You can have either one or you can have both. Evidence that the cell tower would be aesthetically displeasing, aesthetically inappropriate. Why is that? It's because aesthetics is a legitimate basis for zoning. You can zone based on aesthetics. That's the law in Oklahoma and a lot of other jurisdictions. The second one is, will it adversely affect property values? Well, our appraiser says it would, but you really almost don't need someone to tell you these things. Obviously, it's aesthetically bad. Obviously, it will affect property values, but we have to put the evidence in the record, so we did. Now, what is Dennis's burden? And by the way, that burden of putting substantial evidence on the record is a light burden. Dennis has the heavy burden. That's what the courts call it. He has the heavy burden of convincing you, and this hasn't been talked about today, but if you deny it, which I hope you will, and they sue you and you go to court, what are they going to argue? They're going to argue that your decision effectively prohibits cell phone service in this area. Why will they argue that? Because the Federal Communications Act has language that says a municipality may not effectively prohibit cell phone service. If you deny it, you will not be prohibiting cell phone service, will you? No, because there is service in this entire area. It's not up, if you believe what they say, it's not up to AT&T standards. They call it a coverage gap. Well, it's not a coverage gap, not in the sense that courts talk about coverage gaps. What a coverage gap is, you can't get any cell phone service at all. This isn't a coverage gap. It's a quality of service gap, if anything. If you look at the papers they gave you and you filed with you and you listen to Kelly's presentation today, they have a standard. They want 99% coverage. If it drops down to 98%, they get worried. They need to do something about it. The courts say that the Telecommunications Act does not guarantee any carrier 100% coverage. What it does do is it forbids municipalities from prohibiting cell phone service. But it doesn't say that you're going to be deprived if you don't get 100%. They want 100%, they want 98%. But the law doesn't entitle them to that. There are no standards in the law. That's their standard. Now, in trying to meet that standard, they focused on just one place, well, two places. They went to Orthopedic Associates, which happened to be my docs, and they couldn't cut a deal with them. They went down the street to the Mayfair United Methodist Church and made them an offer, and they couldn't cut a deal with them. So then they came back to Mayfair where they could cut a deal. And John Ford's with us today, over here in the red tie. He's the president of the Neighborhood Association, which is no longer functioning, Mayfair West. And in a minute, he's going to give you the history of the land. There's some other dots on here of other places they looked at, or so they say. If you look at the little map legend we have at the front of the book, Category 2 is Mark Kessner's list, places that he went, none of which were satisfactory to him. In a minute, we're going to talk about all these other red dots. Do you know how many operational cell towers there are within 4 miles of this site? About 100 of them. And if you look at tab 3, there's a listing of all the operational cell towers within 4 miles. Now you might be thinking, well, that's too far out. You know, they can't make it work 4 miles out, or 3 miles out, or 2 miles out. That's what they say. That's their standard. That's not a standard imposed by the law. So, if you take of all these operational towers, where you see, you know, there would be the possibility of co-locating, some of them are within a mile. We haven't heard anything about them, and they're all over the place. Now, I'm going to have Karen come up with a pointer, and just by way of illustration, Karen, would you point to some of the sites that are closest to the Mayfair Cultural Center? And give me the number, and I'll tell you what they are. Just pick one. I thought we were using the red ones. Yes. Okay. We look on the chart. Let's see what number 87 is. Well, it's owned by AT&T Wireless Services. What do you know? And it's at 5401 North Brookline. That's their tower. Pick another one. 42, if you look at your charts. That's owned by TowerCo Assets Limited, 2715 Northwest 50th. Now, I don't want to go through all of them. It'd take us a while to do that. But we could. We could take every red dot on that map, and it would match up to the chart in tab 3. How many red dots are there within this region? Do you know, total? just on this aerial photo alone, 80 some odd. And if you just limited it to a closer area, you'd still have some. There's nothing in AT&T, you can sit down now, there's nothing in AT&T's case that suggests that they ever made an effort with any of these people. Existing towers, some of which they own. Now, the evidence is now in the record, because you've got the chart. All you have to do is look at it. Now, you can sit down, Karen. There's another interesting factor here. Then I'm going to have John Ford come up and tell you about the history of the land. I think you'll find it interesting. Tab 7 is a memorandum of lease. What this tells you is that last July, oh, by the way, the owner of the property at this point is Mayfair Cultural Center, Inc., a nonprofit run by Hanif Dugan. They entered into an option lease on the 15th day of July. This is the memorandum of it. The lease was singular, which, of course, is owned by AT&T. I'd like you to turn to tab 5. Tab 5 is a site locator for towers owned by American Towers, Inc. American Towers, Inc. is a national company, I think it may even be publicly held, that builds towers, owns towers, rents towers. Sometimes they build them on spec. Sometimes they build them because somebody wants them to build them. Let's say that you're a cell phone company, you're not Verizon, you're not AT&T, but you're another, or for any reason you need a cell phone tower. You can go to American Towers and see if they've got one for you. If you look at the first page of this very carefully and look at the second entry, it's number 10, and the name of it is Baptist OK. It's like a cell tower for rent. At least it looks that way. And the address is 3712 Northwest 48th. That's Mayfair. Now, there could be a very logical explanation for all of this, but you haven't heard anything.
Excuse me. Yes. Is it 3712 or 3212?
I'm sorry, yeah, 3212, I think. I need to change these bifocals. Yeah, it's 3212. In any event, if I'm right about this, it seems to indicate that American Towers already regards itself as the owner or manager of a tower at this area, on this address. Now, I don't know what sort of a deal AT&T made with American Towers. Maybe they can tell you. But I find it noteworthy that at least on this site locator, American Towers seems to be stating that we've got a tower at this location. By the way, this also lists there are other towers in town, some of which aren't too far from here. Anyway, I don't want to take your time to go through every last one of these dots, but the red dots are operational towers that were never considered, and there's a bunch of them. And they're the ones that Mary Grace found, and they're some that Mark Kessner talked to. All right, I want to move on to the next witness. John Ford, if you'll come up. John has an institutional memory about this property, just can't be beat, because he's not only the president of the neighborhood association, but he worked up there. John, tell them all about it.
My name is John Ford. I live at 3326 Northwest 45th Terrace. I'm about 3 blocks away from the Mayfair Center to the south. I would like to clarify the Mayfair West Neighborhood Association was shut down several years ago. We work with the Mayfair West Citizens Patrol, Inc. I'm the president currently, And that is our only official organization within the area of Mayfair West Neighborhood Association, neighborhood, which has 913 homes in it and quite a number of apartments. I would also like to, before I do what Mr. Groves asked me to do, speak to Dr. Shadid's question. You were wondering about what rentals go for. I left the center. I was executive director there for 11 years, from 95 to 2006, when changes took place there. And at that time, we were getting $7.25 to $7.50 a foot. We were renting to nonprofit organizations, and we were trying to help them have low rent. Mr. Dugan says that he is charging at the present, I think, $5.25 to $5.50 a foot. They are having a hard time, I think, probably keeping it filled right now. It looks like, according to the sign, that their tenant structure's down. They had been doing fine, but we're in tough times now, and things change. And so he is not able to get even what we were getting there. We were needing to raise the rent at that time. I was asked to come and talk about the background of the property involved, and I will try to do that quickly because I know that this is being long. But actually, the Mayfair Center, it's now called the Mayfair Cultural Center, Inc. The Mayfair Center started out as the Mayfair Elementary School in 1950. It was a 4-room, state-of-the-art little 4-room school, but it was gorgeous. And up to 1981, it increased to just under 30,000 square feet. I've always talked in terms of the property being on a 5-acre piece, or talking 4. It's between 4 and 5 acres. The neighborhood, well, actually, it served as a school until about 1981-82, and then it shut down. A military unit came in, used it as a reserve unit for a short period of time, and then it went into hibernation. It was vacant. It was a school property, but there was no school. The neighborhood did not support those ages. They went to school somewhere else. And so it sat there vacant, derelict, dilapidated, and an eyesore, a maintenance problem, and a danger to the neighborhood. In 1987, the neighborhood got together in the home of Ken Brand, who was a supportive volunteer for many, many, many years, and they then got together with 5 to 6 senior-rated nonprofit organizations, Area-Wide Aging Agency, Daily Living Center, Elder Care Access, and other such senior-related organizations. Together in 1987, they raised $400,000, and they remodeled that old derelict school that was in the middle of our neighborhood that was pulling us down. Now, I didn't live there then. I moved there in 1993. But it was a bad situation. The neighborhood pulled together with those organizations, and that's what they did. In 1990, they made an entity called the Mayfair Center, Inc. Now it had its own board that would run this organization, and it took off. The next year, in 1991, they had been leasing from the school board this property. In 1991, they signed a contract to purchase the property for a total of $216,000, and the district carried a mortgage on it to be paid out over the years. I came in 1995 and was there until 2006, so about an 11-year period as executive director. In 1999, we paid the building. We got a grant, took money on our own, $38,000 total, paid the building off in 1999. In January of 2006, the Mayfair Center, Inc., as an entity dissolved. We transferred ownership of this property, which at that time was estimated to be worth $1.5 to $2 million. We transferred that property to the Oklahoma Mental Health Consumer Council, Inc., and they became the owners of the property, and they operated it until in the last year, they ran into financial difficulties themselves, and in a desperate act, they sold the property. The mosque across the street was interested in that. My understanding, I do not have the figures, I haven't been there in 5.5 years, was it was sold for $250,000 to $300,000 total, something like that. And the mosque then owned the property. They were instrumental in coming up with another nonprofit organization, which is the Mayfair Cultural Center, Inc., because the deed carries with this the requirement that a nonprofit organization must use or have this property. If you are going to transfer this to somebody else, then it's going to go back to the school. That is a deed requirement, and that is still there. That's part of it. So that sort of brings us up to the time that we are in now. The property needs improvement and things like that. That building is 62 years old. And what I found out, and what I'm afraid they're going to find out, I don't blame AT&T wanting to improve service. That's great. And I don't blame the organization for wanting to make $750 or $800 a month. They need that. But I'm afraid what is going to take place is that for that, and this tower is going to be built there, in addition to what it will do to us as homeowners, that he is going to find that it's going to be harder to get tenants there now to fill that building. And we're concerned, the neighborhood wants that building filled, because that's an expensive, if you own it outright, which I think they do, you have to have insurance, you have to maintain these. This is an expensive piece of property. And I found out when I was there for 11 years, and it was my responsibility to rent and go find people to rent these facilities, that we were an old building and we could not compete with the newer office buildings and so on and so forth. And so this was an old building, and all that we could do and afford to do would not make it a new building. So we determined that we're going to have to make this thing a garden and make it look beautiful. Just before I left 5.5 years ago, we installed $5,000 worth of trees, photinias, crepe myrtles through a grant from the Margaret Annis Boys Trust, and we installed those ourselves and to beautify the neighborhood and to beautify the place. And if you go there now, it's sort of difficult to see the building because there's so many trees. Well, that's what we wanted, because the building itself is not gorgeous. It's a 62-year-old building. I'm afraid what they're going to find out is that they put up something else that makes it look unattractive. They're going to have a hard time filling that. And then once again, if you don't bring the money in, then that piece of property will fall into ill repair, and the neighborhood will be there. Now, I'm going to finish my part, except to say that I live about 3 blocks away. I'm right off the bottom of the chart, actually, and we live right up against, well, there we are. And there's my house. I think that's me in the backyard. We're right up against the brick wall, and we have AT&T cell phones, landlines, and internet, and I never have dropped calls. We talk to Alaska and Arkansas all the time. That is our long distance. We don't have it long distance on our home lines, but we talk to them, and we do not have drop calls, except once in a while when we have one and I'm talking to somebody on the cell phone driving down the road, and it drops from their end. I sit right there in my chair, they call me back, and I'm there. So I can't speak for every part of the neighborhood, but I can say that we're very proud of our wireless service. We get good service. Do you have any questions that I might answer? Thank you.
Thanks very much to Mr. Ford. Christine, I'd like you to tell the mayor and council a little bit about your neighborhood, please.
My name is Christine Garlitz, and I live at 3127 Northwest 48th Street. I'm just right down the street from the Mayfair Cultural Center. We spent 4 long, brutal months collecting 95 total signatures.
Can you go closer to the microphone? We can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay, thank you. We spent 4 very long, brutal months collecting 95 total signatures against the cell phone tower. And our reward, in the very end, we collected 63.62% of the total land mass around the Mayfair Center within a 300-foot radius of that property. We actually did 2 petitions. This first one we completed, and we didn't have all the instructions that we needed in order to make a complete petition, so we actually had to redo the entire petition over again. And we filed a second petition on December 30th, 2011, and that had a total of, I believe it was 95 signatures. We were informed that the cell phone tower was going to be put on the Mayfair Cultural Center, and we were immediately just alarmed. So naturally, the petition was our first line of defense. We immediately started going door to door to talk to our neighbors and just to see what their thoughts and their feelings were on it. And almost all of them were just horrified. They were just appalled that this would be even a possibility for our neighborhood. The process for trying to collect the petition signatures was very tedious. We sometimes had to go to the individual homeowners 5 or 6 times. Oftentimes they weren't at home. They were either at work. Some of them had night jobs. Some of them have day jobs. So that was a very long process. And as we took them door to door, sometimes we just couldn't make contact, so we started looking at phone numbers. We found home phone numbers, work numbers. We contacted them through the mail, through email, if we could get an email address from a neighbor. We did everything possible for even for some houses. In a few cases, we had some rental properties. We drove to Piedmont 2 times. We drove to Choctaw. We drove to Ski Island and to Golden Oaks just to collect signatures from the actual property owners. Many times we went out in the dark between 8 and 9 p.m. just because the neighbors had just gotten home from work. We went out in the rain. We went out in the bitter cold. We went out in sub-zero wind chills and blowing winds. It was some of the times that we went out was just pretty challenging. And then we were told 3 weeks ago that AT&T had made a strategic move to silence the voice of the neighbors. 69 property owners had been silenced because AT&T decided to change the zoning and just make a square within the square on the Mayfair Cultural Center. 69 property owners lost their vote to protest against the cell phone tower, and none of them are happy about it. Some of these things are legal, but that just doesn't make them right. We met many new neighbors as we were going through the petition, and we made a lot of new friends. And as we kind of look back on the neighborhood as a whole, we found that we have a wonderful mix of young people and elderly citizens. We have young families that are coming in, just moving into the neighborhood. A lot of times these are starter homes. But for others, we have neighbors that have been here for over 30 years. We've put down roots, and we've stayed, and we love our neighborhood for what it is. We also have several multicultural families. We have Asian families, Hispanic families, East Indian families. We have several families with children. I counted at least 15 homes that I know of that have young children, and even infants to seniors in high school, that are within that 300-foot radius of the Mayfair Cultural Center. So we're a very family-oriented neighborhood. The houses themselves just have a wonderful old nostalgic charm. It just reminds you of simpler times when children could walk to school. The neighborhood is just peaceful and quiet. The 1950s architecture is just charming. According to the Oklahoma City Plan 2000 through 2020, the Mayfair neighborhood is actually a candidate to become a historic preserved site. It's not been preserved as of yet, but it's actually a candidate. So everyone in our neighborhood just appreciates the surroundings and the aesthetic beauty that it has to offer. We have some wonderful old gracious trees. We have 50-year-old elm trees that are just so tall. They're very, very tall, and they can be seen all throughout the neighborhood. One of the trademarks in our neighborhood is we have very large front porches, and people usually put rocking chairs and really nice benches, and people are often enjoying their front porches and enjoying the sights of the neighborhood. Our community is very active. We have people that walk and run. We have a lot of dog walkers through our neighborhood that frequently are out, children that go out and play in the front yards and play basketball, and so our neighbors are very active. They, in addition, they also really do take pride in caring for their individual homes. They planted gardens. There's detailed edge work that they've really put a lot of effort into to make their homes and yards look beautiful. They always keep their lawns really well maintained and mowed, fresh paint on the houses and on the trim. They keep their driveways swept. I mean, they put in a lot of extra effort to make our neighborhood beautiful. And this tower, if it was allowed to go in, it would utterly destroy the sense of our community pride and all the effort that our neighbors have put into making our neighborhood so great. It would just be devastating. So overall, our neighborhood is just quiet, it's charming, it's quaint, it's warm and inviting, and everyone who passes through has warm memories of being in our neighborhood. Some of the superimposed cell phone tower pictures that you all saw earlier in Exhibit 9 are just kind of a sample and flavor of what some of the houses look like. When I first started making some of those superimposed pictures, I did that using a Photoshop program, and I consulted a specialist. His name is David Algren, and he works with Wade Media, and he's a web design expert and professional in the field, and also uses Photoshop projects frequently in his line of work. He was the one that cut out the cell phone tower, and he was the one that taught me how to place the cell phone tower in the photos, and I had him check my work when I was done. And all but one photo he thought was quite accurate, so he was quite pleased with the size and the representation of what the cell phone tower would actually look like behind these houses. And if I could just make a correction, I believe Mr. Kessner had mentioned that some of the homes that you saw with the superimposed cell phone towers, I believe he said the closest one was 272 feet. I don't know if that's correct, if I wrote that down correctly. But I took some of my own measurements using the Oklahoma County Assessor's website, and one of the houses located at 3231 Northwest 47th Street is 168 feet to the nearest fence line. So these neighbors literally will be sharing a backyard view of the cell phone tower when they look out their kitchen window, when they look out their back porch window. It's just going to be the first thing that they see. And that's not something that we want our neighbors to see each morning when they wake up or each night before they go to bed. A cell phone tower is not a welcoming sight in a neighborhood.
May I just ask a quick question about that? You said it's 176 feet from the fence line.
Yes, ma'am.
But the proposed site for this tower is inside the courtyard of the school building.
Yes, that's correct. It's actually inside that U-shaped, the building itself is kind of in the shape of a U, and they want to put the cell phone tower right in between.
Right, so there would be an additional distance from the courtyard to the fence line that would add on to that setback.
What I did was I actually pinpointed that point where they would place the actual cell phone tower, and I drew a straight line to the fence line that the property owners share with the Mayfair Cultural Center. So it's basically their backyard fence line.
Okay.
And so that was the actual distance that was plotted, 168 feet from that tower to their back fence. So you're welcome.
Did you, the Photoshops that you presented, or that was presented earlier, do you have one that shows the cell tower on the courtyard of the school?
I do, actually. Do we have that with us? It might be, oh, it's actually on a different file. I could pull it up if you have a moment. Okay. Ordering for dinner.
Staying the hour groweth late. If we're not able to find it, we need to move on. Councilman Kelly, I think we'd spend an awful lot of time digging it out.
I'm so sorry. I have it, but, okay. But yes, I do have a photograph, and maybe I can find it later and show you all. But when I was creating the superimposed pictures of the cell phone tower on these houses, I use satellite imagery using Google Maps to pinpoint the actual location of the cell phone tower, and I drew kind of an angular line and lined it up exactly so that when you see the house, you would see the cell phone tower from the exact angle where it would be placed. So it is very much to scale according to my eye. I've been to see real cell phone towers in person, and then I had the specialists check my work afterwards. So they're quite accurate. And then if I could draw your attention to Section 8, the third page, is going to be, let's see, go to the third picture for me. And the next one, that one right there. This is a treasure of the Mayfair neighborhood. This is a magnificent tree. It's a storybook tree. It's so big around that I can't hardly get my arms around it. I've been up to see this tree several times, and it's a family favorite, and we go to visit this tree often. And with the park bench underneath, it's just a lovely place to go and be. But I believe that AT&T has chosen to place an access right to the left of that tree, where you see those poles. And there's a little ditch area that kind of provides a road and an access path to where the tower will be. This tree is in danger of being cut down to make way for the AT&T machinery that will come in to install the tower and to maintain the tower. So aesthetically, we would take a big hit in this neighborhood, and this property itself would lose a historic tree that's obviously, it's over 60 years old, and it's just a treasure, and it would be sorely missed if it was gone. It would be detrimental to that backside of the property for sure. And also, when I've been talking to the people in the neighborhood with concerns, this tree was an issue. And then also, our neighbors were kind of confused why we were talking about an AT&T cell phone tower in the first place. I've talked to several friends and neighbors in Mayfair community, and they have all stated that they have excellent cell phone coverage and they don't have drop calls. So they're really surprised that AT&T is complaining of bad service. They have excellent service that they've told me about, and they're quite content with their service. AT&T already has cell phone service in our area, and they just need to stream more data, like what Mr. Groves was saying earlier. They just need more coverage, but they already have coverage in our area, and the citizens of Mayfair are quite satisfied. I have Verizon personally, and if people do have drop calls, they could quite easily switch to another carrier who has excellent service, like Verizon does, and that would also be another solution to the problem. So obviously this fight is not about making phone calls, but it is just about streaming data. But AT&T can have a cell phone tower, but in the middle of a neighborhood is just simply not appropriate. And if I could just conclude, it's always important to live in the realm of truth. And a wise man once said, the purpose of the law is to protect the weak from the strong. And it's obvious to everyone in this room here today who the strong ones are. The families of Mayfair West are asking for your protection. Thank you.
Big Al. While he's setting up, some of the testimony you're about to hear is about the kind of investment that people have made in their homes in this neighborhood, and you're about to hear a good example of it and why they don't want to move away because of the cell tower.
Mr. Groves?
Sir.
May I ask the young lady a question?
Yes, sir. Christine?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, when you were going around and speaking with the various homeowners in the area, did you ever bring up the possibility of a flagpole in as opposed to the monopole type of cell phone tower?
It has been a discussion with several of our neighbors. When we had the meeting with AT&T over at the Belle Isle Library back in December, an AT&T flagpole was discussed, and our neighbors are very, very much opposed to a flagpole. A pole of any kind, whether it be a clock tower, a flagpole, a regular cell phone tower, any pole that is 80 feet tall in the middle of a neighborhood is simply atrocious, no matter what you put on top of it, be it a flag or anything else. Our neighbors simply are not willing to have an 80-foot pole of any kind in the neighborhood.
What is the height of the farthest part of the school? Do anybody know? It's 2 stories, but what's the height? Okay. And the applicant's site is in the middle of 2 buildings. Because this is difficult because we don't have a rendering. So it looks like what's marked here is there's 2 buildings, and I assume that there's a walkway or a courtyard, and that the proposed tower would be in between the 2 buildings? I don't.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, maybe here's the applicant, so.
Probably want to know from the applicant, and the answer is yes, and the exhibit that David Box provided at the very last page of this booklet, you'll see the school, and it shows where the monopole will go.
But Dennis, we don't have from your perspective an example of what this might look like dropped into that courtyard.
No, and the reason is, at least one council person asked me to look at the possibility of a photo sim, and what we determined, and I think if you look at the photo sims that you've seen today, they're not accurate in regard to what you're actually going to see. So we spent the time and effort to go out and find...
Now, he's interrupting my presentation. He was up here to answer a question. Now he's arguing.
I'm trying to answer Councilperson Sawyer's question. So that was the nature of this book, where we tried to go to each ward and find monopoles that were in close proximity to residential houses, because photosims just are not accurate.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on with Eric's presentation, please.
Thank you, Dennis. Big Al.
Just a quick interruption. The DVD that records city council meetings only lasts 6 hours. So we need a 2-minute break in content to switch out the DVD. So I'll instruct staff to eject the DVD and to put a new one in. So if you'll give us 2 minutes before we introduce any more content.
All right, thank you,
on the
Mayor.
record. Okay. The lights will come back on when we're good to go again.
And for your information, our presentation is coming to a conclusion pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm afraid you may start to lose council people at some point, so...
I know.
Okay.
Court reporter's taking a break, too. The lights are coming on, therefore I draw the inference that the DVD has been changed. Am I right? Kind of hoping that I'll get the mayor and Meg back, maybe, before I begin. Sir.
I believe that we have a new tape installed, and therefore, Eric, we're ready to proceed. Thank you very much for allowing us the break.
Well, thank you so much. I know some people have to leave, so we're going to try to conclude this. I'll be our last witness. I'll make a closing argument. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Alan Garlitz, and I live at 3127 Northwest 48th Street. I originally moved to Oklahoma City in 1978, and I wanted to be an Oklahoma City police officer. I came here from Long Island, New York. I was hired in 78 and worked as an Oklahoma City police officer until 1980, which time I was diagnosed with limb-girdle muscular dystrophy. I requested a leave of absence for a short period of time to take another position. However, Chief Hagee at that time denied the leave of absence, and it was after I had left that I was actually diagnosed with limb-girdle muscular dystrophy, so my career as a police officer was pretty much over. I moved around to different places. In 1985, I moved back into communications because police work was my love. In 1989, we moved into the 911 building down at EOC, and I was the first promoted supervisor, civilian supervisor, to the 911 center. At that time, they were going from police officers to civilianizing the system. I worked, like I say, as a police officer for 2 years. I worked as a 911 dispatcher supervisor for over 13 years. In my years of experience, I was the senior supervisor on duty on April 19th, 1995, when the Merle building was bombed, and I know what it's like to have a phone system overloaded, and I know the area that they're talking about very well also. Whenever we had a small fire or an accident, we would have literally 100 to 200 calls, people calling in trying to advise us of the same thing. So it actually ties up the 911 system. In 1994, I was to the point where I could no longer walk, and I had to do some modifications either to my house or move to a different location. We looked and looked and looked for a handicap accessible home in another area, which there wasn't one, so we decided at that time to overbuild our home and make it handicap accessible. I hired a contractor, and at that time he came out, and even though there were city inspectors watching his work, he violated a lot of codes, and 2 years ago it basically was falling down, so we had to have it redone. We love this neighborhood, and like I say, we've been in this neighborhood since 1980. It was part of my district when I was a police officer. The reason I moved there was because of the people, and because I never could recall that there was any calls in that area. So I would just like to say that we made that our home. My family and I are very concerned, as well as our neighbors, of what may happen if this monopole goes up or this cell tower goes up. And I don't know if anyone knows how much it costs to build a handicap accessible home, but by the grace of God, I probably have about $200,000 invested in my home in equipment that was purchased by insurance companies and wheelchairs and medical beds and so forth and so forth. There's no way that I could afford to move out of this location. There's no way that I can afford to move because I just don't have that type of resource. My house is 300 feet from the
the subject site. It's the last house that was in the petition, 3127 Northwest 48th Street. We're five houses east of Hamilton on Northwest 48th Street. We're on the north side of the street. Although I'd like to move, there's no way that I can. I'm going to be stuck there. I don't know. I'm checking with my doctors. 2 of my physicians have already told me that it's not a good idea for me to stay there, but I have no other choice. So I plead with you. I know that there's not, this is a hard decision. I would ask that you would find in favor of us and help to keep our neighborhood and my home safe. Thank you very much.
Eric Rose again, back on the record. Mr. Box and I have agreed that Kelly may have 3 minutes to rebut what Mary Grace said about those various sites. After that, Dennis and I will argue, and I think Dennis will agree we finish by 3:50 or by 2:55, because if we don't, we're going to lose a council member.
Well, we have citizens that have signed up to be heard, too.
Well,
now, some of them may choose not to speak at this point.
well, I hope they don't, because if we lose a council member,
But I have to call their name anyway.
I understand.
Okay.
Anyway, Kelly.
In reference to the sites that she brought up, we already have sites very close to those locations. Keep in mind, remember that honeycomb effect that I said we have to have certain site distance away from our existing sites in order to build a new site. The areas that they suggested are right down here by our 1176, well within a quarter mile of our existing sites. They also recommended a site on 40th.
Mayor, can I suggest that we just put up their exhibit at the same time so I can know what he's referencing?
Okay. This is the first site that they recommended, number 8, I believe. 39th and Portland, which would be right there. We have a site, as I stated, within a quarter mile of that location. This number 2 is actually our site. This is where our cow is located. I went over the reasons why that location is not feasible and does not meet the needs. They have a number of locations right around that area that does not address the concern. They also talked about 42 as a cell site, that Tower Co, a possible co-location. We're right here, number 1, well within a quarter mile of that Tower Co location site. All of the search room that we had falls outside of all the areas that they suggested for a number of reasons. The areas that they suggested to go to, we have sites well within a quarter mile, half mile of those locations that they suggested, and that's the reason why Mr. Kessler never approached those property owners, is because we have sites in that area. The other thing that I wanted to address was the fact that Mr. Groves stated that this is a data issue. That is not in fact the case. We can, at AT&T, control our network and who we allow service to. We can set parameters in our network to prefer voice over our data users. And that's what we've done in this area, is to make sure, as I stated earlier, that our voice customers are getting the number 1 preference among our users. And therefore, we are still seeing impacts on our voice network, despite the fact that we're contributing the mass majority of our resources to the voice network. We're still seeing congestion problems on that voice side. So this isn't just a data issue. This is a voice issue. We do have data problems in that area, but that's not the driving factor. Our driving factor is voice for this area. And that was reflected in, you hear drop calls. Drop calls are very easy for people to understand. Failed calls are also something that should be pretty easy to understand. When you hit send on your cell phone and that call does not go through, that's an access failure on our site. And that's what we're having issues with, is people are not able to access the cell site when they hit send on their phone. And that was where I went and said that 80% of our, I would love to have 95% accessibility on those sites in that area, and that's not happening. We're having 80% accessibility, 75% accessibility, and 1 in 4, 1 in 5 calls are not getting completed because of the voice congestion that we are experiencing in that area.
Kelly, how do you, for purposes of a record, how do you present statistical information in reference to what you just said? That you have all these drop calls.
The voice accessibility?
Well, I'm just talking about drop calls. In the areas that you're saying that you need the news tower because of the lack of, or because of the number of drop calls, what do you use to show as proof of that?
To the council, I actually had documentation put together, detailed information of our site's information on how many calls we're having access, how many people are trying to access that site per hour, how many times we have failures during that hour, how many drop calls we're having in that area, all of our KPIs, our key performance indicators. I had stats lined out to present to you guys this morning. However, my national legal team, AT&T, said that is proprietary information. We cannot share that with the council because that would be very easy for Verizon. This is a public setting. Verizon can take those detailed informations and say, hey, this is what problems AT&T is having in this area. It's not something that we want to disclose our full records to.
But isn't that your burden to show that you're having a problem with drop calls? All you've shown us today is a graph that shows how many phone calls there are at a certain hour of the day. There's been no evidence presented on the drop calls. And if that's proprietary information and you're not willing to share it, that's fine. But how do you meet that burden?
We meet the burden by his testimony. You have the observation of deciding whether you think he is telling the truth or not. And he's explained that there's hundreds per hour, thousands per day, 5 days a week.
Okay. But let me ask you some specific questions. They brought up number 87. They're saying that's an AT&T-owned cell phone tower. You didn't show that in your graph.
We are...
87, that red dot, 87.
What was the... Where's my notebook? Sorry. 5401 North Brookline. That was an AT&T site. As you know, AT&T used to be its own wireless entity before, and it was Singular and AT&T, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Singular purchased AT&T Wireless a few years ago. I believe it was like 2000. When Singular bought AT&T Wireless in Oklahoma City, we had to divest all of AT&T's holdings to Alltel, now Verizon. So we were not able to keep any of the AT&T's assets in Oklahoma City because of that divestiture, which was forced upon us by the FCC.
So you cannot, I guess the question is, can you co-locate on number 34 or number 87? The two dots.
Yeah, right. Once again, we have a site right here that we're on. We're on this number 1 location. And you can see that that's within a quarter mile of existing sites. And when you're within a quarter mile, I explained to you, you have to have separation between existing sites, otherwise you're going to cause detriment to the existing network. So number 1, we're right here, 34 and 87. That's part of the reason why it probably got well.
Okay, then let's talk about the green number 9, Lakeview Park Church of the Nazarene. That's going to be far enough away from all of your other, that's very close to the Mayfair site.
I'm not familiar with that area. I'm assuming
That's just on the other, that's just west of Lake Hefner Parkway.
It's on the other side of the parkway. One, that was the parameter that, I'm sorry. One, and Kelly can explain a little bit more, but that was the parameter that we used as far as, if you look at the search ring, that was the edge. I'll have to look at my stuff. I believe that's residential as well, where the church is. I'd have to pull it, but I'm pretty sure that's the zoning on it, which would preclude me from even going through if it's something that we can't, that we could not go through zoning-wise. If it doesn't meet any setbacks, then it's obviously it's not something that we would try to push through the council.
I didn't understand that answer.
He was saying that if this isn't zoned correctly, he's not going to present that as an option to me because we'd be going through the same process that we're going through now. And it doesn't meet any setbacks according to the zoning map. It's a residential area.
Do we know what the zoning is for that? It's resident.
So, sorry, this is a lot out of my expertise.
But why would it be any different than this?
Mr. Shadid, it is zoned R1. Mr. Shadid, it is zoned R1.
Do you know if it meets all the setbacks?
I know it doesn't.
It does not.
I can be certain that it does not meet all the setbacks.
Okay.
A very small park.
Okay. And number 3, you're saying is St. John's Episcopal, you're saying is too close to...
Yeah, we kind of get into that radius of existing cell sites.
Final question, just to be clear, there was no technical analysis of putting a cell phone tower on ODEP property along the highway?
I did not complete any analysis on ODOT property.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have one question. And Mr. Groves in his presentation mentioned one particular company that was a possible site, American Tower or something like that, Mr. Groves. I can't remember the name.
Yeah, it's called American Towers, Inc., Council.
Could you point out that particular location to Mr. Killian and let him respond to that particular site?
Oh, the American Towers site. Well, may I have a moment to defer that question for just a minute, Councilman? We have a problem. We're going to lose a councilman here. There's a member of the council who's informed Dennis and I that he's going to leave. And that causes a problem for both of us. This is an extremely important matter that needs to be decided by the entire council. And so if it appears that any member of the council is going to depart for the rest of the day, I'm going to ask that the matter be continued until it can be heard by the entire council. That's the problem I have.
Eric, we never know when the entire council is going to be here. There can't be any promises like that made. I mean,
It's 2:45. I think this is a good opportunity to not have to listen to Eric and Dennis make arguments. You all have briefs from your legal counsel. You've heard the evidence. I would trust you to make a decision.
So you're suggesting that you all could finish together. I still have some people here. I would have to have them as...
Check with them, and if they're finished, then you all can...
Keep my argument brief, but I'm not going to give it up unless I see a member of the council walk out.
Okay. Council have any objection to anything they just heard before we go down? Let me call off these names. If I will allow anyone who's listed here 3 minutes to speak if they'd like to. They're probably aware of the circumstances we're under. Kent Edwards? Yeah, would you like to speak, Kent? No. Kent, would you like to speak? All right. Alan Garretts? Okay. Jana? Karen? Charler? Joshua?
I would like to say a couple of things.
Okay. Sure. Just, we need your name and address for the record.
My name is Joshua Holman. I live at 7212 Pheasant Cove. I would like to address that I did not hear them once discuss directional antennas or how they could adjust to use those. I did not hear them once address how they could use 2 towers with lower coverage areas to affect this issue. Also, I'm a trained real estate investor, and there are some major flaws in the analysis used by their appraisal expert. Using resistance analysis on one neighborhood in particular, he said there was no effect. Well, he just said in his statement that that neighborhood was being rapidly revamped, rehabbed, and resold. He was not comparing apples to apples. Square footage analysis is fundamentally flawed in older homes, cannot apply. I could go on, but just wanted to address the fact that there are some fundamental flaws in that analysis.
All right. Thanks for coming down and appreciate your patience today. John Ford? Okay. Diane Lewis?
Diane Lewis. I live at 5105 Southeast 83rd Place. I'm going to make this very brief. I had a lot longer statement, but I understand there are issues. I did want to address the flagpoles that are on the property right now on Mayfair Center. They do have flagpoles. They're about 20 feet tall, and they are proportionally correct for the site. A 75-foot flagpole would be too tall and out of proportion for the site. Thank you.
Okay. Rick Schernick? Rick? Looks like we wore Rick out. Okay. Dennis, you want to, or Eric, want to give a final comment?
You waive? No, I mean, if I don't talk, will you waive your right? Both waive closing.
Yeah.
Dennis waives closing, I waive closing.
Okay. Council's impressions, do we want to go ahead and vote?
Well, I'm going to move to deny SPUD 626, but I want to just make my points clear. This ultimately is about, I believe, setting boundaries for the future. AT&T's cites the President's Council of Economic Advisors and indicates there's going to be a 20-fold increase in data traffic alone on mobile devices from 2010 to 2015. So this issue is only going to intensify. And so the issue is not necessarily just about Mayfair, but how the city is going to process these applications in the future. I think the message has to be that the neighborhood, especially one that so vehemently objects, is the last resort, not the first resort. You don't go down the path of least resistance. I feel that that's what happened in this case. They didn't have Dennis Box hired in the beginning. They just came and said, this is what we're going to do, and it's only when boundaries were set, when they got pushback from the neighborhood, when they got a unanimous rejection from the Planning Commission, that we started to see some change. There was no discussion of flagpoles and things like that until there was boundaries set. Until the neighborhood pushed back and the Planning Commission pushed back. I'm moving to deny because the applicant has failed to show that a significant gap exists in personal wireless services in the subject area. There was no evidence presented today that there is drop calls or other than an AT&T employee asking us to believe it so. But he can't share any of that information because of proprietary information. That's not going to be inadequate. That's not good enough for me. And that's not going to be a high enough standard, is that a corporation can come in and ask me just to take their word for it. I've got to have evidence on the record that there is a drop in service and that we're going through this for some reason. I believe this particular location for a 75-foot telecommunications tower does not meet the zoning criteria in state law and the city's zoning code, including but not limited to the criteria that zoning decisions must be made with a view to conserving the value of buildings and to protect the general welfare, including the quality of life in the particular area. The applicant failed to show that denial of SPUD 626 will prohibit the provision of personal wireless services. And this particular location for a 75-foot telecommunications tower is not the least intrusive means of filling a significant gap in personal wireless services provided in the area, if any such gap exists. We do not go into a neighborhood because ODOT is burdensome, because the bureaucracy is burdensome. If AT&T had simply gone to ODOT when this first started in 2010, we would have had an answer by now. They would have had a year and a half to work through the ODOT bureaucracy and figure out if the answer was yes or no from ODOT. In distinction, they found the path of least resistance. They found somebody who was willing to take that rent in the middle of a neighborhood because that was an easier path for them, assuming that, like every neighborhood before, this neighborhood wouldn't have the resources to contest it. This neighborhood did have the resources to contest it and did. But that needs to be the last resort. ODOT did not say no. They never did a technical study of whether putting a cell phone tower along the highway, which we've heard recurring testimony that that's a problem, drop calls along the highway. We've never heard, they never considered it. They never did a technical analysis. They never asked ODOT. They never tried to work through that bureaucracy over the year and a half. And for that reason, this is in Ward 2 today. It'll be in every other ward tomorrow. It's not about denying service, but it's about neighborhoods being the last resort and treating them with the respect they deserve. I move to deny.
Any other comments or a second on the motion?
A point of order as it relates to our duty now. Is it a written decision that's to the applicant and the protester, or do we?
If you, excuse me, Dan can correct me if he disagrees, but I think if the councilman has made the motion to deny and stated his reasons for denial, if you actually second that and then vote to approve his motion to deny, that will be on the court reporter's transcript. She would then put together a written transcript, so it would be a written record. In addition, it would be in the minutes of the council, journal of proceedings of the council, so that would also be a written record of the denial.
Your Honor, may I just make some comments? I, too, am sympathetic towards neighborhoods. I hate to see situations forced on them. But Councilman Shadid's comment about path of least resistance, I think we're encouraging that if we deny this, because it'll just get pushed to another neighborhood who may or may not have the resources, despite how small of resources this particular neighborhood has. We're not addressing the question, and that is, have we identified the issues that we're supposed to base our decisions upon? The neighborhood expert from an appraisal standpoint, Mr. Hoyt, when asked, would a flagpole, a stealth cell phone tower, have a negative impact on the value of the property, said no. That's their own expert who said that. The applicant's expert said the same thing. Now, we individually may have a different perception, but if we have to follow the same types of rules that you'd follow in a court setting, I think you have to base your decision upon the evidence presented, not upon our own personal views. So from that standpoint, I don't see that they've met the criteria that having a stealth tower, which is an option here, would negatively impact the value of the properties. I think AT&T demonstrated that they attempted to find and negotiate alternative sites here. I don't think they do this just to get neighborhoods upset with them. I think they would prefer to find a situation that everybody was happy with. In this case, to get the level of service that they'd like to achieve, this is the best location. I think from a safety standpoint, if we're willing to accept 1 in 4 calls being unable to be placed through or dropped in an emergency situation, I think that's asking for trouble. Those are my comments, and we're putting it, the applicant is suggesting that it be placed in the middle of a 4 to 5 acre tract. If it were to fall, I don't see it falling on any residential property. I think they've gone as far as could be expected to find an appropriate site. And again, I just go back to the situation where if a stealth tower was chosen, both experts said it would have no impact on the value of the property. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Mayor, as a point of order, if we're going to continue to discuss it, this has to be seconded. If anybody wants to, either dies for lack of a second or someone has seconded it. So if we're going to keep talking about it, I'm going to second it just for the purpose of discussion. That will put us in a position where we have to vote on Ed's denial. So if we want to continue to talk about it, I think I'll just go ahead and second it for the purpose of discussion, because we're already off the track, according to Roberts, by continuing to talk about it.
Accept the second. Meg?
Okay, I guess I might make a comment, and mine relates to the comments that were made about our planning commission and overriding a unanimous veto of the planning department. And I did have a chance yesterday to speak to the chairman, and I believe that their passing it along to the council was done as much as a plea for help in this regard, Ed, just as you say, that these things are going to be coming before us more and more frequently, and a real request on their behalf to us to look at engaging some expert help in this regard, perhaps looking at modifying, some of our issues. I don't believe that the denial was directed specifically at this case, but it was more focused on a bigger picture of asking for some help as we begin to work through more of these. And so I just kind of wanted to clarify that issue.
Okay. I have one question / comment. Christine mentioned her concern for a tree that was in some sort of right-of-way. Is that a valid concern?
The tree will not be taken down.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second to deny. Any other comments or questions before we vote? All right, a yes vote then would deny AT&T's request for a cell tower in the neighborhood. Cast your votes. Motion fails, 7-2. We have a second? We have a motion and a second.
I would just ask that we be restricted to a 75-foot flagpole. In other words, I'm giving up 5 feet, and we're going to commit to what we showed you.
Okay, that's fine. I think that's what we kind of heard during the course of this. We have a motion and a second. Any comments on the motion that's currently in that? All right, a yes vote then would allow the cell tower to be constructed. Cast your votes. It passes 9-0.
Thank you very much.
Right. Is he still here? We're not done. That's all right. We have we have a couple other things to take care of. First of all, we have items from council, and Pete had introduced an item. Well, let me give everybody a minute or two to clear out.
I can get it all for you.
still have an executive session.
Okay.
Okay, we'll continue with the council meeting now. We're on item 10A, items from council. Gary, do you have anything? We do. Councilman White's not here. I was going to wait till we get to that point. Ed?
No, I would just say that I think as Meg alluded to, I think we need to look at the ordinance for this. And I think we need, and I think we've already started the process, we need expert testimony of our own. I mean, just to rely on this expert testimony we need our own neutral, independent expert to educate us about what is going to be coming over and over, about how close you have to be to another cell phone tower, this honeycomb, all this. I would like our own expert, because I think this is going to come up again and again, and I think we need to look at the ordinance.
Okay. Well, you know, it might be relevant to get some suggestions on other cities' ordinances that we could examine. Obviously, this is going all over the country. You know, what are the extremes? What are the loosest parameters out there? What are the tightest? And let's look and see where common sense prevails. Larry? Okay. Pete had an item to be introduced. I'm just assuming we'll just take that on a future time.
Oh, Pete wanted me to introduce it.
Oh, you want to introduce it for him?
Yeah.
All right, well, go ahead.
What this is deals with a situation that Pete and I both face out in the more rural areas. Skip has got the same situation, and probably Pat does also in some cases. The current way the notification of planning issues comes up talks about a smaller radius of property owners that may not come up with the 15 property owner list. And so this is an intent to put this on for us to consider as a way to make sure that whatever number of people we want notified in rural areas like this do get a notification, even if we have to extend the circle out further and further. So that's what the intent of this is, and this is for introduction only for us to consider.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, this would be introduced and referred to the Planning Commission.
All right. Do we need to vote on it? All right. Larry, is that your motion?
I'll move that it would go to the Planning Commission.
All right, and we have a second. Cast your votes. It's 9-0. 8-0, I guess, actually. 8-0. All right. David? No, thank you. Meg?
I do, if I could, Mayor. I had the privilege, along with some of my other colleagues, of our first day at Reading Buddies on Monday. And many of the council members and lots of our senior staff have agreed to serve as mentors at Heronville Elementary School. And each one of us is spending 30 minutes a week with a young first grader working on their reading skills. And it was an absolutely wonderful day. So I really want to thank Diana Berry and Debbie Martin for coordinating this. We have 71 volunteers from the city that are working at the school, and it's a school that needs us very much, and if you could have seen the smiles on the little ones' faces, we had officers in uniform, and it was really a great start. And so I look for wonderful things from that.
Councilman Sally, actually, that came out of the task force that Councilman Ryan and Councilman White sit on.
Skip?
Yes, as I understand it, that in reference to the cell towers, that we're in search of with an RFP for...
We're in the process of procuring a consultant, yes, sir.
Okay. Is it likely that that will happen before the 24th of April?
Yes.
Thank you. Round two.
All right. Pat?
Well, I have one more, Mayor. I'm wore out now. But I've been confronted with a lot of road projects or street projects that, as they're turned in, we're getting responses that the street is a private street. A lot of houses that have citizens that have access, ingress, and egress to areas to get in and out of their development are finding that the roads are washing out. There hasn't been any type of street surfacing issues tended to it in 20 or 30 years, and some of them as recently as 6 or 7 years ago, but they say it was the county. And I've gotten a multitude of calls from individuals. I've turned them in, and the response is that these are private roads or these are private streets. I want to know, obviously there was a time in which, developers, platted areas and they just went in without any type of infrastructure requirements from the city, and they sold lots and cut out what they needed as far as ingress and egress. Ultimately, the city puts up a street sign identifying the area as a particular street for all other services. And now these same citizens are confronted with situations where they don't know who's going to repair their streets unless they repair it themselves. And I just wonder if we could at least put together some type of task force to look at some of these outlying areas to identify these private streets. And I'm not talking about the gated areas where you have covenants that identify the private roads and streets, but these are streets where people have purchased and resided in an area for long periods of time, and there's been some consistency years ago in reference to the maintenance of those streets. And I've gotten records that said that sometimes it was the city that maintained the roads, and sometimes they say it was the county. And now, for some reason in the last 6 years, there's absolutely no service at all. And some of them are getting to the point where there's basically almost non-existent. And so I would just like to see if there's something that we could do in reference to some type of committee to study to see how we can bring these people back into the service being provided to them as it relates to their streets.
Yeah, we would be happy to work with you on that.
Thank you.
Okay, Pat? All right. City manager reports. Has this presentation been...
Well, we can do it today if you'd like, but if you'd like to reschedule for another day, that can be arranged.
Why don't we do that? All right.
And I do want to point out that there's a sales tax and use tax report from March, and it was a very strong month for us. Kind of highlighted in the newspaper earlier this week about how some of our retail is doing well.
Great. Okay. Citizens to be heard. Joe Nelson.
Mayor, I just wanted to let you know that before Mr. Nelson, I believe, is gone now, but before he left, I informed him that since he'd taken his website down, that he was saying he was running for mayor. And since he has told the council here a couple of times that he's not running for anything, he could speak again next time he appears.
Okay. Ray Haggard. This guy deserves a standing ovation. Ray, we will need your name and address for the record, please.
Ray Haggard. I preside at 10400 Hallmark, Oklahoma City, in Ward
Ward 5. I have a problem. On March 16th, I witnessed a situation where a sign, no left turn, was not posted. An officer, which has not been investigated yet, stopped several people for the same reason. It seems like my wardsman, Councilman Greenwell, and I think that area falls in Pete White's area, is not concerned about this officer who paid no attention to that location, did not verify the signs were properly posted, and wrote people tickets that are going to cost $172 a person. Nobody seems to care about that situation. Nobody's doing anything about it to investigate that officer and talk to him, and I've got pictures of that intersection with the signs down and the signs up. Okay. And I think the officer needs to be investigated for writing these tickets to these other people who may have assumed the sign was there when it really wasn't there, and they're going to be innocent victims of the city of Oklahoma City. $172 per person is quite a bit of money to fork out in today's economy when these people are innocent.
Can you better explain the situation? I didn't understand the situation. What cars, which way were they turning?
Okay.
What was the
people
sign
were going west on 44th Street.
Okay.
Coming up to the intersection of Western. There were no signs pointed facing back to the west, or the westbound people had no signs to look at to say no left turn.
Is this a signalized?
No, this is a construction. The intersection is in construction right now.
Okay.
They're temporary signs. No signs were facing back to the east to tell the westbound people don't turn south on Western. This officer apparently did not go through the intersections in all four directions to verify the signs were all posted correctly, and started writing tickets to people who made left turns. At the court docket desk yesterday, I was there and confirmed that every ticket he wrote that day at that intersection was for the same reason. And nobody cares.
Now, let me understand. That is a signalized intersection, but the signals weren't working?
The signals were working to go, the green lights were working.
Uh-huh.
But the left turn was bagged up. There was no indication, on my direction whether I could make that left turn or not.
Okay.
The other people had signs telling them they couldn't. I didn't know the signs were even up there for anybody else till the officer stopped people and me at 51st and Western. I went back up there to look. No signs. I got my camera, took the pictures.
Well, did you show the pictures at the court hearing yet?
No, but I haven't been to a court hearing yet.
Okay.
Nobody wants to look at them. Nobody wants to look at my pictures with the signs down, with the signs up again, to look at what this officer has done to these citizens of the city of Oklahoma City, and no telling who else.
Yesterday at the court hearing, did any of these ticketed drivers complain or?
I don't know. This wasn't hearing. I went to the docket counter and asked under public records.
I see. So you just got a list of how many?
I didn't get a list. I just took my ticket number, told them, look up these ticket numbers that should be 9 digits apart from each other, from my ticket forward. I didn't go backwards to verify how many tickets this guy wrote. But he wrote several tickets for people, and the lady there, I said, what did he write the tickets for? He said, for the very reason he wrote your ticket.
Okay. Well, we should look into that. Do you have anything to add now, or do you want to report back to us?
I would just add that actually what's before the court or before the council this afternoon is, my understanding is Mr. Haggard got a ticket for disregarding a traffic control device. He's basically presenting his legal defense to you as the...
No, I'm not. I'm talking about the officer.
This is just citizens before council. That's all this is.
I understand.
Yeah.
And his defense will be heard through the process of the municipal court.
Yeah, that's right.
MC Barry is here from the police department, and we'll make sure that we check into this, and the chief of police works for Mr. Barry and myself, and we'll make sure that we look into this situation.
Yes, and just for council's information, the police department has talked with the officer involved in this, and what we have right now, again, is a dispute of facts. The officer says that there were signs present on the day that he wrote the tickets. So it's an issue for the courts to decide, but we will work with the gentleman to work this out.
Okay. Well, I mean, it doesn't seem likely that he's here making it up.
No, I'm not, sir.
I'm talking to him. Just a point of opinion. But we ought to talk to these other drivers, too, and how many tickets were there and those types of things. So I'd like to have a report if we could. All right? Thanks for coming down. We have executive session. We'll be back.